until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but so well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sit and watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours.
We have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. इंटरव्यू में जहाँ पे आज मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे 8 बिट के iQOO जिनसे हम बहुत सारी बातचीत करेंगे, तो सीधा उन्हीं को बुला लेते हैं। वेल iQOO, स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले एक क्वेश्चन में फटाक से आपके ऊपर लेके आना चाहूंगा यार कि राउंड 1 से सीधा राउंड 3 तक गए, मतलब एक चैंपियन लाइनअप से एक्सपेक्टेशन रहती है कि सीधा सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 आप जाने वाले थे। ऐसी क्या गलतियां हुई जिसके कारण आपको थोड़ा पीछे से शुरुआत करना पड़ा?
सच तो इतनी गलती नहीं हुई। हम ट्राई कर रहे थे कि कंसिस्टेंट रहे हर एक मैच में और जितना बेस्ट निकल सकता है हर एक मैच। वही एम था कि जितने भी मैचेस है हर एक मैच में कि मिनिमम पॉइंट, मिनिमम एवरेज पॉइंट लेके चल रहे थे कि हाँ निकाल लेंगे या तो चिकन निकल जाएगा। बट लास्ट डे पे आई थिंक आई वुड से कि हमने थोड़ा मे बी ढीला हो गए हम माइंडसेट या कोई ना कोई हो जाता है, तो ढीला हो गए तो थोड़ा मैच खराब गया और कुछ नहीं। ऐसा कुछ गलती नहीं थी। जो भी गलती थी वो एड्रेस करके हमने ट्राई किया कि नेक्स्ट राउंड में जो भी बेटर हो सकता है वो करें।
जी हाँ, काफी ज्यादा बेटर आपने सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 के पहले दिन में किया, लेकिन दूसरे दिन में थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ। ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की जिस तरीके से शुरुआत हुई थी, डे 2 पे चीजें उस तरीके से चल नहीं रही थी। क्या एक्चुअल में वो गलतियां हुई जिसके कारण जो आप सोच के आए थे डे 2 पे वो हमें देखने को मिला नहीं?
डे 1 में हम अच्छा ही खेल रहे थे, बट डे 2 पे हम पिकनिक बनाने निकल गए थे हर एक मैच में। तो अच्छे नहीं गए एंड बहुत नाराज है हम ऐसे परफॉर्मेंस देने के लिए। डे 3 एंड डे 4 पे अभी हमारा एम है एंड फोकस है, सो वी विल गिव आवर बेस्ट।
जी हाँ, उम्मीदें आपसे बहुत ज़्यादा है क्योंकि चैंपियन लाइनअप से एक्सपेक्टेशन हमेशा हाई रहती है। बट एक्वा बीजीआई से पहले जैसा हमने देखा था ना, थोड़ा आउट ऑफ फॉर्म चले गए थे। मल्टीपल टाइम हम देख रहे थे आप लाइनअप में आ रहे थे, फिर आपको बेंच कर दिया जा रहा था। तो वो सारी स्टोरी मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या चल रहा था उस टाइम पीरियड में, क्योंकि अभी फाइनली आप इन फॉर्म तो देखने को मिल रहे हो।
लाइफ में मेरे मतलब कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आ गई थी, पर्सनल पर्सनल लाइफ में मेरे।
हम्म।
सो मैं ओवरकम नहीं कर पा रहा था बहुत टाइम से, एंड फाइनली आई थॉट कि आई हैव फ्यू फ्यू इयर्स लेफ्ट मेरे स्पोर्ट्स करियर में।
ओके।
सो मेरे को चाहिए कि अभी मैं लास्ट के जितने भी इयर्स में अपना डेडिकेशन के साथ दे सकता हूँ, एंड माइंडसेट क्लियर कर लेता हूँ। एंड माइंडसेट पे मैं बहुत वर्क किया जितने टाइम मैं खराब गए मेरे।
हम्म।
उसके बाद मैंने एक बार सोच लिया कि माइंडसेट पे वर्क करना है और चैंपियन माइंडसेट रखना है दोबारा से, और फाड़ना है बस। असॉल्टर जैसा हूँ मैं, फाड़ता ही हूँ और फाड़ना है। तो वही माइंडसेट एंड गेम्स पे एंड ग्राइंड पे मैं वर्क किया। पूरा टाइम ऑफलाइन ग्राइंड करता था और बस अपने आप में रहता था, एंड वहाँ से सुधरी चीज़ें, एंड अभी चल रहा है अच्छा, एंड मेरे को इससे और अच्छा करना है। सो लेट्स सी क्या होता है।
जी हाँ, वो तो ऑलरेडी हम देख रहे हैं, बट अगर आप थोड़ा सा शेयर और करना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्या हो गया कि कुछ ही समय है आपके पास, क्योंकि फॉर्म में तो आप बहुत अच्छे तरीके से देखने को मिल रहे हो, डोमिनेट भी कर रहे हो, तो फ्यू इयर्स या फ्यू मंथ ऐसा आपने क्यों बोला?
ऐसे ही मतलब होता है ना, सबका एक कैप होता है कि भाई स्पोर्ट्स प्ले इतना ही खेलते हैं, इसके
हम्म।
बाद नहीं। बट मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि मैं जितना बेस्ट दे सकूं आने वाले टाइम में, उतना हेल्प हो टीम को। सब ट्राई करूंगा, एंड जहां नहीं होगा वहां रुक जाऊंगा, और क्या,
ओके।
जबरदस्ती नहीं खेलूंगा।
ओके, मतलब ऐसा कुछ कोई अलग से तो कारण ही नहीं, मैं कुछ और सोचने लगा
नहीं
था।
नहीं नहीं।
ओके, बट इससे आगे मैं जो सवाल आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि लाइनअप में यार चेंजेस बहुत होते हैं। अभी करंटली जब हम लोग आपको देख रहे थे राउंड 3 में, तो प्लेइंग फोर से कोई भी आ रहे, डोमिनेट करके जा रहे, चिकन डिनर निकाल के जा रहे। तो ऐसा क्या आगे भी देखने को मिल सकता है या प्लेइंग फोर ऑलरेडी डिसाइडेड है?
ऐसा नहीं है। जितने भी प्लेयर्स हमारे लाइनअप में सब अच्छा खेलते हैं,
हम्म।
एंड सबके साथ हम जितना बेटर कर सकते हैं उतना करते हैं। एंड होता भी है, कोई भी खेले हम चिकन निकाल लेते हैं, चाहे वो कम किल का हो ज्यादा किल का हो। बट इन द एंड हम जीत रहे हैं मैचेस। सो 6 प्लेयर्स है, छः छः वो अच्छे हैं यार, सब अच्छे हैं, एंड कोई भी खेल सकता है, यू नेवर नो।
हम्म।
बट हम अच्छे खेलेंगे।
मतलब वो तो देख ही लिया हम लोग, कोई भी आ रहा है सेकंड डिनर और डोमिनेट करके जा रहा है। आखिरी सवाल मैं यहाँ पे आपसे समझना चाहूंगा कि कंपटीशन जिस तरीके से अभी सेमीफाइनल वीक की यहाँ पे शुरुआत हुई है, आपको लगता है कि टॉप 8 आना आपके लिए बहुत आसान हो सकता है, और कोई ऐसी कुछ टीम्स जो आपको परेशान कर सकती है उस टॉप 8 में आने से?
टीम्स तो सभी है। वही है कि हमें अपने ऊपर फोकस करना है। कितना हम ग्राइंड करें और कितना हम समझ रहे हैं लॉबी को, एंड कितना हम ओवरकम कर रहे हैं, एंड जितना रैंकिंग के ऊपर जाएंगे उतना बेटर है हमारे लिए। सो फोकस हमारे पर ही रहेगा, और दूसरे लोग तो आते रहेंगे ऊपर नीचे, बट हमें फर्स्ट पे रहना है, ये है हमारा। एंड आने वाले 2 दिन में हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे, एंड लेट्स सी क्या होता है।
देखिए, मैं अभी आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा था, बट एक और सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि
जरूर
कट ऑफ
जरूर।
के अराउंड ना चीजें बहुत ज्यादा यहाँ पे चल रही है। तो मैंने जब सोमराज से लास्ट टाइम बात की थी, तो उनका कहना बहुत ही सिंपल था कि हम कट ऑफ सोच के नहीं खेलते। क्या एक्चुअल में ये बात सही है? आप एक फ्री माइंड से मैच में आओ तो बस डोमिनेट करना, यही आपका इरादा रहता है, या फिर माइंड में रहता है कि
यस।
हाँ, इस मैच में 20 पॉइंट 25 पॉइंट कुछ टारगेट लेके नहीं चलते हो आप लोग?
नहीं नहीं, टारगेट तो नहीं रहता, बस ये रहता है कि स्टेप बाय स्टेप खेलो, जितना बेटर गेम निकल सकता है निकालो। मतलब मैक्सिमम एफर्ट्स डाल दो अपने तरफ से। अगर अच्छा गेम निकला तो निकला, नहीं तो नेक्स्ट मैच में देखेंगे। यही रहता है, हर एक नेक्स्ट मैच पे फोकस करते हैं हम।
जी हाँ, वो बहुत अच्छी
ऐसे
सोच
रहा।
है, और इसी के कारण मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर भी कर रहे हो। थैंक यू सो मच एक्वा हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। होपफुली आपसे हम लैन में बहुत जल्दी मिलने वाले। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
होपफुली। थैंक यू सो मच।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का रियलमी BMPS 2025 के एक मजेदार इंटरव्यू में। और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं NoNx के रोमन, जिनसे हम थोड़ी बातचीत करेंगे। रोमन, सबसे पहले स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हो आप?
कैसे हो राहुल भाई? मैं ऑल गुड ऑल गुड।
अरे अब मैं भी बहुत अच्छा, और जो
आप
परफॉर्मेंस
बताओ।
आपका देखने को मिल रहा है उसके बाद तो और भी ज्यादा मैं बहुत मजेदार फील कर रहा हूँ। बट मैं समझना चाहूंगा यार कि सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में आने से पहले के कुछ राउंड्स में थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ। जिस तरीके से राउंड 1 की शुरुआत हुई थी, लग रहा था सीधा सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में आओगे। क्या गलतियां हुई आपके अनुसार जिसके कारण ये बीच के राउंड्स आपको खेलने पड़े?
राउंड वन में थोड़ा हमने मतलब एक पहले 3-4 मैचेस के बाद हमने थोड़ा अपना अप्रोच एग्रेसिव किया, और शायद हम वो 3-4 मैच हम डिले हो गए थे। बाकी हमने कवर अच्छा किया था। राउंड 1 में हम टॉप 16 तो हम लेके ही बैठे थे कि हम टॉप 16 आ ही जाएंगे, लेकिन एंड के 3 मैचेस जो थे हमारे, उसमें हमारा तीनों में इंटरनेट का बीटी हो गया, जिसकी वजह से हम तीनों ही मैच नहीं कर पाए और हम 96 पॉइंट के साथ रह ही गए #19 पे, वरना हम टॉप 8 भी हो जाते शायद। तो एक वो बैड लक था हमारे साथ कि हमारा इंटरनेट का इशू हुआ, वरना बाकी तो हम हो ही जाते टॉप 8 तो।
बट स्टिल आई थिंक मुझे लगता है और सीख के ये टीम आगे बढ़ रही है और डोमिनेट करके ये टीम आगे बढ़ रही है। कम्युनिटी में ये भी चल रहा है यार कि हीरो एक्सट्रीम, गॉडलाइक और नॉनएक्स के बीच में कुछ राइवलरी पनप रही है। उसके राउंड में जानना चाहूंगा एज आइजल आपका क्या थॉट है?
यार देखो, हम ऐसे तो लेके नहीं चलते कि हमें गॉडल को मारना है या गॉडल को हमें मारना है। हम जाते हैं, वो हमें सामने मिल जाते हैं। अब 4v4 फाइट होती है, अब कुछ हमारे फेवर में होगी, कुछ उनके फेवर में जाएगी, लेकिन अभी तक सारी चीजें हमारे फेवर में गई थी, तो बस वही हमारे लिए अच्छा है।
जी हाँ, काफी ज्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि जहां तक मुझे सुनने में आया था कि जस्ट इस इवेंट से पहले कुछ चेंजेस हुए थे लाइनअप में और बहुत कम टाइम मिला उसको सेट करने में, तो उसके अराउंड कुछ मैं जानना चाहूंगा।
हाँ, हमारा बीजेएस हम रशवाई के साथ खेले थे, लेकिन हमने बीएमपीएस का स्टार्ट भी रशवाई के साथ किया था, लेकिन फिर हमने गॉडेक्स के साथ देखा कि कैसा जाता है और वो गॉडेक्स के साथ बहुत अच्छा गया। तो लाइकली आप लगा लो हमें 1 हफ्ता भी नहीं मिला होगा लाइनअप को सेट करने में। हमने वो 3 से 4 दिन में ही सब कुछ सेट किया था।
बट उसके बाद भी मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा परफॉर्मेंस से फर्क पड़ा नहीं है। लेकिन एक जगह थोड़ा सा मैं बोलूंगा कि परफॉर्मेंस से फर्क थोड़ा सा पड़ता है। स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस में थोड़े इनकंसिस्टेंट रहते हो और आखिर के मैचेस में डोमिनेट करते हो, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
हम स्टार्टिंग में हमारे मैचेस में हम थोड़ा ऐसा, हमने अभी रियलाइज़ किया कि हम थोड़े ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ जा रहे हैं, तो हम ज़्यादा मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ही फास्ट खेल रहे हैं अपने गेम को, एक स्टेबलाइज करके नहीं खेल रहे। तो फिर हम धीरे धीरे करके 1-2 मैच, जब जैसे हमारे कल के मैचेस हुए थे सेमीज 1 के, तो हमारे 3 मैचेस कल हमने पूरा एनालाइज किया कि हमारी क्या गलती हुई। तो हम बस वही गलती हमने बस ये करा कि सेकंड डे में वो बिल्कुल एक भी गलती नहीं करनी है, और हमने सेकंड डे में एक भी गलती नहीं करी, वो सेम रिपीट। बस थोड़ा लक फेवर नहीं हुआ हमारा जोन का, वरना तो हम शायद आज 3 मैच में 60 पॉइंट तो लेके ही जाते।
बट आज का दिन मुझे लगता है कि बहुत कमाल करा। होपफुली आने वाले दिन में भी जो मैचेस रहेंगे वो बहुत ज्यादा कमाल कर। इनफैक्ट कल के जो मैचेस थे वो बहुत ज्यादा कमाल के थे। आने वाले मैचेस भी बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो सकते हैं आपके एंड से। बट चलिए, ये तो हो गई इस पूरी टीम के बारे में, इस लाइनअप के बारे में। थोड़ा पीछे चलते हैं ना रोमन के साथ। मैं समझना चाहूंगा यार कि ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न के साथ जो सफर आपकी शुरुआत हुई थी, इतना अच्छा चल रहा था वो लाइनअप, फिर ऐसा क्या हुआ कि इस लाइनअप का फॉर्म हो और ये टीम अब हमें डोमिनेट करते हुए देखने को मिल रही है?
मतलब ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न, मतलब मेरे लिए तो नाम ही बहुत बड़ा है। पहली बात तो उस नाम से ही मेरा सब कुछ स्टार्ट हुआ है। अगर वो नाम नहीं होता तो मैं भी यहाँ नहीं होता। बेसिकली टीम में थोड़े इशू आए। हम 2.5-3 साल से हम लोग चारों के चारों साथ में थे, मैं, ड्यूक, राल्फ, क्रिश। फिर हमने साथ में 2024 जब हमने ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न को छोड़ा, हमने अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चेंज करी, ग्लिच छोड़ के हम अलीबाबा रेडर्स में गए। तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा हमारा परफॉर्मेंस नीचे गया, लाइनअप में शफल हुए, बहुत कुछ हुआ। फिर ऐसे धीरे धीरे करके एक एक करके सब प्लेयर शिफ्ट होते गए। तो बस वही था। फिर एट द एंड सब अपना अपना देखे, और जिसको जहाँ बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली वो वहाँ गया, और अभी वो परफॉर्म कर रहा है। बस सिंपल।
मतलब आप खुश हो ना कि जो जहाँ गए परफॉर्म कर रहे हो, आप यहाँ परफॉर्म कर रहे हो?
मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ। जो राल्फ है वो एगी गेमिंग में है, वो #1 पे चल रहे हैं। जो क्रिश है वो भी सेमीज 1 में अलीबाबा रेडर्स में। बस एक ड्यूक है, उसने गेम छोड़ दी।
अच्छा।
होपफुली अगर वो भी होता तो वो भी यहीं पे ही होता।
मतलब चारों अलग अलग जगह जाके एक अच्छी टीम के साथ आप लोग सभी लोग डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। इससे अच्छी खबर रोमन एज आइजल क्या होने वाला है। बट थैंक यू सो मच रोमन। होपफुली अगली बार मुलाकात आपसे लान में होने वाली है। बट अभी के लिए थैंक यू सो मच, और आने वाले मैचेस के लिए बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू सो मच राम भाई।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 में। और अभी हम एक गेस्ट से बात करने वाले हैं जिनसे बात करने में बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है। सीधा चलेंगे ओजी के AKOP की तरफ। AK, सबसे पहले स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, मैं तो बढ़िया, आप बताओ कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छा, और आपके ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस को देख के तो मैं और ज्यादा पंप हो चुका हूँ। लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस से मैं यही बात करना चाहूंगा कि यार राउंड 1 इतना डोमिनेशन, मतलब हर मैच में चिकन डिनर या फिर टॉप 5 टॉप 10 हर मैच बेहतर चल रहा था। लेकिन सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 आने के बाद ऐसी क्या गलतियां हो रही जिसमें वो ओजी को हम नहीं देख पा रहे जिनको हम राउंड 1 में देखे थे?
एक्चुअल में ऐसा हुआ कि राउंड 1 के बाद जो हमारा फ्लो था वो थोड़ा सा ब्रेक हो गया क्योंकि मैं खेल नहीं रहा था और ड्यू टू सम ईयर इन्फेक्शन मुझे 10 डेज का ब्रेक लेना पड़ा, जिससे मेरा इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस भी थोड़ा डगमगा गया है, जो कि कवर अप करेंगे। बाकी का दिन नहीं आज का दिन नहीं, मतलब जो हमारा सेमीज फाइनल का डे 1 था वो थोड़ा डिसेंट गया। बाकी जो डे 2 था वो तो बहुत अभी तक का, मतलब BMPS का जो भी मैचेस हुए उसमें सबसे खराब दिन वही था, डे 2। बाकी अच्छा ही हुआ है, मेरे एक तरह से अच्छा ही हुआ क्योंकि लास्ट डे पे गलतियां करने से अच्छा सेकंड डे पे कर रहे हो तो एक तरह से अच्छा ही हुआ। अभी हम उस चीज पे बात कर सकते हैं और सीरियसली अभी एक्शन लेके हम उसे कवर करके बाकी मैचेस में अच्छा खेलेंगे और फिर मिलेंगे लैन पे।
बट आपको ये नहीं लग रहा है कि टॉप 8 आना, जहाँ पे सारे मैचेस बहुत ज्यादा बैलेंस करके आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो वो एक डर तो होगा ना मन में कि यार ये जो मैचेस खराब हो रहे, हो सकता है कि उस टॉप 8 के लिए चीजें लेफ्ट राइट हो जाए?
क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए पहले सोचते थे, अब क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं सोच रहे, जीतने का सोच रहे, तो इस चीज का लोड है ही नहीं।
ओके, मतलब आरू भाई अपना काम बहुत बेहतर कर रहे हैं और बाकी उनके अराउंड जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं सब बहुत ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट है आरू के आने के बाद से।
आरू के आने के बाद से तो कॉन्फिडेंस एक तरह से बढ़ ही गया है क्योंकि उसका भी पास्ट ऑफिशियल का जो हिस्ट्री है वो अच्छा ही रहा है। एंड उसने जब मतलब टीम में आता तो एक चीज क्लियर की थी कि क्वालिफिकेशन बहुत इजी है। जो मेन गेम होता है वो लैन पे खेलना होता है, तो क्वालिफिकेशन में तुम कुछ भी करो, क्वालिफाई तो हम होने ही वाले हैं, बाकी तुम तैयारी करो ट्रॉफी जीतने की।
मतलब एक चीज तो मैं बोलूंगा कि ओजी के राउंड इस सीजन में खास करके वो जो राउंड 1 में आपने परफॉर्मेंस करके दिखाया था, एक्सपेक्टेशन ट्रॉफी को लेके ओजी के लिए कुछ ज्यादा ही बढ़ चुका है, तो उसके लिए वो प्रेशर की तरह आप देख रहे हो या अपॉर्चुनिटी की तरह देख रहे हो आप?
मैं तो दोनों ही नहीं देखता हूँ टू बी ऑनेस्ट। मेरा काम सिर्फ इतना है कि मेरे पूरी टीम का काम इतना है कि बस जब तुम गेम के अंदर एंटर करते हो तुम्हें बस अपना बेस्ट देना है, ट्राई करना है कि अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाल लो ताकि लीडर बोर्ड अपने आप बढ़ते रहे। बाकी प्रेशर और ये सब मैटर नहीं करता यार।
बिल्कुल मैटर करना भी नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि आई थिंक लास्ट का जो डेज मुझे याद है जिस तरीके से सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 की आपकी स्टार्ट हुई थी, आखिर के स्टेजेस में ऐसा क्यों हो रहा था कि वो सिर्फ एक प्लेयर सरवाइव कर रहा है, जहाँ पे 4 खिलाड़ी हर बार आसानी से पहुंच जाते थे, वो एक खिलाड़ी ही सिर्फ बच रहा है? ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि आतंकी मैं देख रहा हूँ वो सर्वाइवल गेम काफी अच्छे से दिखा रहे, लेकिन वो एक ही खिलाड़ी क्यों आखिर के स्टेज में पहुंच रहा है?
कुछ चीजों के लेके अनफॉर्चुनेट हो जा रहे थे कि जो मतलब प्लान हम जो बना रहे थे, एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे थे, उस चीज में अदर टीम का भी एक रोल प्ले होता है कि वो टीम ऐसा करेगी ऐसा करेगी, बट उसमें क्या हो रहा था, कुछ भी हो रहा था, समझ नहीं आ रहा था। तो फिर टीम एक दो मैन लूज कर रही थी और फिर एक दो प्लेयर ही बच रहे थे जो कि सर्वाइव करके पॉइंट्स निकाल रहे थे, जो कि एक तरह से कवर अप वाली अच्छी बात है।
मतलब ओवरऑल तो एग्जैक्टली उसके अराउंड ही चीजें चल रही। बट ना मुझे आरू की एक बात याद आ गई, उनसे हमने जब लास्ट इंटरव्यू में बात की थी कि सेमीफाइनल वीक में आना डायरेक्टली वो अपॉर्चुनिटी है या डिसएडवांटेज है, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि अपॉर्चुनिटी, क्योंकि बाकी टीम्स के मैचेस हम देख रहे थे, बाकी में टीम्स के उन ड्रॉप्स रोटेशन को हम देख रहे थे। आपके अनुसार वो अपॉर्चुनिटी आपके लिए अभी तक साबित हुए या फिर एक डिसएडवांटेज आप देख पा रहे हो उन ब्रेक्स के बाद?
नहीं, अपॉर्चुनिटीज है वो एक तरह की, बट वो जो बीच में हमारे टीम को गैप मिला है कि जो प्लेइंग फॉर एक्चुअल में खेलता है वो उस चीज में मैं खेल ही नहीं पाया और फिर एकदम से मैं डायरेक्ट सेमीफाइनल में खेल रहा हूँ तो थोड़ा सा चीजें डिसबैलेंस हुई और फिर मतलब मेजरली जो हुई है वो चीज पूरी टीम को बैकफुट पे ला रही है, जो कि टीम की मेजर मिस्टेक्स है जिसपे हम ऑब्वियसली वर्क करेंगे आज और आगे ऐसे गलतियां नहीं होगी मोस्टली।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि जैसा मैं बता रहा हूँ ओजी से एक्सपेक्टेशन इस बार काफी ज्यादा हाई रहने वाली। बट थोड़ा पर्सनल सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा, आपको ऐसा क्या हो गया है कि ब्रेक इतना लंबा हुआ और जो आप ईयर इन्फेक्शन की बात करें, आई थिंक वो अब तो ठीक है ना पूरे तरीके से?
थोड़ी स्वेलिंग है बट पहले से काफी बेटर है। तो एक्चुअल में मुझे यार इन्फेक्शन जब हुआ था तो एकदम से पेनिंग होने लगा जिसकी वजह से मेरा ये वाला साइड और आईज के पीछे बैक ऑफ द आईज और मेरा लेफ्ट साइड का हेड थोड़ा बहुत पेन कर रहा था। लाइक मैं पेन किलर पे सर्च कर रहा था और गैप इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि मैं मैकेनिकली भी वो नहीं था गेम में। लाइक मेरे को वो भी चांस नहीं मिल रहा था कि मैं एटलीस्ट ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड कर लूं विदाउट ईयरफोन। इतना पेन था कि मैं बेड रेस्ट था एटलीस्ट 10 दिन तक के, तो मैं बेड रेस्ट पे था। फिर उसके बाद एक दो जो दिन मिला है उस दिन में मैंने ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड वगैरह स्प्रे वगैरह वापस से सेट किया ताकि मेरी टीम को ऐसा ना लगे कि मैं खेल नहीं पाऊंगा।
होपफुली एक अब ऐसा आगे चल के ना हो, आपको लैन में देखना है, इस बार ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए देखना है। बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर अपकमिंग मैचेस। होपफुली आपसे लैंड में अगली बार मुलाकात हो। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
अगली बार नहीं, अभी BMPS में मिलेगी।
एग्जैक्टली इसी इवेंट के लैंड इवेंट में। थैंक यू सो मच एके।
यस, थैंक यू, बाय बाय।
Alright team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है?
क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now।
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome to another exciting day of the realme BMPS 2025, ladies and gentlemen. It's semi-finals week 1, day number 3, and as we begin the day of chaos in this first week of the semi-finals, luckily for the big names struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard, the spots in the top 8 are still open. That is Icy Baby, this is Super Johnny, and Icy. I mean, it is day number 3. We all know this is where things get intense.
Well, things definitely are going to be very, very intense today itself, because each and every single team playing today is pretty much their last chance of finding enough points to maybe, just maybe, have a little bit of a comeback here to try and get into the top 8 here. Because if today, most of the teams, especially some of the teams, actually, you know what, on second thought, most of the teams, if they don't start getting up points by the end of the day, tomorrow they don't have enough matches to actually technically make a comeback.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, tomorrow it's going to be the last day of semifinals week 1, and at that point, it's just the top 16 that are fighting for qualification directly to the Grand Finals. But then again, I mean, the storyboard right now looks something that is going to make everyone question as to what happened in this realme BMPS 2025. But before we move on with our discussion, a huge shout out to our lovely sponsors. That is the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing device that is out and available on Amazon.in right now. So you can go onto Amazon, search for the Realme GT7 and grab one for yourself. And we're going to give you reasons why. 120 FPS of smooth, stable BGMI for 6 hours. And it has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And along with that, 7,000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger. It's going to make sure that your device is always juiced up and ready for the grind and ready for your BGMI action.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
You know, for a second, I thought you were going to give 120 reasons why you're going to purchase the phone. But speaking of reasons here, there are going to be a lot of reasons for each and every single team that is going to be competing today itself. And I'm genuinely curious, for these guys watching at home, what do you think and why is the reasons for specific teams that are doing well and the specific teams that are not doing well? Because a lot of this has been an absolute chaos, especially for us as the cast as well. Some of us predicted Seoul to be doing well. Not exactly sure what happened to them as well. I was expecting OG to do well. Well, ear infection from AKOP, that's a little bit unfortunate.
That's still a valid reason, right? At least there was a medical issue that the player had to deal with, and everyone needs rest, especially when you're not doing well. But OG kind of kept up with the play and the pace of the play throughout the changes that they went through, even doing well in round 1 and doing well over here as well. So I don't think OG has any complaint about anything that has happened this time around. I mean, of course, we hope for AKOP to be in perfect health. But Necro sort of brought this up a while back as well when we saw Veyron in a few matches, and he's like, yeah, they have a lot of talent on their bench, and because of that, they have been able to survive the competition so far. But overall leaderboard, this is where we can exactly break down how things have gone so far and what we can expect today.
Now, today is going to be a little bit interesting as well. By the end of today, a majority of teams would have played at least 8 matches after today itself. So here actually we got like currently in the second position, which has already played 5 matches. But Eggy is currently at the top of the leaderboard with 81 points. Now, the cutoff is currently being set by OG on the 8th position, but they have already played 7 matches, and that is only 46 points. And if you pay attention, it was 9 to all the way to 16. The difference between 46 and 34 all the way to the bottom is only about 12 points. So one good game from any of these teams will completely shift and take OG down the leaderboard as well. And even here on 17 to 24 position, any one of these teams, if they have one massive game and they start making a comeback, they should be able to sneak into the top 8. So the cutoff is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, 2 matches, you still have 2 days left. You need to perform well in 2 matches, and that kind of gets you into a fighting position, specifically for the last page I'm talking about right now. But again, we've got to talk about the surprising names. What has gone wrong for God's Reign? What has gone wrong for Wyld Fangs? Seoul, as you mentioned, sitting on that 27th position, and they are not alone over there. There's a team like 4 Miracles that's there in the bottom 8 as well. And all of these big names, the struggles are surprising, especially for a team like Wyld Fangs that did so well for themselves in the opening round. All of that aggression, I see, it seems like has completely faded away as soon as this team dropped in the semifinals.
Well, it is going to be very, very close. But as of yet, Wyld Fangs is so close towards a LAN appearance, which we have been hyping up for almost every single season now. But fortunately for them, even if they don't qualify in the top 8 right now, they are still not eliminated yet. So that's going to be a little bit of a good sign. But let's take a look towards the realme MVP rankings as of yet. All the rankings are based on round 1's performance and also the semifinals performance to be taken into consideration. So Fierce is currently at the top of the leaderboard, alongside with WizGod coming from OG, Levi from NoNx, we've got Seth from Wyld Fangs, and we have Gods coming in from Insane.
And again, I mean, this is surprising because we were just talking about the rankings, the leaderboard, Wyld Fangs we were talking about, and even though the players individually are doing quite well in terms of this Realme MVP ranking leaderboard, the team right now isn't. And I think this is going to be a question to our lovely viewers as well. What are your thoughts on how things have taken a turn for Wyld Fangs, how things have taken a turn for teams like God's Reign, and what could possibly be the reason for this underwhelming performance in week 1? Normally, in a situation like this, my logic instantly just goes, yeah, maybe there is just the fact that there is week 2 available. So right now, it's just better to get the reads on the other teams.
Well, it might be the case as well, because there is going to be a long preparation for some of these teams, especially when it comes to the journey. Because as of yet, if they do not qualify directly in the Grand Finals, they have 4 more days of games to actually play. And when I mean days, that means a completely reset of a score points for every single team. But on screen right now, we will give you guys some stats in between Orangutan and also Hyderabad Hydras, 2 of the teams, or in this case, the top 8 from round 1 that directly qualify into the semi-finals as of yet. These are your current points, and both teams has pretty much played, what, 7 matches in total?
Yep.
Orangutan is currently on the 8th position, while Hyderabad Hydras is somewhere within the top 16. So it's not exactly the best performances that is coming from these 2 teams.
Exactly. Not exactly the best performance, but OG at least are in that bracket of that top 8. I think that's the one sigh of relief that they can let go of. On the other side of things, Hyderabad Hydras, again, this team is kind of consistent in their run so far, so there's still hope from Hyderabad Hydras. Yesterday was a slow day, but I mean, they did quite decent for themselves, keeping themselves in a position from where they can actually fight today and tomorrow and break inside of the top 8. And because of that, I think there are no complaints from Hyderabad Hydras. There are no complaints from OG as well. These teams have always maintained top form during officials, and I think this time as well in the realme BMPS, it's no different.
Agreed. But now this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because OG is currently on the 80th position with 46 points, right? So 46 points to actually topple them for Hyderabad Hydras. They need just one massive game, which is about like 15, 16 points, and they should be able to take down 46 points. But the problem here lies within the matches played coming from both these teams. Orangutan and also Hyderabad Hydras has played 7 matches.
Exactly.
Whereas for teams coming from Group D, or arguably, I would say, the Group of Destruction, are teams that has only played 5 matches. So in 2 games, some of these teams is going to pull the cutoff even higher here. And a few days ago, my expected cutoff was somewhere around 75 to 78 points. You know, unofficially, I pronounce Eggy as the team that's going to be qualifying to the Grand Finals. But based on how things are going here and the amount of matches go, the cutoff might actually be somewhere on the 90 point.
It can go high up as well, but then you look at Godlike sitting on the 2nd position with 5 matches played. And again, I think with how Eggy is playing, how Godlike is playing, there is a possibility that there might be a decently sized vacuum at the top of the leaderboard as well, and that might shift it between the mid-80s.
Yeah.
It can happen. But let's see how things are going to turn out. But as you mentioned, 2 matches in hand, and I want to bring Godlike to this conversation as well, because they are doing very well for themselves, looking like heavy favorites to lift it all, and sitting on the 2nd with 2 matches. Can they topple over Eggy and qualify for the finals as the best team?
Well, it might happen as well, because today is the day where Hiroshima Godlike may look to try and just directly qualify based on today's matches. And interesting enough, I believe they have 4 matches today.
Yes, they are in Group D.
Wow, Group D is going to be having a very, very long ordeal itself today. They are going to be playing 4 matches minimum to try and complete their runs for this entire semifinals itself. So Group D, especially for Team Seoul, especially for Hiroshima Godlike, it is going to be a battle for it.
It will be, and it will be an intense one for sure, because again, let's not forget Group D also houses Seoul in the mix. And Seoul right now on that last page, I think fans are praying, they are asking questions, they want to see their team make it to the finals. And of course, with the history and the legacy that this team has, fans want it to happen within the first week itself.
Well, speaking of which here, let us give you guys a little bit more information on the rest of the teams that are competing as well here. This is not going to be from Group D, but this is going to be from Brothers of Seven Sisters. This is their first 2 days performance during round 3 and their last 2 days coming in here for the semifinals itself. It seems like based on the round 3 stats, they make one of the biggest comebacks during their final 2 days in round 3, which snuck in their performance and then qualifying into the semifinals. And they had 2 massive chicken dinners in the last 2 days itself, which gave them enough points, which is 52 points. So technically, even for a team like BO7S, who's arguably in the lower brackets right now, in today's games, if they do well, they should be able to get more than 50 points.
I like how the aggregates kind of remained the same in terms of damage dealt and damage received. And that means that they were being consistent. They were sticking to their playstyle. They did not make a lot of changes. They knew they were doing the right thing because the aggregate was fine. And because of that, as you mentioned, it was that back-to-back chicken dinner that actually just completely broke their averages and propelled them in a position from where BO7 could safely qualify. That back-to-back chicken dinner was needed, but I think right now, still in a much more stable position, BO7S, they need one big game, 125-pointer that should get the job done, or at least put them in a decent position. But let's see. I mean, this is a team that is going to be that wild card that you can't really predict what's going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, what we can predict, or we do not need to actually, is the schedule. We start off on Erangel Group C versus Group B versus Group C, then Miramar Group A versus Group B, Sanhok Group A versus D, Erangel match number 4 Group A versus D, then we have Group C versus D on Sanhok, and last match of the day, Erangel Group B versus Group D. So yeah, Group D. I think we are looking forward to those 4 matches.
To be honest, yes, I'm looking forward in Group D as well. But based on this schedule, the biggest, most toughest team that is going to be playing inside today itself here is going to be the teams coming from Group D, because they are going to be in a marathon in 4 back-to-back games non-stop. So adaptations need to be made on the fly for them. There's not really a lot of time to work with. But we have to save the best for the later stages here. Let's give you guys the opening for now. Starting things off, it is going to be Group B versus Group C. Orangutan trying to solidify their spots here to try and retain the top 8 position. Same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras as well. Eggy also looking to retain the #1 spot coming in from Group C. While for Group B, we have BO7S, we have K9, we have Genesis. Guess what? Group B and C, a majority of the top 8s are actually in this bracket itself.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the top 8 are in this bracket, but we can give them the leeway that they have played more matches as well, I think. But Caster's prediction on our screens. Anki Bot going for BO7. Maisie expects a lot from God's Reign today, just like Fixes. We have Rawan going for Wyld Fangs, Sparrow picking Soul. You have a lot of expectations from TWB, and I've picked Reckoning.
You know what? You know what's really surprising out of all the predictions today? Nobody actually predicted Hero Extreme Godlike, just because of the fact that all of the casters know that they kind of would qualify. It's just that why we are predicting all these teams is because these are the potential teams that may also try and sneak in the top 8 here. Because right now, especially this upcoming match, Group B and C, the teams that are in the lead in the top 8 right now have to pull the lead. Or not. Group D is coming later on by the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out once Group D steps into the action. But for now, Group B versus Group C, this is going to be a fun match for sure, because it sets the momentum for the rest of the day and kind of gives the team of Group D a target to hit for that top 8 bracket. The clock runs to 0, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it is time to take off over the map of Erangel, and here we go.
Well, we are going to be jumping in towards the map of Erangel as of yet, and this is where things get a little bit spicy here for Day 3 of the semifinals, Week 1 itself here for the realme BMPS 2025. And a reminder to you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and we are going to be taking off from the planes right now as the plane is going to be jumping off, well, starting things off from the southwest corner and then ending towards the north side. And obviously, we're not going to be jumping from planes. Only the players themselves are going to be jumping here. We are going to be your pilots for now. And it seems like based on the map, it is a western shift of a flight path. And we do see a lot of early drops down southwest as well. But I don't think we are going to see any kind of drop clashes yet.
I mean, yeah, the probability is going to be a little low. But I want to make one joke before we start talking about the game again, right? You got to have a show getting spicy with Icy.
Well, there is a potential video reel is coming out with me.
Oh, wow.
With
Nice.
Anki very, very soon.
Nice.
It is going to be kind of spicy. I'm just going to be there. Yeah.
I think I saw a preview of that. But anyways, we're going to have a little
If it happens, it happens.
If it happens, it happens. For now, what we are hoping happens is a drop clash, an early fight. We want to see one. Might get to see one as well. Look at BO7S dropping quite close to the players of Rising Inferno.
Well, speaking of Rising Inferno, seems like this is going to be a little bit of a question mark for them. Considering the fact that Inferno Rising does not really go towards military base that too often as well. BO7S has always had a little bit of conflict. But before I talk about BO7S, Circle seems to be shifting on northwest corner, so teams from military base is going to struggle a little bit more here. Shockwave is going to be very happy about it. K9 Esports is going to be A-okay as well. But considering the fact that, let's talk about the journeys of how BO7S did.
Yeah.
Because when we had the head-to-head early on in round 3, their first 2 days, they were very, very shaky. Because every single time, their first 2 days, they are always getting run in by drop collisions, etc. And even here in the semifinals for BO7S, their first 2 days, they were crashed in by God's rain, which forced them to actually make a lot of adaptations. So now, this is day 3, this is day 4. I feel like BO7S has a very, very good chance to make a bounce back. And now I understood why Enki actually made the prediction on BO7S.
Well, let's see. I just have to say, I mean, it's going to be quite unlucky that even in the first game, where everyone expecting you to do well, you feel that pressure of someone dropping close by. On the other side of things, OG AKOP, the moment he's back, takes a few shots on the players of Eggy, forcing them away from this Rozhok City. OG never wants to share their drop. On the other side of things, we saw K9 Esports a few moments ago, and I have to say they were quite lucky finding that vehicle super early, because there was a soft drop clash against the players of 4 Miracle, but it has been almost 3 minutes since the game began, and in ideal situations, we would see that conflict arise. But apart from those shots being taken, no contact being made between the sides, I think we have gone past that drop clash opportunity for this match at least.
Definitely adaptations has already been made so far here. But Team Eggy is definitely going to be the surprise entry coming into semifinals as well, because Eggy did not do well during round 1 stages, but they crawled their way into the semifinals, and now they're just completely dominating the lobby. They show no signs of slowing down at all, and this is going to be a little bit of a plot twist as well, because Team Eggy, they had one of the most interesting runs coming here in semifinals, considering that they had a little bit of a nade kamikaze, which resulted in them not taking chicken dinner. If not, they might have gotten even more points as well. But despite all the adversities that was thrown onto them, they were still able to pick themselves up and then still fight on for points. So 81 points, very impressive run coming from Eggy. And they need about 10 to 15 points left, and this should be one of the first official teams to qualify directly in the Grand Finals.
I mean, it seems like it.
No, we gave you guys an unofficial score, but
yeah, we asked them for 80 points yesterday. They did 81, and now we are asking for like 6-7 more. I think they are.
We're always asking for more. Yeah,
always.
Better safe than sorry.
That is true. Better safe than sorry. And Eggy, I think again, for them, if Eggy somehow ends up failing to qualify for the finals from here, oh, that is going to be historic.
Yeah, again, anything is possible.
I will make a song about it if they fail to qualify now. I mean, that is how sure we are that they're going to push through.
It's going to be a tragic song, huh?
It is going to be a tragic song, yeah, for
Fair
sure.
enough.
I mean, because first 2 days you get 81 points, and then last 2 days you fail to qualify. That has to be a tragedy worse than Romeo and Juliet.
Well, definitely indeed, because morale is going to be an all-time low by then, because they have to regrind it from the second week itself. They're not going to be eliminated here, but we do catch a little bit of a glimpse of the Roki as well, the star player coming from round stages. He was able to get a very, very insane 1 versus 3 clip against Bot Army Esports and live to tell the tale. And ever since then, BO7S has had a lot of expectations from the fans and the teams here. And whether or not can they make a bounce back is going to be all up to this as well, because like we said early on, we saw some stats as well. Day 3, day 4, during round 3, they were able to get 50 over points. And right now, in this game onwards, if they start to rack up 50 points today and tomorrow, they should be somewhere in the 60 plus ballpark.
Yeah, but let's see, I mean, even for this particular game, it doesn't really look like the best of positions they have to play from. But Grand LAN Esports on the other side of things, early control of Everest all to themselves, and there's a massive cluster forming towards Georgia Pool City, containers. There's just one team towards northern Georgia, but that won't even be an issue for Grand LAN. That's too much distance, but Insane closing in their distance against the players of Genesis. And there's the first knock of the game, and the finish conversion comes through. Insane king things off in a brilliant manner.
Wow. Very, very unfortunate start here coming from Genesis here, who is currently in the top 4 position with 52 points. They need to try to survive their way through, and it took them a while, especially coming from Zap and Hunters, to adapt to the playstyle of the team from Genesis. But here in semifinals, they have been doing pretty okay. But day 3, things are getting a little bit spicy now. Every single team is desperate for some points, and every single team has definitely stepped up the game. But it seems like Genesis might have gotten a little bit complacent in this scenario, losing out Shadow for a little bit. And right now, Zap is thinking to try and get some sort of revenge points against Insane here, as the circle is heading towards Georgia Pool vicinity. Zap looking to try to get some sort of pick off, but Insane, they're just happy with just one finish. they're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, they are satisfied, at least in the early stages, especially if you look at the position of the zone. There is no incentive for them to give away the information, get compromised, basically get pushed upon. So with that one finish, as long as you can manage to hide in the containers and the circle moves on top of you, you should be good to go for the late game as well. Although we still see those stragglers outside of the play zone.
That's a lot of teams outside the zone. That's wow.
And big names as well.
GIF?
Big names as well. True Rippers, K9, Eggy, Hyderabad Hydras.
I think adaptations has been made, right?
Yeah.
Like, usually a lot of people just prioritize the center circle, especially for first 2 days. Now, as in day 3 itself, a lot of people are starting to try and take a page off OG and also Hero Machine Godline, which they tend to actually rotate from third circle onwards. So I'm curious to see how this is going to fare well, because since that there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 team going to play a little bit late rotation, I'm not exactly sure if they have enough grenades to spare and open up the map, but considering that this circle may shift onto Georgia Pool, which is an urban warfare, it is going to be very, very tricky, just because there is a lot more ways to kind of navigate through or maybe around those compounds if you don't want to crash directly into it. But on the north side as well, Georgia Pool, Shockwave pretty much already in position to try and replicate their success in day 1 itself from round 3. But on screen now, I think we do see a little bit of remnants here coming from Aryan x TMG Gaming, a team that kind of surprised us in day 1, day 2, but after that, kind of fall off a little bit here yesterday.
Yeah, not just day 1. I mean, the previous rounds were also very intense from this particular team. Team Aryan doing quite well for themselves, just like Eggy. But semifinals, yeah, a whole different story. Although, quite lucky, I mean, they find themselves towards the northwestern edge of stage 2. There's no one in the backlines to bother them. All of that pressure is going to be felt from the teams up front. And even the terrain, I think, should allow Team Aryan an opportunity to take those fights, to go for those finishes a little bit more aggressively. But let's see how things turn out. The circle's still split between Georgia Pool containers and the northern city. And that leaves a big question mark for all of these IGLs. Where do they want to take their squads?
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky circle to play, because Everest is also in play, and aside from Everest, everything on the south side of Everest is pretty much no man's land, so that means those compounds, the Harry Potters, are going to be very, very important along the river as well, because this circle still hasn't exactly shifted in a way where it's going to be south side or north side, so there is a lot of question marks. As Team Insane, they have no incentive to push up. Containers does give them a decent amount of cover, but the problem is, once you go in, it's hard to get out.
That is true, but ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to get out and move around in the real world, check out the Kia Ceros. Comes with a 5-star BNCAP safety rating, and along with that, a lot of exciting features, cutting-edge technology, and seamless connectivity. Has Kia Connect 2.0 with 80+ Kia Connect features, over-the-air software updates, dual-pane panoramic sunroof, and also the Trinity panoramic display. But I think we want to see Team Insane display some skills in front of us. I mean, I want to see a spray on top of Everest. We have quite a million for Miracle, maybe an opportunity to secure a knock.
Yep, but at the same time, on screen now, BO7S hasn't exactly made their way into the stage, into the zone yet. They are about to run into his K9 because they are a little bit late towards each other. Seems like BO7S and K9 might have a little bit of a scuffle very, very soon here. B's actually having the hovercraft to try and bring into the play. But he's so slow, and BO7S, they might stop to try and stop him in his track. And this is going to be a big, big problem for both these teams, as they have to die fighting into the zone itself. And Beast, oh no, he actually fell off the hovercraft. This is not looking good, because this is taking too long, and BO7S, they are going to capitalize on this, and Ghostface finds the opening, and Beast, he is going to get shot here. Points out in the open, mistakes were made, and BO7S, they capitalize. But at the same time, Zone is about to bleed out, as well as Ghostface actually bleeds out to the zone as he was tagged down towards 1 HP. And they are forced to take this fight.
Look at the greed from K9 Esports, though. Ninja Boy is moving to an angle from where I think he thinks that he might have a line of fire to catch BO7 off guard. But that had to be a misclick from Beast. That move, it wasn't intentional for sure. If it was, then I think K9 Esports, they gotta get some clear comms going, man, because exiting like that when the entire firing squad of BO7S is just like, they are ADS towards you. That was a big blunder.
Yeah, agreed. But it seems like BO7S, they were expecting some sort of fight happening as well. But the stage 3 zone has officially shifted, and it's not going to be the north side. We are going to play around Everest and the south side as well. So those Harry Potters and those 6 houses is going to be very, very important as well. We've seen Team Forever controlling of those 6 houses. We have OG onto his Harry Potter. We have 4 Miracle on the west side of those compounds trying to isolate teams coming from north. And we have a few teams coming from Everest as well. So every single team is going to be scrambling to try and push into the zone. And BO7S, they are the latest to the party. And right now, just as they are about to arrive, I don't think they have enough Mets to live by.
Yeah, but Rohit and Milan Esports are just about to find out why early Everest control always becomes a problem during the late game stages. You have Insane climbing in from that western front, and they've gained a decent amount of high ground as well. And then True Rippers as well, by the way, have shown up at the eastern foothills of Everest. Rohit and Milan Esports, 2 vehicles spotted out by Ranveer, but it's still not going to be easy to take on Insane. And by the way, Insane, now this is a very interesting move because it felt like they wanted to make a climb, but other 3 players going for the lower compounds, directly looking to pick a fight against the side of True Rippers.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one as well, just because of the fact that after Stage 4 actually happens as well, Troy Teminen will still have some sort of control on the mountains, Everest itself. So they will be a big problem for every single team who's going to be stranded out in the open. So they are going to be trying to dodge their fights until at least Stage 4, Stage 5 actually happen as well. Even Mysterious 4, they're actually re-rotating outside the zone to find a different entry point, considering how congested it is from the east side. There's just so many teams taking the same rotation just because the north side, they had to run through OG. So OG pretty much set their sights and forced everybody out in the open as well. But on screen, Mysterious 4, they actually run into K9. They didn't even know what's happening. They were just about to arrive to the zone.
Man, he parked his car on his face, and then he shot him. That has to be a flex coming in from Snowjot over there. But K9 Esports, 2 players down, 1 on the run. And somehow barely managing to stay alive, but all of this commotion, it's attracted and drawn the attention from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Mysterious 4, they need to go for a reset. 1 player lost a big chunk of his HP and he needs to back off. And Moksh, the Ridge, it works out in his favor. Does he have any utility to lob on the other side though?
Look at this congestion of teams. Everybody just stuck on the east side because of the northern section here. And they are forced to fight. But on screen now, True Rippers, they are not too happy. They have given up control. Insane gives up chase. They want to secure all these houses to themselves. As True Rippers, seems like Sam is going to continue bombarding on those houses. But I don't think we are going to see a major fight considering that they are out in the open. But the zone actually shifts up to Everest. Oh no, this is not looking good. Everybody needs to climb onto its Everest, and Troy Temlin Esports has one of the best possible spots to be with.
Yeah, Troy Temlin Esports, but getting pushed by Genesis, so they gotta be careful. On the other side though, Sarwit from Hyderabad Hydras, nasty nade coming in, gets knocked out. Moke spotted out as well. This should be an easy knock for Fragger to secure. Lobs it out, throws it big, and makes a little bit of contact as well, but not enough damage to secure the knock. Fight a 4v4 right now. Numbers kind of equalized because Sarwit can be brought back by the time the push comes through, but Ninja kicks things off in a brilliant manner. And Mysterious 4, 1 lost, 1 traded out. Still hold the upper hand in this fight, but the revive comes through and Moke just runs forward with a shotgun. Gets taken down instead, but Mysterious 4, a brilliant surround and choke them strategy coming in play as Hyderabad Hydras just get completely wiped out. No retaliation, no pickoffs made.
I know, right? And Insane also having to take a fight, but while they're fighting each other, they got picked apart by Rising Inferno Esports. No one won. It was a draw, and both Insane and True Rippers are out right from the get-go. As you can see, desperation kicking in. Every single team is forced to try and fight as quickly as they can, as they need to make their way up into its Everest. As the OP official now forced to take a stalemate with OG. OG has done their job. They've pushed everyone from the east side, but they themselves are not in a good position. As now, the OP official has got trapped inside the house. They're looking for some sort of opening. OG on top of the roof, trying to get a little bit sneaky. As Botfire looking for a perfect nade, aka OP. Whoa! Doesn't connect. He somehow was able to juke it out. but he is going to get tipped away. Bonfire gets a couple of tips, but guess what? From afar, Eggy third parties, both OG and 2OP official. It's now AKOP under the roof. He's so afraid to pick up because of all these third parties.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy fight for these two sides now that there's another one involved. AKOP, the nade misses at marks, but finally has spotted out. Aim hacks now tracking him through the smoke and sees a pixel of the helmet, but the nade again is going to be a bit off. AKOP knocked out, and this is the opportunity 2OP needed to strike and wipe out OG. Auru, last man surviving. Goes for the opportunity, goes for the shots, fails to connect. And now they come through, the players from the side of Eggy, but they aren't alone. Shockwave as well, moving in at the same time. Quite unfortunate for Eggy, but 2OP official, they're going to be grateful for Shockwave being there because that has given them enough time to go for a soft reset.
Exactly, Eggy. They were trying to third party as much as they can, but Shockwave is the reason why Eggy stopped their push against 2OP official. But seems like Eggy now with Pro OP and Murnox knocked. Eggy, the captain, in this case, are having a little bit of run in here. Shockwave continues to pummel them from the north side as they look for those confirmations. Murnox pretty much stranded, no way to pick him up. And it looks like they are going to try and double down on this push. JD Gaming Pro OP wants to try and save him, but Murnox is just so low. Shockwave looking for those angles, trying to punish him as well. JD Gaming, he actually makes the attempt. He's getting tagged up low, and he survives, and I think they're able to save him.
Yeah, they might be able to get that revive going, but Eggy, this is still not looking good for them. Right now, we're just seeing the POV of Shockwave. Let's not forget 2OP official that are right there next to Eggy. And look at the zone itself, completely exposed. TMG Esports, they have to be grateful. This is the opportunity. This is the game that they needed for themselves. And now they need to make sure that it is going to be a big one. But BO7S caught off guard by Inferno rising. One player knocked out, no finish conversions though, as we see that cluster towards the southeastern edge of the circle. There's Inferno Rising, Team Forever, and BO7S all fighting to move inside the play zone.
Exactly, but for some reason, K9 Esports with 2 men alive, they were one of the latest to join the zone, somehow sneaks inside the zone on top of the mountain, actually overtaking TMG Esports despite having control. So that's a little bit of a big win, but on screen now we do see a lot of smoke walls being set up on 2OP official. They are going to try to make a mad dash and try and dodge this fight. Eggy continues to pummel them, and 2OP official, they dodge them, but guess what? They run into Shockwave, and Shockwave will receive and take the rebar, and they will take the points away as they take 2 away from them. And now 2OP official, they're slowly crumbling, and only Shady remains, and he is going to be stuck potentially out in the zone as Eggy is looking to try and claim some points. Oh my goodness, what a disaster for 2OP official.
Yeah, that was disastrous indeed. It was a nightmare. 2 players against 1, and Extrovert just shutting both of them down. But Shady, I mean, luckily for him, well, it's quite unfortunate actually. The entirety of Eggy was right in front. They just toss an artillery strike, a nade barrage on his head. That's the end of 2OP official in this game. Down to top 10 teams, 29 players still alive. And Eggy somehow still do manage to hold on to their numbers. 4-man strong on that eastern front, taking on the side of Shockwave now.
Yep, at the same time, Eggy, they need to reposition. Shockwave as well has got a very, very decent spread from the northeast corner. Not a lot of teams left, but this Everest fight has forced every single team to kind of scratch their heads. We are down towards 10 teams left, and guess what? 10 teams, but 29 people are alive. So a majority of the teams has taken some serious damage while rotating in, except for a few. In this case, those many few here is going to be in front of us, and that is going to be Team Forever and also Inferno Rising Esports. They've got 4 men alive from Rising Inferno Esports, and they are trying to clean out Cheyenne. Cheyenne tries to make an exit. He gets shot up pretty low, dinged up pretty bad, and he needs to run away. But can he survive? No, he cannot, as OMEN finds him.
Man, almost made it. It would have been a heroic escape if he actually pulled it off, but unfortunately too many eyes logged in. On the other side of things, BO7S somehow do manage to make it to the foothills of Everest, but no, Inferno, he has a clear line of fire, sees exactly where those 2 men are, those 2 vehicles parked up front. And as they start to move, the spray comes through. Deroki, the first man knocked out by Hydro, and the next man, he's just going to make sure that he keeps his presence hidden. The moment Dusty moves, he is done for.
Yep, Dusty is pretty much stuck as well, and the circle is going to shift away from the zone. BO7S, do they have an out? No, they do not, because Troy Diamond Esports, they are going to completely go on the hunt. He's stuck as Hydro is smoking himself up. He does have a little bit of cover. Now the nades comes through. Dusty will be finished off, and that is going to be Troy Diamond Esports that cleans out BO7S, and we're down towards the final 7 teams.
Top 7, 20 players still alive. And Troy Diamond Esports by now have racked up 6 eliminations inside of this game. And as we see them, 32 points on the board right now, but they are going to need this chicken dinner to make that leap. 4 miracles on our screens. Finally decide to take on the players of Shockwave, and these trades, they are all in the favor of 4 miracles as of now. Shockwave down a man, and Dragon OP is quite close to lob that nade and actually just clean house on the other side. And I think Shockwave himself is kind of confused what to do, but as the players of 4 miracles move through, Shockwave finds those knocks, and all of a sudden the advantage swings in the favor of Team Shockwave. They have the upper hand. It's a 2 versus 2 situation as the equalizer comes through from the side of 4 Miracle. But who will win this fight? Madman is in a position to take down the entirety of 4 Miracle, and he moves in as well for those finishes. Finds 1 knock.
What?
Last man left alive. Reaper in the back line.
What?
Tries to survive, but no! Says Madman. And the Mad Lad with those plays gets his team away from elimination. 10 finishes for Shockwave as they break into the top 6.
What a defense from Madman. What a defense from Shockwave, the IGL. They just completely shut down 4 miracles as they live to tell the tale. But guess what? Absolute chaos is happening on top of Everest, and Troy Diamond Esports, they're getting completely shut down. And in one swell push, Rising Inferno Esports also wipes Troy Diamond Esports. The king of the hill has been shut down, and we're down towards the final 4 teams. Inferno, Rising Esports in prime position to take the chicken dinner as they are 4-man strong, while the rest of the world are stragglers trying to get some position points. Shockwave with 2, Aryan TMG with 1, Genesis with 1, and look at this, Devotee, what are you? Oh, I'm just a very, very, very quiet bush. He's just stuck right there. Goten did not see him at all.
Yeah, that could be an unpleasant surprise for the side of Inferno Rising. And of course, I mean, surprise, surprise, Inferno Rising actually in the top 4 with all 4 players intact. So this pretty much has to be their win. And what an incredible game from Inferno Rising as well. 12 eliminations secured. And let's not forget, they started all the way from that military island. One of the last teams to rotate inside of the zone. Has the best positions to work with. There's the knock against the side of Shockwave as Shockwave himself gets knocked out by Koten. And it's all down to Madman yet again.
Wow, what a performance coming from Rising Inferno Esports. 12 finishes in the back secured. And it is going to be a game of hide and seek right now. Everybody is going to be hiding, and Rising Inferno is going to be seeking here. And guess what? Devotee, the biggest and closest to the seekers, as he is going to be playing very, very quiet. Has to be very, very silent. Just don't move, and they won't see you. That's all Devotee can think of right now. He wants to get some finish points, but look at this. Iron Time DMG, they have no finish points at all.
Yeah.
They only have placement points. And even Madman as well, he wants to pick up Shockwave, but he just cannot move. It is a game of hide and seek right now, Johnny.
I think at this point, everyone needs to realize, like, yeah, the game is pretty much done and dusted. The best we can do is get 1 extra point before we get taken out. And it should be an all-out war for that single point. You either get it or you go down trying, but Genesis as well down to Hunters. Now Shockwave is down to Madman and Devotee from the side of Aryan. So we know that the chicken dinner is pretty much secured by the side of Inferno Rising, unless by some miracle all these isolated individuals take down 1 each from the side of Inferno Rising, and we're down to the 1v1 situation. I'm praying for that. That is going to be exciting to witness.
Well, it is going to be very, very possible here. But again, winner chicken dinner percentage 57% in Inferno Rising Esports. So technically, each and every single solo warrior present right now still has a chance. And as of yet, high grounds advantage on Rising Inferno Esports. But the moment the zone forces them down out in the open, this is where the solo warriors may try and capitalize on this. 4 teams remaining. A game of hide and seek. The seekers are just standing still and waiting for the prey to come out. And as soon as one comes out, they are going to take shots, and that's the first one. That's going to be a Madman that goes out first. And 4th place, final 3 teams, right? Inferno Esports just waiting to draw smoke to try and flush out all the rats in this game, as they are gonna be the exterminators in this game. As of yet, smokes has been dropped. Still driving around, and Devotee, oh, the perfect bush cover. Not spotted at all. Hunters, however, might be a little bit of a tricky situation because Inferno Rising Esports, they might have saw him as well. Can he take one? Here comes a shot. He misses the connection. They know exactly where he is right now.
You know, in this game, twice we have seen the same thing. 2 players in a car try to push a single man, and both of them get taken out. Hunters right now hoping to get one, but oh no, that just nicked his leg, man. And he was out of the game. Genesis eliminated on the 3rd position, and that's the 15th finish for Rising Inferno Esports. And they're hoping to get the 16th as Devotee finally steps out into the open, realizing it's a 1 versus 4 for him to clutch for the chicken dinner. And by the way, again, in the top 2, he still does not. His entire team still does not have any elimination, so they're hoping for at least 1 before they get taken out in this game. And Inferno Rising, they're on the hunt. They're not even entering the circle. They're just circling outside.
If there was an award for the best hider in this game, that's got to be Devotee, because as of now, he was the last one to be spotted out, and now gunshots has been made. Can he get some points here for Aryan TMG Gaming? It's going to be the question here. Odds against him, 4 versus 1. He's surrounded by all angles. BMWI goes for the jump shot. A superhero finisher coming in from Inferno Rising Esports as they clutch out the chicken dinner for this first game here in day number 3 of the semifinals, week 1 itself. What a performance coming in from Rising Inferno Esports.
Man, that final moment felt straight out of the Superman movie where, you know, you have Zod looking down on Superman just flying in the air. That's what it felt like. Devotee just looking up and sees that man in the air with a shotgun right in his face. But Inferno, Rising Inferno Esports, man, the Inferno definitely did rise, and the flames rose all the way towards the sky. 16 finishes, 26 points from 1 game. Now this gets you to the Grand Finals, I guess.
Exactly, but could this be a resurrection coming from Rising Inferno Esports? Only time will tell, because every single team that's going to be competing today here in day number 3 has 1 final chance. They need to rack up enough points to try and stand a chance, or in this case, have a little bit of base points to try and make a comeback and last push for tomorrow. It is going to be intense. It is going to be close, because as of now, no one is safe from qualification. But Eggy, they've got some points.
Yeah.
They are getting closer and closer to the safety net.
Also, on the note of Rising Inferno, now they'll be in a position where they have 7 matches played, but they have 58 points after this game.
Wow.
That pushes you into the top 8.
Wow, that definitely pushes you in top 8 as well. But is it enough to defend against the teams that has not played that amount of matches here?
Yeah.
So it is going to be a question mark, but we only have the answers by the end of today. But for now, in case you missed out on the first action as well, let's talk about the highlights of how things happen as well, because this circle was so unpredictable because it was divided in 3 sections. Everest, the river on top of the north side of Georgia Bowl, and also the east side of Ruins itself. Yeah. And the moment the circle kind of shifted, so everyone was expecting that maybe the circle is going to shift to the northern segment across the river. That's why OG kind of set up the pit stop there. And from then on, it forced everybody to kind of re-rotate away from the east side and outside the zone, which formed a huge cluster in this vicinity and resulted like, wait, isn't the circle not going away from Everest? And because of that, everybody was caught out in the open and just got completely shut down because of Troy Tamilin Esports, who's right on top.
Yeah, that is one thing I wanted to talk about. Like, we lost track of Troy Tamilin Esports a while back inside of this game. First of all, when did that happen? And second of all, how many eliminations did they actually walk away with? Because that eastern side of the Everest was like a prime spot to be in, man. Troy Tamilin Esports would have ruled over everyone like kings. But yeah, Genesis Esports was in the backlines. I think that's what resulted in them getting taken out. Second, Rising Inferno Esports. One of the most impressive performances we have seen from them, not just with their fighting capabilities, but also their rotation strategy in this game was very nice to witness, difficult to execute, and yet they made it work. Because they started off on that military island, played edge to edge, first one of the last teams to get inside stage 2. Second, just stuck to that southern edge. I think one of the earlier, they took a few fights early as well inside of the game, picking off BO7S, one of the first teams they were able to shut down. And from there, they just controlled the southern foothills of Everest, playing along the eastern edge as well, never really engaging with the teams on the high ground directly. And it just was about tracking finishes. And I guess by the time, since their numbers were intact, as soon as Shockwave and all the other teams from the northern side were taken out, they just felt like, yeah, easy win.
Well, fair enough. But all things considered here, when opportunity is presented to you, do you take it? Is going to be the question as well. Because TMG Esports gave away, or in this case, gave a little bit of space for Rising Inferno Esports. They snatched the spot, wiped them, and then they dominate the hill itself. So all things considered, that was a great game coming from them. But I want to see who the MVP for that match itself. It seems like it is going to be Goten himself from Rising Inferno Esports with 6 finishes in the bag, and he is the MVP.
And it's an amazing performance from Goten. I think towards the end, when there were like 4 or 5 teams winning, we saw this man running around for those extra frags, and it all worked out in the end. Looking at the list of top 5 players, Goten followed by Shockwave from Shockwave. I think that 1v2, someone needs to clip it and ship it, and it wasn't just him. We had one more similar moment. But talking about Goten and Rising Inferno, look at that. OMEN and PMWI IGL also make it to the list of top 5 players for this game.
Exactly. Rising Esports. So Rising Inferno Esports pretty much just dominated the northern section itself here. But Shockwave, I agree with you. The 1 versus 2 defense was fantastic. And even Murnox with the front push to try actually wipe off for Miracle was phenomenal as well. And with that being said, despite not being part of the top 2 position, Shockwave, they themselves had 10 finishes because they were the biggest instigators on the east side, and they were able to get themselves 14 points in this game, alongside with, of course, Rising Inferno Esports with 26 points and the chicken dinner, but 16 finishes. And my, oh my, this is a huge vacuum between these 2 teams.
There is, I mean, incredible performance from Shockwave and Inferno Rising. TMG Esports as well. I mean, they have a decent average going from this game. But again, as we were talking about it, we expected them to do a lot better, especially when Genesis came in knocking from the northern side of the hill. But nonetheless, 9 points, it's an okay start.
Yeah, but
Team Aryan or Genesis, though, no finishes in this game, even though Genesis and Aryan, both of them were in a position to actually rack up those numbers.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that Genesis lost a player right from the get-go. Aryan, well, I'm not exactly sure what happened to them, but it came down towards a game of hide and seek. And guess what? The Hiders are able to get some points in this game, despite the huge vacuum that has happened as well. But with that being said, how will this affect the overall standings as of yet? Because with that performance coming from Rising Inferno Esports, they are currently on the top 4 position with 58 points.
Yeah, 58 points as they find themselves inside of the top 4. So just about close to 9 points per game is what they're averaging right now. And it's a good run coming in from Inferno Rising. They just now need to hold on to this momentum. You can't let it slip out. Because look at the difference that is there between them and the other teams. And specifically the split between finishes and positions. All of that aggression, it's costing them points game after game. But this performance brings them in a fighting spot. Other than that, I think notable performances or mentions are going to be Team Aryan, who have taken a dip, OG, who have kind of slipped out of the top 8. There's K9 Esports on that 11. And also, by the way, while we had 2 teams in that previous game that did not secure any finish points, it was all about placements. There were 2 names that just had placements, that just had finishes, no placement points. Mysterious 4 was one of those names. Right now, 6 points away from top 8.
Well, it's going to be very, very close as well. But speaking of top 8 as well, Insane also taking a little bit of tumble here in 35 points here. Troy making a little bit of bounce back, but they are also 35 points. Learn from Pass on 34 points. 8-Bit going to be taking a huge tumble in 20 points here with 34, but they've only played 6 matches. So technically, this gap is going to get even wider as the time goes by. But without further ado, the trend has been set. AB pretty much done and dusted for this game. And of course, Eggy still at the top. They played 8 matches. And that is going to be the benchmark to beat right now. They are at the top. They should still be at the top 8 by the end of today. But can they hold it until the end of week 1?
I mean, in the matches that they played, they are going to have to go big. We'll have to see how the matches turned out. Also, we saw Shockwave on the 3rd page of that leaderboard, on the 3rd set of 8 teams. They were there with just 28 points. So after that game, they do bring themselves in a position from where they can actually be consistent qualifier. But is that going to happen in the upcoming matches? We'll find that out when the matches begin. But for now, a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 semi-finals, week 1, day number 3. We are going to be heading into match number 2. That is Fixes joining me right now. My name is Super Johnny. And Fixes, that game number 1 was quite intense. We saw a lot of switch-ups. Teams from the teams at the bottom, Shockwave ended up doing quite well for themselves. But from the teams in the top 8, OG has slipped out.
Yeah, OG has been slipping out really bad, especially when you talk about how they performed yesterday, and we thought that they would gain some momentum back today. Wasn't really the case. They lost out on one of their players early on, and in that fight, you could see a lot of third parties also taking place. And the players were a little distraught in that particular 4v4 against 2 OP officials, as a result of which they got eliminated.
But again, I think opportunity will be there throughout today and tomorrow for them to get a few extra points, maybe a chicken dinner to qualify. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want your performance to stay in your control or not slip out because of any other reason, check out the Realme GT7. It gives you 120 FPS of stable BGMI performance for 6 hours. And this one fact has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, during those marathon gaming sessions, the device says 6 degrees cooler. All thanks to that iSense graphene rare cover. And of course, I mean, we are seeing the other features on our screen as well, but we're going to check in about the teams from the upcoming group. We will have Group A going up against Group B, and in this group as well, there are a few names about which everyone is right now wondering, like, are they going to make it or are they going to be left behind? Names like Wyld Fangs, names like VOLCANO Esports.
I think more than that, I really want to talk about 8-bit first, because they have been slipping away and they've been slipping hard, and they have to bounce back today. But then again, it's going to be such a difficult task considering the teams from Group B performed exceptionally well. You're talking about Team Shockwave. We've got the likes of Rising Inferno Esports. So all these teams, they would want to continue forward with the momentum. So for 8-bit, this has been one of those maps where they really thrive. Miramar has always been one of their stronger suits. So this is where they need to get a chicken dinner.
I mean, for sure they are going to need a chicken dinner away. But let's have a look at the schedule once again, ladies and gentlemen. Upcoming map will be the map of Miramar. Group A going up against Group B. And following that is going to be Sanhok next. Group A versus Group D. But for now, Group A and Group B, any names that you want to point out, and what are your thoughts on them?
Again, I'll have to talk about Wyld Fangs here, because Wyld Fangs, a team that performed exceptionally well during round 1, when nobody really anticipated them to get into the semis. They still somehow managed to do fierce Seth. They're in the top fragger boards, but yesterday they were found missing. We could see so many mistakes being committed in terms of their team communication or how they were positioned inside the circle. If they do not fix this ASAP, they'll be heading off to semifinals week 2.
For sure, but it's going to be interesting to see how this game turns out, because who knows, one big win, 125 bomber in the upcoming Miramar, and Wyld Fangs instantly find themselves inside of the top 16. And of course, along with them, I want to know from you guys, who do you think is going to make a bounce back today itself? Wyld Fangs, can they pull it off? Learn from past as well. Are we going to see them break into the top 8? And I think with the clock running to 0 again, it is time for us to take off on Miramar this time.
And it's going to be quite exciting as always. Especially once the semifinals begin, we've seen everybody put the pedal to the metal, and now here they go, one more dig at glory. The flight path trajectory all the way from La Cobreria towards Los Leones. And some might say it dissects the map into 2 halves. I've gone with 8-bit. Johnny, who are you rooting for in this one? Any predictions?
Well, right now, I do not have any predictions, but just based off of that flight path and Sensei being there, I would say things should be easier for Wyld Fangs in the early stages. And of course, you look at towards El Pozo and 8-bit, I mean, that gives you a little bit of hope.
It certainly does. And, you know, I've been rooting for 8-bit. Johnny's gone for Wyld Fangs. I'm pretty sure we've got some Los Hermanos supporters in the chat. So, and especially even for Los Hermanos, it was a very nice recovery yesterday we saw from their side. And they would be hoping to increase that tally. Genesis still in the mix, of course. Hunters and his heroics to stay alive till the very end did fetch them a couple of position points. And even Genesis, they've been doing quite well in terms of the overall standings. But K9, they have been such a big cause of concern. Still in a decent position, Johnny. But again, that one big game has been found missing from their side yesterday.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's not just yesterday. It's, I think, the start of the semi-finals itself, entirety of the semi-finals itself. But let's see how things turn out today. Though I have to say, massive cluster towards the south forming already. You have Wyld Fangs taking control of Los Leones, NON, True Rippers, and K9 heading towards that southwestern quadrant, while Insane and Inferno Rising take control of the southern highways, and BO7 heads towards Puerto Palacio.
And they've also got NoNx right beside them. And so far, what a tournament NoNx officials have been having so far. The way their players have stepped up. Levi, we've seen Roman, he's made an epic comeback into esports, and he lives to tell the tale. And the way they've been playing so far, 52 points gathered. Imagine the ideal target, of course, would be to hit 80 points marker by the end of the day. And if they do that, you know they can start celebrating, right?
Oh, for sure. I think as soon as you go over 80 points, you feel a little relieved, and that is when you don't celebrate already. Never celebrate too early. I think that's what all the memes have taught us. But you feel a little relaxed, feel a little bit more comfortable. You know for a fact that if from here on out you do 4 points per match, you are good to go. But the problem is almost 90% of the team, 99% of the teams are outside of this entire fictitious scenario that we have built up. And that's the problem.
Yeah, of course. You never can get complacent. You can never feel like you're settled unless you hit that bare minimum. We have been predicting our cutoffs to be somewhere around 85 to 90. That's the sweet spot. The other talents are of the opinion it could go as far as even 90 or 100. We'd love to know the opinion of the chat. But as we take a look at the circle, slightly skewed towards a certain side, with Chumasera being the epicenter as NoNx officials make some quick movement towards Valademar. Maybe that's where they start their loot off. But True Rippers, another team that's been talked about a lot. Of course, the inclusion of Jelly in the roster and the ways he's made a comeback, his personal redemption story. But when you look at True Rippers, they've been having a rocky road in the semis.
Where's this redemption story? I would want him to start playing again. That is what I want from this team. And yeah, True Rippers, I think this is a surprise, to be honest. Because personally for me, based on how the first two events of the year that I saw them and went for them, I feel True Rippers Jelly is actually going down a wrong path. Their performance has taken a dip. Because this team was doing extremely well for themselves, and now it just seems like they are back to their old ways. Momentum has completely slowed down, but hopefully they push through. On the other side of things, we spoke about this as soon as we had the flight path on our screens, El Pozo, and of course it's under the rule of its guardian, Somraj. There's no one there to challenge 8-bit as of now. Quite a rare sight. Even Somraj is surprised, like, where is everyone? Why isn't no one coming after me yet?
Yeah, respect where respect is due for 8-bit at least. You know, you do not want to go up against the elephants right from the get-go. And unless you're Team Eggy. Team Eggy has that leeway.
I mean, there are a lot of teams that have tried. There was an era where Vasista would every single game just challenge Somraj and the boys wherever they went. They would get beaten time and time again, but they did not give up. Every single game they went after them.
You know, it's just those egos colliding. And, well, for Vasista, it's a different story. No more present with us anymore. So, 8-bit, a huge sigh of relief to not have to really bother about them being a constant nuisance all the time. But now 8-bit, they've got all four of their, playing for back intact. Everybody at the top of their game, and today 8-bit has to deliver. But talking about K9 Esports, they also need to deliver, Johnny, because they're still sitting at a decent spot, 11th position, but we know they've been a hit and a miss team majority of the times. And lately, especially after day one, where they had a respectable performance, they've been on a slight decline. They've been getting constant influx of points, but I'm still eyeing out for that one big explosive game.
We're always eyeing out for the one fixes. Everyone is.
All right.
So is God's Omen right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not eyeing out for one. They're eyeing out for 9. K9 to be a little bit more precise. But ladies and gentlemen, what you want is the Realme GT7. Go on to Amazon.in and search for the Realme GT7. And you could have a device with yourself that allows you to play BGMI at 100 FPS for 6 hours stable. That is one of the best things about the Realme GT7. Have you gotten yourself one? We all got one, Fixes.
I have not been given.
Oh,
That's quite
no, that's
unfortunate.
sad.
But I still managed to get Necro's device and did play a couple of matches. And I must say, it's an esports ready device.
Yes.
It's not one of those devices where you're trying to get into esports. This is where you can actually thrive using this device. And like mentioned, it is live on Amazon. You can go check out these amazing offers. But coming back, we've got Wyld Fangs. Yesterday, we saw them again get back to their old ways. Pre-BMPS 2025, where they were looking a little lost. Could be one of those off days, but today, Johnny, they will have to wake up from their slumber. Enough. They'll have to, again, somehow get Fierce and Trey Scott walking together and save from the backlines. That perfect anchor needs to be there. And Sensei, he needs to make those right calls. Otherwise, things might look really awry for Wyld Fangs.
I mean, I do not want to say this, but they already look quite awry, Fixes. I miss that confidence of Fierce, Trace God, and Sev just running around the map, dominating fights. Even on individual level, they were getting like 2 finishes every game. But yeah, now all of that has slipped away. Let's see how things turn out. BO7S on our screen. Porto Palacio to Valle del Mar. This is a long journey.
Indeed is. And for Brother of 7 Sisters, we've seen they've had those glory moments. But if you ask me if they've been one of the most consistent team, I'd raise an eyebrow. And that's the only concern. And I get it, one of the lesser known teams, but yes, they finally got a platform to prove, and they've got to make everything count. Talking about making everything count, we've got Inferno rising right in front of us. And they've got a whiff. I think it's Wyld Fangs right beside them. And this could be an interesting battle. Look at the circle. Again, a concentric shift. Quite around the center. So many teams present. And not even a single body has fallen so far. Now, Wyld Fangs, they've set their eyes on Los Hermanos. Of course, they've taken a lot of shots, but they need to realize that they're not safe either.
Oh man, but at least, hey, they have the opening for themselves. Cullen knocked out, and Wyld Fangs, how do they manage to capitalize? Because Los Hermanos over there have no opportunity to recover. Look at them, they just fall back. They realize there's no bringing their fallen teammate back, but look at the finish speed. True Rippers against God's Omen. And it's a fight out in the open. The first finish of the game secured by True Rippers and not Wyld Fangs.
I mean, it's fine as long as they can still secure that finish. But yeah.
Break his knees.
It's almost broken. He's bleeding.
Yeah, he was about to shoot him in the knees.
Again, just to make him feel that pain and agony. As even Wyld Fangs, like anticipated, aren't really safe either. Shots being taken by the players of Los Hermanos, the 3 surviving members. But Wyld Fangs, this is where they really need to calm down. They need to have that surrounding awareness. They need to know that Inferno Rising is keeping a close watch. But look at this. A very interesting fight. Genesis is Zap. He's caught in a 1v3. He needs some backup. His teammates are on the back lines. But do they make hay? Do they come back in time? And Hunters does. A nice rescue.
It was a nice little rescue, but Beast with a brilliant angle. Oh no. Oh no, that is unfortunate. He runs out of ammo in that magazine and is forced to reload. And that one little halt was enough to for Genesis to get themselves into a safer position. But Ninja Boy still finds that knock. But I think that distance does allow Genesis to recover, so at least they can get a revive. And K9 Esports can't really push up, because look at the radar, there are more teams around them.
I'm trying to get into the minds of the players of Genesis. Because even yesterday, during the matches of Miramar, you could see them kind of maintaining a very big distance from each other. As a result of which, they got taken down. And even in this scenario, with Shadow being out of the picture, does not really make it any easier. And what's even more baffling is that despite making all those mistakes, they still are at the 5th position, 57 points. So again, this is a team that must be eyeing out for at least getting around 9 to 10 points of average every game. And in the first one, they've already secured, what, 6-7 points? So they would be wanting to get a couple of finishes. They still have a very good position, don't get me wrong, as the circle shifts and still at a solid stance. Even 8-bit, they've got the center to themselves.
I think this has to be a game for 8-bit if they can find some cover to hide themselves for the next 5 minutes. But Wyld Fangs, hey man, what we were talking about at the start of the game, it seems like they've heard our calls. One after the other, the players from Los Hermanos have started to fall, and Wyld Fangs are looking to sink their fangs in their necks and then just chop them in half. Fierce, he's getting quite eager. They know exactly where the opponents are, and they want to push these ops right now.
This is perfectly one way to do it, right? When we wanted them to get points, and Wyld Fangs, they've gone back to their old ways. They don't care if they get eliminated. They believe in each other. Band of brothers, unwantedly formed, and suddenly they're making it all sync up in a beautiful symphony. At this point, to Los Hermanos, I really thought that they would be executing, could be a bait and switch strat, because look at Trey Scott.
Yeah.
He's still holding on to the position, but now he also scoots away from here, and vehicle sound given away, as Wyld Fangs are suddenly now starting to prioritize the circle. Between all that commotion, we saw OMEN, in fact, Owen get eliminated, and Trey Scott, now he's alienated, Johnny. Things do not look good for him.
I think he should be able to keep himself safe. There are a lot of bridges for him to work with. He has taken some damage, but I think he will be able to get to his teammates. So even if he gets knocked out, there should be a revive. I'm a little bit more worried about Seth, because what he has done is called poking the bear. Seth went very close to the players of K9 Esports, showed face, and now he is regrouped with his team. So why that is concerning is because K9, you know, those three lads, they see someone, they have this, their first instinct is to run towards the threat and not run away from it.
Kind of takes you back to the primal ages, you know, hunter's instinct with K9 every single time. But even 8-bit, they find an opener, and this is a biggie, especially Shockwave, one of the most dominating players. He's been dealt with, and now Team Insane, they want to take a dig at the players of Team Aryan. We saw them getting a chicken dinner yesterday, and now Gods, oh my god. Little bit of a complacency setting in, little too much exposed, and eventually he gets punished.
Well, Insane though, recovery is going to be very difficult, man. I mean, I'm struggling to think of ways how they actually have an opportunity to make it to the center, because even on the radar, you see the players of NON, backlines. Yeah, BO7 was the next team I wanted to talk about, who are breaching in from the blue, and Insane instantly, as soon as they see the threat, lose out on Lazy. Things getting worse and worse by the second, but the trade comes through. Not a trade exactly, but a helping hand at the hands of NON. Levi finds a knock against BO7, so that's some pressure relief for a second, but Lazy still goes down to the blue, and Gods barely manages to stay alive.
Fights happening on all corners of this map right now, as Gods very low on his HP. He's still somehow struggling to get himself patched up, but BO7's, they are starting to play with fire, inching in very close to NoNx officials, and there you go, Roman, the IGL, he's been dealt with, and now Ghostface, they've got the numbers of the players of Team Insane, but Insane a little bit better, as Gods answers back, and there you go, BO7's out of the server.
Who would have thought? I mean, picked up a decent momentum in that last game, or at least tried to, and now in this game another early exit. We saw their stats at the start of the day, back-to-back chicken dinner to get themselves into the semi-finals, but now things aren't really working out. God's Omen on the other side find themselves against Genesis, having lost players early in this game. Both these two sides struggling, and it seems like Apollo has been caught off guard. But lucky for him, God's Omen, Stone BGMI at least has no util. Gyro God, what about him? A single nade through that window, and he's going to get knocked out, and there it is, the connection found. Apollo knocked out. And there's no saving Apollo this time.
Yeah, this idea of Genesis is still quite not understood. In a circle where there's so many teams alive, how are they wanting to take so much coverage, Johnny? Look at how spread apart they are from each other. And everybody's playing on knife's edge at this point. And this is where Genesis are looking quite suicidal. They're trying to bleed themselves. And now, at this point, even for Team Insane, look a little bit exposed, but now they're on the hunt suddenly against the players of Team Aryan as they go for a cat and mouse chase. as now losing hindsight of what's happening on the sidelines. Learn from past, they strike.
Yeah, learn from past. They picked off a man from the side of Team Aryan just a few seconds ago. And I think all of that commotion forced Team Aryan out of their cover, came into the side of Team Insane and learn from past. They're going to be grateful for Team Insane stepping in. It gives them an opportunity to get one extra point from this particular match. Fight breaks out, trade comes through. Honey from learn from past knocked out. But Insane, yeah, she has just gotten back into the game. Needs to get that first aid going. Although, I'm hoping for this nade to find contact. It barely misses. Barely outside the knock radius. Yeah, still alive, but he's going to run out of first aids like this and learn from past. It seems like they've just surrounded this duo from the side of Insane and want to pick them off.
All right, there's been a change.
Trio, in fact.
And even, what I was trying to get back to was, you could see that distinct change in how Team Insane Esports are approaching this game, right? They're on the constant lookout for fights, not really only prioritizing for the circle. Kind of gets back to the old Insane DNA, especially when you've got such young lads along with you. God sitting at 2 finishes. Of course, losing out on Lazy, something could have been avoided. But Yashin, Gods, they need to shape this one up together against Learn From Past, another team that has performed exceptionally well in round 1. Still going through a little bit of tips and turns around in the semis. And now Honey, he's going to be real up close and personal. 1 in a 3 situation. And now look at this. NoNx officials from the sidelines. They hurt. And suddenly Team Insane on the verge of a collapse.
And Honey, I think this raid looks lovely. But no, it overshoots. Adi still gets knocked out as the third party is there. Insane completely forgot about their backlines, compromised by NON. And learn from past. They're going to move in, capitalize 2 finishes in the back with that nade. And now just 1 man left alive from the side of Insane. I think this fight is getting done and dusted, right? Oh no, they miscounted. Learn from past, they miscounted. Oh no, God, he's so lucky he's been left alive over there, man. He has to be grateful. But learn from past. Now, these are the moments where I get a little bit, I turn into a sadist. And I start praying that a punish comes through from Team Insane on Learn From Past. Gods needs to pick off at least 1 from their side.
You know, I think they did not want to overextend because they knew that NoNx officials were right on the sidelines. They were injuring them. And as a result of which, I feel like this is a wise call from Learn From Past. But now, they've got the eyes on the bigger picture. They've got DOD right in front of them. And this is also a team that needs to start hitting. They're sitting at mere 13 points. And playing passive is not really going to help their cause. As Learn From Past, this time they've been playing quite decent as Honey. This time being approached by the players of DOD. It's going to be an aggressive maneuver, but the backup comes in a cinematic style as Yoshi steps out of his vehicle. Will eventually get taken down with Dope, the last lonely straggler left from Learn From Past. Little bit of comms error in execution will eventually lead to their demise, but look at this. From the sidelines, it's going to be 8-bit and suddenly Learn From Past. They live to tell the tale.
Exactly. All 4 of these players have been left alive. They have to be grateful to the side of 8-bit, but we'll come back to that breakdown in a bit. Titans clash as True Rippers have a little bit of a run in against the side of Wyld Fangs. There's third-party opportunity for Gods, OMEN and NON visible on the radar itself. But this time it is Wyld Fangs with a brilliant kicker to this fight. Find the opener for themselves. Sam's from the side of True Rippers. Last man left in the backline. Secures a knock onto Seth. But, the finish conversion comes through as well before he eventually gets taken out. But Wyld Fangs, the fight could have been cleaner. It's okay if it wasn't. They have to revive Sensei. They have 7 finishes. It's turning out to be a pretty okay game from Wyld Fangs. But if we can get a replay of that Insane and Learn From Past situation, man, that was something else. That third party, that shot came from approximately 250 meters-ish.
Does not matter.
And it was 1 bullet that found contact.
Yeah, and it's going to be Equinox. Might have a glee smile, but I'm more than happy with the approach from Wyld Fangs, right? They do not care about the circle anymore. They do not care about the zone. They're very happy playing from the edges as long as they're on a hunt. Always constantly on the prowl. And finally, 8-bit, they find themselves in the center of the circle and not really forcing to press matters. Still giving due respect to the zone as long as it's favoring them. But for all the viewers watching this broadcast, you can even contribute to the prize pool of Realme BMPS 2025. All you gotta play is the Discovery Island. Keep on playing and help us and the community to even grow bigger. We've already crossed 3 crore prize pool, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, we did yesterday.
New record set.
New record set, and of course, if you go onto the Discovery Island, you can also grab free skins for yourselves. But right now, we're going to focus on what is happening inside of the game again. Learn from past. They are looking to rack up more eliminations, and they found out the position of VOLCANO Esports. That's a brilliant pin down, but they have to be careful as well. You exhaust your ammunition, then moving forward is going to be a bit challenge. And of course, a standstill between God's Omen and Wyld Fangs, or maybe not, as the nade from Trace God finds contact, and again, God's Omen are down to the last man, Stone BGMI.
This is where you can see some distinct differences. Trace God no more playing along with Fierce. Everybody holding their own angles. Everybody taking their individual fights. You know they want all those finishes, and now even Stone BGMI, he's been spotted out, and Fierce, he's not going to delay any further. Another grenade goes up, followed by another one, and Stone BGMI, he is under fire. Still surviving somehow, and there you go. From the backlines, he gets dealt with. It's going to be Genesis eventually who get the final nail in the coffin.
And as we break into the top 8, I think it's pretty clear. There are 2 positions that you're in this game. Either you are 8-bit, or you are basically dead and just fighting for whatever finish points you can grab for yourselves. And right now, I think no one feels this pressure more than the side of Learn From Past. They are still up with 4 players, although constant knocks on these bodies have taken their toll. And why does he still have 8 first stage? Man, share some with your teammates.
Yeah, just, you know, provide some relief to your back.
Look at this
Get
guy,
some ammunition. Yeah, I think he's prioritizing a lot of ammo. Just has that one grenade to work around with. Sahil OP, we've seen, he's such an impressive assaulter, and now just bombards Devotee. One player devoured, another one to go as Learn From Past. They're also amping it up. And look from the sidelines, who's deciding to squeeze in? They've heard all that commotion, and they also want to be a party to this. Sahil OP is going to take another dig as Devotee gets his life back, and now suddenly Trace God, he decides to strike Johnny. And now Wyld Fangs are also playing spoil sport inside this fight. Team Aryan, they're not just under fire from Learn From Past, but it is also Wyld Fangs who's joined the fray.
Yeah, but Wyld Fangs in a game where they started to pick up the pace, now they need to play for survival. I think they need a top 3 finish as well in this game. They've gotten decent eliminations as of now. Although down to 2 players, that is going to be a big concern, along with the fact that they're stuck towards that massive cluster towards the southern edge of the game, of the zone. VOLCANO Esports on the northern front though, taking on K9. They've managed to close the distance, but it's Ninja Boy that's keeping Jin at bay. Nade after nade being lobbed, but no contact found against his opponent.
VOLCANO Esports, they've been struggling, and they still haven't got a finish yet. Maybe looking for getting a chicken dinner. Barely sitting at 7 points. Not acceptable right now of where they are, but now you look at Learn From Past. They're slowly starting to switch gears. They're looking so hungry, so resilient. Look at all their vehicles. Everything is in smokes. At this point, Learn From Past will have to figure where's Johnny to get inside the circle, given the fact that 8-bit is keeping a close watch with even Team Aryan still hunkered down to that one little shack there.
They have them completely pinned down. I think they're just waiting for the clock to run out. The players from Learn From Past. First man spotted. Knocked down. Yeah, this is target practice. At this point, Sahil OP closes in. Does he have utility? Just need some molly to like finish both of them off. Goes for a nade instead. And we should be seeing the end of Team R. And there it is. And they go out with a bang. Although not their own. It was the nade from Sahil. But 9 eliminations for Learn From Past. They've broken into the top 6 of this match. Quite unfortunate exit for Wyld Fangs.
Look at this. We've been talking about K9. And they're still alive. Even Genesis, couple of moments earlier, they wiped out the Fangs. Finally broke through them, but 8-bit still quite stoic. Still around those compounds, still having the mercy of the circle as VOLCANO. It's going to be Flash who finds an opener on the IGL himself, and K9. They'll have to find means of getting inside the zone, find some nice footing as Genesis lock horns against Shockwave as one after the other. Everybody gets taken down. as they've got their numbers, as Genesis keep increasing the tally. Does not matter if 2 players are alive. You've got the likes of Hunters and Zap, and 11 finishes is what Genesis have collected on the board.
Man, they just ran through that smoke. Shotguns ablaze. Just kicking butt and taking names. Genesis, 11 eliminations in a top 5 finish. Now, this is a game that actually gets Genesis into a much safer position onto that overall leaderboard, but fighting for qualification, K9 and Learn From Past, they are looking for that chicken dinner, especially a team like Learn From Past. 10 extra points gets them to the mid-50s. That will be a safe haven for them, at least until the end of the day rolls around and they figure out where they are. Are they going to be putting pressure for tomorrow or no? But 8-bit, from the start of the match, we thought it was going to be their chicken dinner, and I still believe it will be their chicken dinner. All 4 players intact. The only cover available belongs to 8-bit, and with Learn From Past just pinned towards that southwestern edge of the circle, I think it is just now 8-bit's time to get a few extra eliminations.
Equinox might need some extra ammunitions.
Yeah,
Merely 120 is not going to make the cut because he's got so many teams trying to push in. Silo P did expose himself for just a wee while, enough for Equinox to trim him down.
Oh, that's a good one.
Could not get a nade knock though. Will take another dig at it. Still Learn From Past, refusing to bow out, as it's going to be a bait and switch strategy as Equinox eyeing out on the players of LEFP. Still shots taken, still no results found. It's just Equinox who's constantly spraying down as he finally finds an opener. Honey taken down, dealt with easily. Silo P, his position compromised, and Equinox is going to keep watch over him as Silo P finally decides to show up, and Equinox has no trouble whatsoever dealing with him. Look at Dope, still somewhat inside that vehicle, comes out swinging hard, will instantly eliminate Equinox and takes another dig, but eventually falls as Raiden finds that trade and Learn From Past. They bow out.
Yeah, they bow out, but 8-bit, I mean, I feel bad for Equinox. Did so much keeping the backlines clear, but in the end, the support was a little bit delayed, so he gets finished off. One more man knocked out, that's going to be Somraj himself, but 8-bit now starting to rack up the numbers. 4 finishes on the board, but they've lost 2 players. 1 man knocked out, the revive should come through, Raiden closes in, but still it will be a 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2 situation. 8-bit have lost complete advantage in the end game here, and we are in stage 9 right now. It is anyone's game, and now finally the chicken dinner could be picked up by anyone. Genesis even as well. All they gotta do is equalize the numbers against the side of K9 Esports. And by the way, best performance from Volcano in the semi-finals is in this game. They find themselves in the top 4. Although, as soon as I say their name, 1 man gets knocked out, and they're down to Psycho, last survivor from Volcano, and I think he's getting finished off here.
Yeah, pretty much spotted out. And Psycho, he's just counting his final breath as of now. Or could maybe throw a span to the works, but Ninja Boy will somehow get him out. And now K9 and 8-bit. It's going to be such an interesting battle. Cannot rule out the players of Genesis, but now seems like they're caught in a sandwich situation as Kamla Boy overextending just a little bit. As K9 will catch that drift, it's going to be Omega. And suddenly 8-bit feel like they're in tatters. Already a player down, 2 players alive, and now the floodgates for K9 seems to have opened up. 3 players instantly charging in, blitzing through the houses of 8-bit as somebody needs to come out. It's going to be Raiden for the rescue. Gets a beautiful knock onto its Ninja Boy as Beast, he's managed to find a flank. He's got a beautiful angle to work around with, and 8-bit seems like have no clue of what's happening right now.
Yeah, they are unaware of this position, but they have the numbers to work with, and I believe that's the one thing they are relying on. Here comes the nade, and maybe now the position has got to be compromised, but no, a smoke blocks vision, but it's not going to matter. The players of 8-bit, they run out into the open, they want to charge towards the players of K9 Esports. Omega, though, blocking the way, Raiden knocked out, and now the numbers are equalized, but Beast, he's out of utility, and he has to deal with Gamla Boy and Somraj. Here goes the final molly. Now the position is gone as well. Damage taken, although the IGL comes through. Finds the knocks and the finishes, and K9 Esports, the struggles were there. The chicken dinner was uncertain, but they make it certain in that final moment and secure a pretty decent win for themselves in Miramar.
And who says Omega is washed? He's got so much more to offer towards those final moments when a lot of people were questioning on his form. not just as an IGL, but as an assaulter, he strikes back. And this is exactly what K9 needed at this point, right? We were talking about that one big game. Of course, it's not a very explosive game, but a much-needed chicken dinner at that, even for 8-bit. I think nice recovery from their side. Could have used a little bit more finishes. That did not happen either, but I think given the fact it was 8-bit's first game to come in and play, nice recovery, at least much better from how they played yesterday.
That is very true. I mean, this was a much better performance, and of course, position control was always there. That was the one thing that actually was big reason why 8-bit does not have a lot of finishes in this game, because why fight when there is no incentive to fight? But still, a massive improvement, and this is that one team that we are hoping to see in the top 8 at the end of semifinals week 1 itself. And I think this win actually, not win, this second place finish actually kind of gets them there already. Although big questions from Learn From Past. They also had a pretty big game this time around.
Yeah, and they were sitting top of some 45 plus points, and I think around 11 to 12 finishes secured, decent amount of position points. They might have breached past 55 plus, easy. So as of now, they've been maintaining that average. They've been doing quite well, but Wyld Fangs, they certainly switched gears, and this is what we wanted from their side. Much needed from Wyld Fangs at this point to get such a recovery. It's still, we're yearning for those chicken dinner games, but as long as they can get those 10 to 12 points average per game even today, who knows? They might even make it to the top 8.
Yeah, they might. I mean, we are still going to be hopeful. There's just a few matches, 4 matches left today in total, and then there's going to be the matches tomorrow. But on the highlights, we are transitioning towards the end game. Genesis also, we have to give props to them. They kind of had a decent performance in this one. And one more name that was there present towards the top 4 did not have a lot of eliminations. They just had one finish, but this was the best we have seen out of them in the semifinals is VOLCANO Esports. Now, VOLCANO Esports is a very interesting conversation because opening rounds of the tournament, amazing, man. We are seeing a lot of finishes, a lot of confidence in this team, and they were doing very well. Same goes for the last round, but now it's semifinals. It's very big what is going on with this team kind of a moment for the side of VOLCANO Esports, because from being in a team that was competing with the best of the best now to being in a team that's sitting kind of dead last.
I mean, I think it's all about them losing their mental battle. It's about them really not undermining the lobby, thinking too much in their heads. But when you look at K9, not really a big game, but still, 8 finishes, chicken dinner, you're going to take it, right? They were somewhere around the earlier 40s, and this chicken dinner is going to earn them around 18 points. So they might have also breached past 60, which brings them back inside of the top 8. The second chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong, of the semis. So much needed one at that. And you could see the layerings that come in from K9. Ideally, we have seen them to be a very aggressive roster. But this time, they instantly simmered the pace down. They were somewhere hunkered around the northeastern edges, but they were not really forcing a lot of fights, given the fact there were so many teams alive.
But again, I think with K9 doing well, with 8-bit doing well, with Learn From Past doing well in this game, and of course even that previous match before this, the map of Erangel, we had the middle pack perform exceptionally well for themselves. The cutoff is going to go up a little bit. Why? We'll explain in a few moments. But for now, MVP of that previous match is Sahil OP from Learn From Past. Incredible individual performance. And because of him, Learn From Past actually feel a little bit more comfortable right now. They had, 11 to 12 eliminations, and 8 of those were just on Sahil.
I've been following this lad back from the days of Enigma, right? And recently we have seen Sahil OP, even in the realme BGIS, he was such a revelation to continue forward. We've seen a lot change, new banner coming in, a new guidance, everything has changed, but his form still remains there. And Zap, we know the storyline, right? Last moment changes, switch arounds, joining Genesis, and now he's also getting his limelight. But when we take a look at the match rankings, K9 sitting atop at 18 points, getting that chicken dinner. Genesis, this is what has been keeping them in the very top echelon, right? Constant influx of those finish points. No matter how spread apart they are, they believe so much in their individual prowess. Look at this, 11 finishes. Same goes with Learn From Past, out of which Sahil had 8.
Yeah. And again, I mean, one more team that focused eliminations quite well was Wyld Fangs. And this is the norm for Wyld Fangs. This is why Wyld Fangs was amazing and successful during the earlier rounds of the tournament, because this team has raw unadulterated firepower within every single individual of this team, and this includes Sensei as well, who is a demon when it comes to those isolated 1v1s. But for some reason, I don't know, first 2 games they were focusing on placements. That's not their strong suit, man. You go into fights, you wipe out teams. That's what you're good at. Keep doing that. 9 finishes in this game.
You see, you finish. All you're going to do. I think that has to be the mantra for Wyld Fangs. And I'm glad that they've got their senses back. And this is, if they keep on playing like this, Shawnee, I'm pretty sure they're going to get past 40 points just by the virtue of this.
They were averaging 8 points per game in round 1. Just off of their finishes. Every single majority of the matches that Wyld Fangs played in round 1 until the last few days, they were getting like 1 placement point. That's it.
And look at the overall standings. It's atrocious. Eggy, 84 points. They feel quite stable right now. Genesis, this is what I was talking about. 8 matches played, 73. They still have 1 more game to go. So ideally targeting somewhere crossing over 82, 83 points. But look at Godlike. 5 matches played, still in the top 3. This is absurd.
Yeah, they're doing quite well for themselves. Like a little bit more than 10 points per game. Like 12 points per game, in fact, is what Godlike is averaging. But after the previous matches, K9, they move into the top 8 on the 4th. There might be a little bit of drip as the other teams like Reckoning Esports, like Learn From Past, and even the likes of NON and Los Hermanos come chasing in the next few games. Inferno Rising, we saw them do well for themselves in that first game of the day, because of which they sit on the 6th position. But from that previous game, I think Learn From Past, 8-Bit, and Wyld Fangs, these teams have kind of found themselves in a position from where they can fight for a spot inside of the top 8 now. Because if you look at Wyld Fangs, 7 matches played, they still have 2 more matches left in the day.
Yeah.
They have to cover up, I would say, about 30 points in those 2 games. See, and Wyld Fangs can pull it off.
Honestly speaking, 18 points, if you realistically talk about it, because Inferno Rising having 8 matches played, so they still have 1 more to go. So 1 more game like this, and they could suddenly find themselves in the top 8. But this is where you could see the difference is so minuscule, Johnny. Right? Every single point matters. Look at 17. You've got True Rippers at 38, Hyderabad 37. Insane is also tied, and they've all equally played 8 games. But TWOB, we saw a nice resurgence from them yesterday. 35, in fact, 36 points is where they're sitting at, and they have a lot of games to go. And I think Kamit, they'll be playing all the matches, so this is where they need to start building up. But eyes will be on GDR and the likes of even Team Soul. 2 big names now struggling, and if they have to come back, that has to be today, because there's no tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, there is technically tomorrow, but tomorrow it's going to be like, chicken dinner every single game. 20 points, basically 20 points in every single game that you play tomorrow. That's what we're going to be asking for, or that is what might be required. So, as you said, now is your moment to strike. I don't think they're going to be feeling too much pressure, God's Reign and Soul, as you mentioned, because they have extra matches in hand. That's the one thing that these teams can focus on. Take a breather and just be like, all right, we do the same things we did in the past, maybe a few changes here and there, and then we succeed, because we still have an opportunity to make a comeback. But is that actually going to happen with 4 more matches left in the day, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to find out, but after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back, folks. Once again, after this very short break, you are watching the realme BMPS 2025. We have got the first week of the semi-finals on. It is day number 3 as one more day remains. And now we've seen the greener pastures, we've seen the deserts, and now it's time to head along inside of the rainforest. Of course, I've got with me Icy Baby, who is apparently delighted from what he witnessed in Miramar.
Well, speaking of delighted as well, because now it officially begins with the Group of Destruction's marathon, because it is going to be 4 games back-to-back where we will see Group D playing non-stop, and non-stop.
And, you know, the moment the group draws were out, everybody got excited because this is that anime rivalry you want, right? Soul and Godlike in one group, and they'll be playing matches together every single time. So now bringing in, this is where we need to address the elephant. What does Team Soul need to do to reclaim their spot?
Well, before we talk about Team Soul, guess what? If you guys want to play some really good BGMI, you guys definitely need a good device. And that is going to be the Realme GT7, currently out in the market, for its iSense Graphene rear cover, and of course to give you that smooth 120 FPS of uninterrupted gameplay for up to 6 hours. That was tested by the Crafton and Realme guys. So be sure to check it out on Amazon and buy it now. So that is the device that is going to give you that smooth gameplay. But speaking of right now, when it comes to Soul, what do they need to do in order to come back? Right now, 4 games, each game a minimum of 12 points.
12 points is the bare minimum. Should be the same for even God's Reign. As we take a look at the schedule, we've got Sanhok up next. It's going to be Group A and D partaking in this one. We'll talk about the matches after that later. But now let's focus on teams that have joined in. We've got TWOB, we've got Shocks, we've got GDR, we've got 4TR, we've got Soul, Godel, Reckoning, Alibaba Raiders, along with the likes of Group A. We've got Learn from Past, who have been amazing. 8-Bit, they've also found a solid spot.
Well, speaking of this fighter, so 2 back-to-back action here in Group A and D. 8-Bit still in the running here to have a little bit of fight here for Hero Extreme Godlike. But again, the trend continues as well, because this is the first time we've seen 8-Bit being outmatched by Hero Extreme Godlike in this entire semifinals itself. So maybe, just maybe, we might have a little bit of a comeback here, because we did see a little bit of brilliance coming from 8-Bit in the previous round as well. We saw some points here and there, but is it enough? As for Group D, and on the other hand here, teams like Soul, Reckoning, Hero Extreme Godlike, even God's Reign, or even TWOB and also Jugs. All these teams, they're very close to the top 8, but there can only be about 2 teams that is going to be making it to the top 8 here from Group D itself.
You know, this is where all hell breaks loose. We've been talking about Kingdom Come, and now it could be a possible scenario where 8-Bit and Godlike lock horns against each other. You let us know on the chat section if that's going to happen, and if it does, who's going to take out the other. But right now, getting back to the flight path trajectory, this time it's a little bit different. All the way from Kampong, we're heading towards Tatmok. Still does not matter. Every teams, they're going to take their plunge, go around towards their desired drop location. Eyes will be on those 2 hot positions, right? Boot Camp and Paradise Resort. Do we anticipate a drop collision, Icy?
Well, that's going to be something that only time will tell, because Wyld Fangs does love those boot camp drops here, and seems like nobody is going to be contesting this. Hero Extreme Godlike actually conceding Paradise here to God's Reign, so they are going to be playing on the outskirts of Camp Bravo, so a little bit of a switcheroo here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. We do see Learn from Past always going for the outskirts on the south of Bootcamp, so nothing super out of order there coming from them. Reckoning going to be heading towards the southwest, but 8-Bit still playing around the caves vicinity, so teams definitely made the adaptations, respected their boundaries, and also have to play from this vicinity. So I want to see how the circle is going to be forming as of yet. But for NoNx Esports, this is a team that has been fragging out pretty heavily as well, was able to get some sort of points. But looking at the circle, it actually favors on towards NoNx as well. We have a little bit of glimpse on towards Alpha Island, but a majority of it is on towards Ruins. And guess what? 30% of the circle is in the water. So that means this is Circle 1 with the space of Circle 2.
Yeah, and suddenly in the next couple of minutes, you're gonna see everything inside the zone, every single compound being occupied. But now, when you look at the circle, of course, NoNx officials, they've got a very good position to play around. But I still feel like Team Seoul, they're gonna make a quick rotation, play around the junction areas, and take control of those parts. And this is a game where they can actually look at getting a chicken dinner, because all they've got to do is in the 4 games, like you said, get 12 plus points average. And if they get a chicken dinner, they're going to ease things a little bit, and that could stage their comeback. But for the likes of Wyld Fangs, it's going to be interesting. But Reckoning, yesterday, we had such a nice outing from them, especially the final game. The way they performed, got a chicken dinner, would be looking for a lot of points today also.
Well, that's going to be Reckoning Esports trying to make them pounce back themselves, because they are very, very close towards the top 8. So Reckoning obviously going to be very easily able to sneak into the top 8 based on their current point standings. But of course, the chase is on to be part of the upper echelon by the end of today. But speaking of which here, let's talk about a little bit more stats here. Considering that the circle is shifting all the way towards the southwest corner, and it does have the space of only circle 2, that means every single team that has dropped here pretty much don't have a lot of time to loot up and stock up, and they have to figure out how they are going to get into the zone itself. In particular, I'm talking about teams who are on the furthest outskirts of the zone, and that is going to be Do or Die, that's going to be God's Omen, that's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike, and that's going to be Alibaba Raiders. Look at this, Do or Die. They're still stocking up. They haven't made their choice to make a move yet. As Circle 1 is about to move right now, things are going to get a little bit crowded here, especially coming from the southeast corner of the map itself.
Yeah, things are looking really concerning for Do or Die, especially in the semis. 13 points out of so many matches played, not acceptable. But coming back, we've got God's Reign in front of us, and God's Reign, another team that has to really put the pedal to the metal today. At this point, they should be averaging around 12 plus points every single game. It's going to be such a difficult game, this one, for GDR, especially trying to get inside the circle. I see where you've got so many teams, the likes of Wyld Fangs also. What do you have to say about Wyld Fangs' performance today?
Yeah, Wyld Fangs has gotten themselves a little bit of a stumble early on as well, and just as Johnny said, they try to go for position points. It's just not really their style. Wyld Fangs has known to be a wild card in this tournament itself for their aggression. It seems like this early rotation into his bootcamp, they are going to be on the hunt looking for a couple of stragglers. And this will actually happen considering that a lot of teams are going to be late for the first entry point. And that is going to be something very, very important. But speaking of which here, Seoul, on the other hand, they are going to be in a position where they have to play from the Alpha Islands. And they may consider taking a little bit of a slow step in just because the circle may shift onto his north side. But on the screen here, NoNx, that's going to be the first casualty. Learn from past, goes for a crash in the center and finds NoNx and punishes them for their very, very wide split of control space.
Seems like Learn from past, leaving no stones unturned, carrying forward with the aggression of the previous game. We've seen Sahil OP, the MVP of the previous game, had secured 8 finishes. And now they've already taken one head out of NoNx Esports. And let's not forget, I see NoNx Esports was the team that had the center of the circle to themselves. And suddenly, they've lost so much area with that one player getting taken down. But Roman, he wants to fight back. And look at this, 4TR. They've got some visual around the players of Team 8-Bit. It's going to be interesting. Som, he drives around, still has no information on Pain is Life.
Oh boy, Som, he stops a little bit here. Pain is Life is trying to get a freebie out of this. And Som, he may actually get picked as well. He's trying to find some sort of elevation, but I think Som was able to scout him out as he's trying to bait things.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Uh-oh. He's still trying to bait. Som Rush. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Pain is Life is trying to find an easy target onto a Som Rush, but 8-Bit seems like they are just looking around, scouting around for some sort of information. So 4TR might not just be able to make the jump. But speaking of making the jump here, you guys should jump on towards the action of realme GT7. What kind of action? it does give you that smooth, uninterrupted gameplay with 6 degrees Celsius cooler because of his Ice Sense graphene rear cover. So be sure to buy it on Amazon here. But on screen right now, we do see 8-Bit taking a pit stop and 4TR. Guess what? They weren't expecting this. And 8-Bit, they get completely shut down. Somrush goes down. Raiden goes down as well. Pain his life. Seems like he was able to wait things out. And 8-Bit perfectly took the bait. Wasn't expecting casual enemies involved here. That's going to be a little mistake here coming from 8-Bit. As Los Hermanos heard all these gunshots and they are looking for those third parties. Equinox has to fend them off, and Los Hermanos getting a couple shots in. Equinox was able to find the pick, but no confirmations coming from them.
Look at this. Because right now, 8-Bit, they find themselves sandwiched. One side you've got Los Hermanos, and look at Spy, who's inched in so close. Does Equinox have visuals on him? Finally, I feel like he's heard those footsteps. Mistakes being committed from 8-Bit, and they've been punished severely, I see, at this point as the circle takes another shift. Now, this is what I was talking about. Team Soul should have made that rotation, should have stayed around that junction area, and now they will have to fight tooth and nails. But coming back, 8-Bit just survived by Gamla and Equinox. They'll have to conjure some magic, as now they also have to somehow get an entry inside a good spot. Los Hermanos, they've made their lives hell. Even GDR, they're starting to close in. Wyld Fangs on the northeastern side. Whilst Reckoning, they're chilling their way through.
Oh boy, shots are being fired. Reckoning can't seem to find an entry point. They're getting shot from left, right, front, and center. Look at this. So many teams, so many players. Reckoning forced the fight against Jux as well. But here comes the sprays. Jax is tagged up. Viper looking for the jump shot to find an opening. Reckoning Esports in a lot of fire. They need to push into cover. It seems like he is going to make the play here. Viper actually gets knocked from the flank, but they are going to get instantly traded off. But Jux, they somehow hold on, and Reckoning, they lose 3 out in the open, and only Dion remains from Reckoning Esports. Jux Esports somehow gets the defense.
Oh my god, what is going on? Fights breaking out on all corners. I see even Godlike, they've lost a lot of men. DOD making quick work of them. And now God's Omen, they've also got their eyes on Reckoning. They want to play a spoil spot in this one.
Oh my goodness, Goku could have gotten the finish on Dion. But because of the missed opportunity, Reckoning Esports somehow still survives. But 4TR, this fight continues. He's still on top of the shack, and this time Hero Extreme Godlike pushes up, and they get picked apart. Again, Pain His Life is just a big thorn in the nails of every single team looking to push up. And now Hero Extreme Godlike has no choice but to survive and continue their journey in this run with only Punk as the last solo survivor. 4TR official, what a setup from Pain His Life. Meanwhile, on screen, we see Reckoning Esports still struggling to survive and get the reset as Jux could not push out, knowing that there is a lot of teams looking in their general direction. But on screen, guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're the first team to get eliminated.
Yeah, fights had already broken loose against DOD. They wanted to get away from there. Fell down prey to the players of 4TR. And the misery goes on. But for Godlike, still have a very nice lead, a very nice cushion they can play around with. But Jux Esports, they need a biggie. Sitting at just 36 points, they need to at least get 10 plus in this one. As we come back, learn from past. They've been oh so aggressive. Do or die, also trying to get inside the zone. A must-win game for them as well. As they cross through Sami from the southeastern corners, they're wanting to squeeze in. But they've got the likes of God's Omen. Still, some differences, some distance between them and them. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next. Massive cluster around that northeastern side. As learned from past, just one finish collected, but still vying for more.
It's really unfortunate for teams who were the furthest away from the zone, considering how early it is. They need to rotate very, very fast. And speaking of a fast ride here, you guys got to check out the Kia Ceros with its cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity. The 3D panoramic display, the dual-pan panoramic sunroof will get you guys a little bit of a comfort here while you are driving in the car itself. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, VOLCANO Esports currently on screen, going to be making a little bit of drive-by, but guess what? They walk into the crosshairs of Alibaba Raiders, and you blink it and you miss it. The setup from Alibaba Raiders, shutting them outside the zone. Who would have thought there is a team still waiting for them. And guess what? Thank you for your delivery. Can we get some meds? We are starved on it, and we need to find an entry point. And Alibaba Raiders, they're just waiting for the zone, waiting for some sort of space before they actually push in. This might actually give them a little bit of saving grace here.
Yes, certainly. But look at this. Goblin, he's anticipated that threat. It's a big one against TWOB and Rapido. He's gonna bid his goodbye here, as Team Soul will get the first finish on the board. But a big concern I see is how on earth do they cross over inside the circle? They need to get past the bridge, and look at this. Even Reckoning, they also bow out.
Yeah, this is just brutal. This circle is just so brutal. Considering how far away the flight path and also how hard the shift was into the zone. Again, circle 1 feels like circle 2 because of the amount of space. So that means everybody needs to be early. And guess what? Everyone who was late to actually find an entry point was pretty much shut down. Hiroshima Godlike just could not find an entry point. Reckoning could not find an entry point. And it's just so difficult. Soul is going to be very lucky here because they are coming from the Alpha Island. Not much contact. But right now, they have to make the push and learn from pass. They're not holding the bridge. And this is good opportunity for Soul to actually pass by. And this has actually helped them survived just because learn from pass is so afraid to peek out and keep their heads high.
Oh my god.
Free entry point for Soul.
Yeah, that's a miracle. To be honest, I really felt like it could have been a bait strat where Team Soul, they let go of 2 players and suddenly learn from pass, strike back. But whatever the case is, Honey, his cover has been blown. He needs to find some stable ground as Legit fires from the backlines. Takes in a little bit of damage, but not enough to knock him out. But Legit, he's also got to watch his 6. He's got the enemies around his sidelines. And look at Dope, slithering through the grasses, closing in on Knuckle. A grenade being flung over, Knuckle being brought down. Learn from past, really bringing in that heat.
Oh no, they need to pick him up as well. Dope is looking for the confirmations. They find one. Soul is being picked apart. They still could not fight back. They're just so uncertain of what's happening around them. And Learn from Past is going to completely bully them out. Goblin getting tagged up, forced to reset, and they have no choice but to sacrifice Knuckle in this play. But Zone is going to push Learn from Past, and now Legit, he's got a nade. He's going to cook one, and he gets one, and that's going to be Learn from Past. Losing one, a 1-for-1 exchange. Dope pretty much out in the open, but the Zone is coming in. But look at this, Legit, he's getting shot from inside. The Zone is going to hurt. He needs to reposition, and it is going to shift on towards the outskirts of Tambang. So that means Soul needs to leave this compound. And if they leave, that means it is going to be open seasons for every single team inside. It is pretty difficult to navigate here from the north side right now. Let's Learn from Past. Dope tries to creep in. He doesn't have mats. He's going to be bleed out to zone here. Soul is holding him in check. Dope running for his dear life. Reposition. He is going to try and deny the point away. He is going to get taken out. But Soul, do they want to pursue this? It seems like... Oh, Goblin, he actually knows what's up. He saw it from the outskirts, runs out the zone, drives by, takes the point away. What game sense is this from Soul?
You know, they need this. They need it desperately. They just cannot work around with chicken dinners. They need to work with a lot of points. There's even God's Omen. They've got Alibaba Raiders right in front of them. Stone BGMI taking charge. He's gone pushing in, and they've got 2 players down off Alibaba Raiders. Certainly eyeing out for more. They've got so much coverage around that certain side. But they also know, I see. They'll have to enter in. Look at Krish. One with the nature. But look at 8-Bit as well. The 2 surviving members now against TWOB as Anonymous.
Oh.
He dives in, and 8-Bit instantly bow out. But the troubles do not end as they're not out of the woods yet for TWOB. As Los Hermanos, they decide to strike back. As Karlan, he gets the knock. And even 2 players of TWOB, just like that, they've fallen down. But let's not also forget, you've got Wyld Fangs watching all that fight, all that commotion. And look at this, Los Hermanos going for the cleanup. But this is where WF, they might strike.
Wow, Los Hermanos, perfect third parties. But Wyld Fangs definitely looking for some sort of chip in this play. But as of yet, they just need to lay it low. Look at the gunshots, it's just firing at every single direction. And considering that Los Hermanos is inside the zone, all they need to do is just wait things out. Meanwhile, Learn from Past, only Yash remains. The small skirmish with Soul has resulted in them getting shut down. And meanwhile, on the minimap itself, Legit actually gets picked off outside the zone. So that means Soul is not in a great position as well, as teams from the north pretty much running out and open. A couple of stragglers remain, and that is going to be Yash and also Manya from the side of Seoul as they slowly push into the zone. A lot of teams don't really have a lot of space to work with. Seoul, can they make the comeback? Is going to be the question here. It's going to be very difficult. And then guess what? The circle actually shifts in the center of it all, and NoNx has full control of the northern side of those compounds, and 4TR on the south side. Every single team has to push into 4TR and NoNx. But it seems like NoNx, they are going to regroup into what's one's house, so there is some space for the north side. But who's going to take the space? Because we have 3 solo warriors in the northeast corner. Manya, Yash, and Kanha from TWOB.
Oh, look at this. Even Wyld Fangs outside the circle, they've been taken down. Sensei, in fact, he's fallen. And now it's going to be an interesting fight, do or die. They've got Chucks in front of them, and amazing. He falls Omega. He strikes. And suddenly, at this point, Nico is going for the revive instead of fighting back. Do or die. Looking on, pressing the Martyrs. As Wyld Fangs, they get a little respite. Sensei back again. He's been given a second chance at life as Chucks. They have to cut off on their losses as Rebo. He closes in on the players of Do or Die. This is looking so impossible for Chucks Esports, as now, there you go. 40-yard out of nowhere, they find a knock, and suddenly Do or Die. Look at Omega sitting at 5 finishes. He's spitting fire.
Oh no, Do or Die, they are stuck. The zone forces them out. Everyone is going to take jab on the stragglers outside. TWOB pretty much eliminated as Kanha gets fined from the northeast corner. But Do or Die is still trying to push through. Wyld Fangs on the east side. They have some sort of high grounds, but they are getting shot. Los Hermanos in those compounds is setting up a firing squad. Even Do or Die as well is going to make sure that everyone is going to get shut down. But Pain is live on top of that small little sniper tower for the longest of time is the reason why every single one in the east side has been completely shut down. And Do or Die, they try to pick up, they try to walk up, and even Wyld Fangs takes a jab. Absolute chaos in the east side. Everyone is completely stuck because of one guy called Pain is Life. And guess what? Pain is real because you can feel the pain on each and every single team struggling to push through. Seth on the side, on the Pixel as well. Spots a Pixel, but Spy still survives. And now the nades comes through. Seth forced to tank the blue. Can he get the Mets in time? He might just bleed out. And yes, he will. Sensei finds a small little cubby inside the houses. But it's going to be tough. Stage 6, still 34 seconds left. They need to find a way to push through, and Los Hermanos is the biggest gatekeeper from this side before they need to push up. As Pain is Life is still up there, he's just not moving. He's just not moving.
You know, at this point, Los Hermanos, everybody is on their toes. At this point, they need to anticipate what's happening around us. There you go. Mane gets dealt with. Soul take an exit, an early one at that. But now Wyld Fangs, they've got bigger matters at hand. And look at this. Pain is Life finally snuffed out. It's going to be Balu who inflicts that damage. Finally, that post, it gets taken down. And now Do or Die, they have taken over. And now, from the backlines, he gets shot as well. And now Wyld Fangs trying to make a mayday. Trying to make an entry inside the circle. They've also been restricted. Fights happening on all corners of the map. And Los Hermanos still alive, whilst Wyld Fangs, they still survive with fears.
Oh no, it's so tough. Los Hermanos now, they have to get in. They heard all these gunshots. NoNx going to be shooting from the north. But what a cover fire coming from 4TR. Pain is Life was actually saved. And because of this, Do or Die will force to play a little bit of reset here. Fierce playing a healing game, as he has no room to push through, so he's going to try and deny some points. Final first aid, needs to push through, and he sees Los Hermanos, finds the pick. Can he get the point? Yes, he will, and that's going to be spoil spots for them, but Spy will take him out, but at the same time, they take each other out. Just like that, we're down towards the final 5 teams. Do or Die, Omega with 6 finishes, the solo warrior for the team, and he gets scouted out, and Pain is Life finds another one. He's back up again on that shack. He's got 6 finishes, 40-yard official, completely dominating every single team from the southeast corner. And just like that, 40-yard official looking for one of the biggest comebacks here in the semifinals itself, and they just might be able to do it. They are now in the top 4, and Alibaba Raiders, another solo warrior in the picture, as Chris needs to push through the zone. 40 yards got a control on the south side, but now We take a peek onto the war that is about to happen. God's Reign versus NoNx Esports on the northwest corner. Not a lot of massive fights, but NoNx, they're taking a little bit slow. But guess what? The third party comes through. It's Morty and God's Reign. 4TR, they're also taking jabs at God's Reign.
Look at this God's Reign. They're completely strangled to that corner. And this time Levi, he just has that one stun grenade to work around with. Had he had a couple of extra grenades, maybe could have taken the players of God's Reign down. And now, even NoNx Esports, they're making some movements over there. Justin out in the open. Not acceptable, not forgiven. Instantly gets shut down as NoNx Esports sitting at 7 finishes. And maybe they might have spotted Delta out. That smoke could be one of those giveaways as now NoNx Esports. They've got so much coverage, I see.
Oh, this three-way showdown is getting a little bit spicy. God's Reign somehow manages to find some sort of space. And Alibaba Raid is the third party to spoil sports. Chris, they're denying God's Reign. Everybody is taking jabs at them. And now they found even more. But Chris, Chris, you absolute madman. How are you still alive? And you single-handedly dismantling 4TR official. The dream has been shut down, and Chris is trying to make a play. And now we're down to the final 3 team. This solo warrior shattering 4TR official's chance of getting a chicken dinner. What a play from Chris. And now final 3 team. God's Reign needs the reset. NoNx has the high ground, and they are going to clean out God's Reign. 3 versus 1 situation. Neo getting sprayed down low. NoNx Esports wants to clean out this game. They want to take the chicken dinner. Neo outside the zone. They are on the edge. They can't seem to find him. And it's going to be a battle, but who is going to be able to survive this? Neo is proning his way. NoNx has a widespread. Who's going to outlast each other, Chris or Neo? Who's the better solo warrior? And the spray comes through. Chris finds an opening. And he needs to take this 1 versus 2. His health is low. He can't get those finish points. But the push comes through. Levi out in open. He drops him down low. But the zone, he doesn't have time. Lobbish from the sides. He finds the pick. He's going to put SLK, but he cannot do any more than that. He tried his best. But eventually, NoNx Esports will be the ones that take the chicken dinner in this game.
Yeah, what was destined eventually did happen. NoNx officials did get blessed by the circle. Of course, they had a lot to fight for, and they fought till the very end. And eventually walked away with a chicken dinner. 11 finishes on the board, and this is what they needed. Pure dark horses by all rights, and they have been phenomenal right from the semi-finals. We have seen them, punching above their weight, and this is going to be nothing less than that. What an absolute cinema, especially beginning with Payne's life around that security post. He has been causing mayhem around the map till the moment we saw Chris with that outrageous clutch to NoNx, eventually seizing the chicken dinner. It was a wholesome game, I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-finals. Welcome to the group of destruction. Expect the unexpected. And in this game, it was just an absolute blast here coming from every single team. But let's talk a little bit more serious talks here, because in this circle itself, it was just a complete disastrous performance from every single team because of the first initial shift. Again, Circle 1 feels like Circle 2. Everyone didn't really have a lot of time to get some loots as well. And because of that, every single team that was late in terms of rotating was struggling to find some sort of entry point. 8-bit definitely could not find one. Hero Extreme got just tried from the north where East couldn't find an entry point. Came to the southeast corner, ran into 4TR official, which in this case, Payne's Life just capitalized on every single one just because he was on top of that sniper tower.
I mean, this is one of those games where a lot of unexpected things were happening, and I think everything is going to come down to how the circle really panned out, right? It was such a small circle, everybody fighting for some inch of its space, and yes, mistakes were committed. Big ones at that. I mean, God's Reign, you could see them go so passive, but this knock and a finish. I mean, Chris, he was the lonely straggler for quite some time, and still he did whatever he possibly could, but got overwhelmed towards the end. But now we need to talk about those mistakes. Also, we'll get back to that. Few more look at stats and figures. NoNx Esports, they've got some really nice numbers. Look at Levi, 8 finishes. That's amazing.
Today, in day 3, it's a day of comebacks. Every single team is pulling out all their cards for their final chance to qualify into the top 8. it may not be the last day, but it does give you a little bit of base points to actually catch up for tomorrow itself, because they need those top 8 spots to directly qualify in towards the LAN. It's now or never, and you can see every single team is pulling out every single strats, and even 4TR official as well, even though it's Sanhok. But the way Pain Is Life played that and held down the ground, the way they trusted him, and the cover fire coming from the backlines to shut down Do or Die, that was just wow.
You know, we were kind of finally like relieved that, oh, finally he gets taken down. Suddenly a cover fire comes and he's back alive. He's at the same post, raining death and destruction. This was madness. This was carnage personified. But what a game it was. And now let's come back to the discussion that we were having. Soul and God's Reign. What do you think went wrong?
Well, I think God's Reign played really, really well. Like, considering the fact that they were having the backs against the wall between both 4TR as well as NoNx, they were able to actually mess up 4TR officials' roster, which allowed Chris for the setup. So I feel like God's Reign has made a little bit of improvement. But before we talk about the mistakes here, let's talk about the MVP of the match. Levi, he himself from the side of NoNx, was single-handedly getting 8 finishes in the game. They just completely dominated everyone from the north side, because every single team that has made a northern entry was forced into a stalemate, which resulted into a lot of solo warrior plays, which eventually NoNx was able to capitalize and pick them all bit by bit. They picked off Soul, they picked off TWOB, they picked off everyone, and it just cleaned out, whereas every single team was just dodging the northern entry and heading to the southeast corner. So it was just free pickings after free pickings coming from NoNx.
Yeah, I mean, NoNx, they were really at it, especially blessed by the circle, and so many teams fighting around. They were just getting those third parties, and as a result of which, Levi really did thrive. But Pain Is Life.
Wow.
Oh my God. Death and destruction from that security post earns him 7 finishes. And Omega, let's not also rule this player out. I think he solo individually carried his team there. I think had majority, I think 90% of the finishes for DOD. But take a look at the match ranking. We've got NoNx Esports 21 points out of this game, and this is going to make them breach past 60 easily. Alibaba Raiders, this was a very nice climb, much needed one at that, and the same goes with 4TR. 14 points out of this game.
Exactly. Do or Die also with 9 points. Well, God's Reign with 7 points, lost to Hermanos to Swigs. It was just absolute cinema in this match. Everybody was fighting for their dear lives, and even Wyld Fangs as well. Yes, they may not have gotten a little bit of position points, but again, they were the furthest away on the edge of the zone. Every single team on the edge zone outside, aside from Learn From Past in this situation, was completely denied entry point, because number one, southeast corner, you had 4TRX and also Alibaba Raiders. North side, you have NoNx, which again was the winner of this game because they were the first to try and make an entry point inside the zone, and they were the ones that actually shut down Learn From Past because of that split in towards Ruins. And from then on, they just traverse and take a lot of points from this game. But with this chicken dinner, NoNx is currently on the number 2 spot with 75 points. What a jump coming from NoNx Esports.
Take a bow, NoNx. I mean, there's no other way to put it. 8 games played, 75 points secure. That's some amazing stuff coming out from their side. Godlike seems to have slipped up a little bit. Still have a lot more games to go as we take a look. GDR, yes, those 7 points did breach them past 30. Still need to dig in a little bit further. But for Team Soul, their misery continues, sitting at 20 points out of those 6 games. And again, the lack of awareness clearly visible, especially they were taking a lot of gambles. They outrageously just crossed past the bridge, which could have gone really awry for them. And then eventually had no awareness of NoNx being beside them out in the open. So many mistakes being committed.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, 4TRX official is also part of the group of destruction roster as well. For them to make a little bit of bounce back, it is a small win. However, if they got on the chicken dinner just now, then maybe, just maybe, they might be in the contention as well. But all things considered, even though I say it's maybe, Group of Destruction has played 1 game, but they have 3 more games to go today itself. It's not over yet. The action continues even more here in the Group of Destruction.
and this is just going to keep on getting better, right? So much happening left and right, and it's lovely stuff going on. Now, Group A, of course, they're gonna take a little bit of a standstill. They're gonna sit down.
No, it's actually one more game of Group A.
One more game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. It's gonna be in a different map. Of course, it's gonna be Erangel this time because we're done with the games of Miramar. We just had one Miramar throughout the entire day. We have a lot of Erangels in Sanhok, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting. But all of that action, folks, will resume after this very short little break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 semi-final stages week 1 itself. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and today is day number 3. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is going to be I Super Johnny as we take you through the English commentaries for today. And as of yet, the group of destruction pretty much started their journey just now, and now it is going to be another game again. It is going to be the same group between Group A and D, and in the map of Sanhok, absolute pandemonium for each and every single team in that zone. Everyone was struggling.
Yeah, I mean, especially we had expectations from Godlike in that previous game. We were hoping like, all right, maybe we're going to see a big leap right off the bat, and they're going to try and contest the first position. But I think considering they are already inside of the top 8, they aren't really willing to push that much, a safer position. But on the other side of things, a lot of names that we were expecting they would have a big bounce back and would make it at least to the top 16. That hasn't happened. I'm going to take the name Sold and do well. 5 points.
Well, all things considered, hopefully things are going to be for the better. But for now, if you guys want to have a little bit better performance in your BGMI action, you guys got to check out the realme GT7, who's currently out in the market as well. So do search it up on Amazon, and you will be able to purchase it right now, because it does give you that 6 degrees Celsius cooler because of this Ice Sense graphene rear cover for uninterrupted gameplay for up to 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. Yes, you've heard me right. 6 hours of uninterrupted 120 FPS. Tested by both Realme and Crafton, guys. So be sure to buy now on Amazon. Meanwhile, the journey continues for the group, the destruction. Sanhok, absolute chaos, absolutely difficult here. But on the schedule here, we are finally giving them a little bit of break from the absolute chaos. We are going to bring things back in towards Erangel. So they are going to be in a situation where they have to play a little bit more tactical.
Yeah.
But once again, on screen, these are the groups playing in A and D.
Yeah, D is going to play all the matches from here on out, but Group A stepping in again. And Wyld Fangs, that momentum was there on Miramar. They have had a break for that Sanhok, and now again on Erangel. If they can pick up the pace, get themselves double digits in this match as well, I think Wyld Fangs will find themselves in a much safer position for tomorrow. That's going to be the goal for them. That will be the goal for teams like 8-bit, teams like Learn From Past as well. And of course, it's going to be interesting to see that while these teams are trying to fight for qualification, they are added in the mix with God's Reign, with the likes of Soul. What will the teams at the top do? Alibaba Raiders, now that previous match was quite incredible. Can they keep the ball rolling?
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a different question here as well, because it is a different set of maps, different set of tactics as well.
Yeah.
Have they made preparations for this map? For Group D, I don't think they have time to prepare as well, because it's just non-stop action after action after action. Hope everything goes well for them here, because right now, without further ado, we are going to send you guys off into the map of Erangel, because it is going to be game time for Group AD in this map, and as we head in towards the map of Erangel. As you can see, based on the plane itself, the trajectory is going to be coming in from the north side of the map. It seems like they are going to be coming in from the north side of Stauber, and there is going to be a direct southern entry point passing through Yasnaya and then ending towards the outskirts of military base. So based on this flight path on screen, it is a very eastern shift of a flight path.
Yeah, it's a very eastern flight path, and it will for sure cause a lot of problems for the teams that like to play from Georgopol, Hospital Ruins, Gut Cup from Osferipia. Anything towards the west is going to be a big challenge. But again, towards the northeastern quadrant, there are a few potential drop clashes in this matchup. Let's see if we are going to get to witness any early action in Yasnaya Poliana, as Godlike has taken that drop, taking over that city super early inside of this match. They will have Soul looking to take control of school and school apartments, and Learn From Past as well, just gliding towards that western side ever so slightly. But Godlike, they've been left alone. Reckoning go for that split mansion, shelter, prison control of theirs. So fights have been avoided, at least as far as the northeastern quadrant goes. We are going to find out what the status of the rest of the teams are going to be like. Well, even in Military Island, Volcano going towards Nova Ripnoi, God's Reign, free control of that military base, so no conflict there as well.
Oh, speaking of conflict so far, based on this, oh, what is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Here inside the semifinals here in week 1, day number 3 itself, the circle is just unpredictable today, because we are giving a lot of curveballs today, and it seems to me, Johnny, we might see a military circle, unless it's a scam. We've seen a lot of scams this week, but oh boy, this is going to be a tough rotation here for every single team. But on the screen right now, we do see Learn From Past scouting a couple of members from the sides as they try to get a couple of peek. 4TR just about lands together in this compound, finds themselves a vehicle, makes the call, we are getting out. And Learn From Past, they are going to be on the hunt as well. Honey looking to try and intercept, makes a little bit of a small mistake. crashes on the side, so that is going to be 4TR on retreat here, but seems like Honey, he actually wants to give chase because the rest of 4TR, they are going to make a little bit of a run for it.
Yeah, but what is the intent from learn from past from here? That's going to be a big question because the players are split away from each other, and 4TR will have a man advantage if a fight broke out, but forcing 4TR into the side of TWOB, that could have been a massive loss at the start of the game for 4TR, but they managed to avoid taking a single knock. And TWOB as well, they're going to prioritize their early start. Both the teams go along their merry way. This could have been a very awkward early game for all three sides, but early losses have been avoided by everyone.
Yeah, definitely early losses has been avoided as well, considering that most of the major teams in this group itself has taken a huge loss from the previous game. So this, some of teams may have a little bit leeway, but some may not. But Flash gets a nice headshot on Fierce. That's going to be first knock coming in onto his military base. And it seems like VOLCANO, they're already setting up pit stops on the eastern breach itself. Wyld Fangs needs to pick up Fierce. It seems like damage has been done. Even Seth gets picked off. This setup coming from VOLCANO Esports completely denying them entry point. And just like that, Wyld Fangs, they get completely shut down right from the get-go.
Yeah, quite a brilliant trap in place by VOLCANO Esports. Of course, it sprung into action with precision as well. Flash finding that first knock, and it was a danger man from the side of Wyld Fangs who was picked off. But again, what was Wyld Fangs thinking? This is the crossing time of that Novorepnoe bridge. You know it was delayed. You can expect someone to be camping that Novorepnoe side of things.
No, actually I kind of disagree. I feel like it's a very early rotation from Wyld Fangs, but more like VOLCANO, instead of hard looting in Novo, they just looted whatever compounds and decided to just make sure that any early rotations gets punished.
I mean, in a circle like this, you know for a fact that someone will at least have someone gathering information for the bridge crossing. Because even if you look at the military bridge, no one crosses completely. You're going to have either teams just playing the lighthouse or maybe the hills on the other side, on the southern side of the military island. It is all about information. And what was unfortunate for Wyld Fangs was the fact that, first of all, Monster Truck, the mobility is low. So it was quite easy for Flash to just commit the shots very precisely. And the second of all, I mean, the usual strategy, right? You're going to let the first two players leave, and whoever's last is the first man you pick off. So yeah, that was something that they just fell for. Now it's going to be very difficult to survive with two players, though. I mean, they can, if they are lucky enough, if the zone moves down south, stays on top of Observatory, maybe we can hope for a top 5 finish from Wyld Fangs. But Jux, they're having their struggles. Jux having to swim across the bridge.
Hey, sometimes to fight for survival, you gotta learn whatever pocket strategies. And sometimes being an Olympic swimmer gives you that opportunity.
But again, this is the difference, right? Wyld Fangs went for a straight-in dash. Jux going for a swim. And the difference between rotation timing is what, 40 seconds?
Yep, fair enough. But Salme finds himself a hovercraft, so Reckoning Esports is going to be very happy about this rotation.
Yeah.
Because I think they've heard the commotions coming in from Wyld Fangs. They may look for a ocean entry point in this regard. So very, very lucky pick off here coming for Salme. Spots it out, immediately takes it. So small little victories coming for Reckoning Esports. But the circle has not shifted completely yet, because based on this first phase of the circle, almost 35% is still on main island, whereas the other 45 to 55% is into its military island. So either or, it could still potentially shift up north based on this zone. I might be wrong, but there is a possibility. You must understand that Circle Gods is sometimes not as predictable as you think it is.
That is true. But let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, because of what you are saying exactly, we are seeing the teams also sort of struggle with commitment, where they want to move towards, where they want to hold for the next stage shift. There are still a lot of teams towards the northern side. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you can safely commit towards is the Realme GT7. It's an amazing device, gives you 120 FPS stable BGMI performance for up to 6 hours straight. So go on to Amazon and grab yourselves the Realme GT7.
Now, speaking of which, here, at the start of the day, two teams that was closest coming from Group D when it comes to breaking the top 8 here was Reckoning Esports and TWOB. But after that performance from Sanhok itself, It seems to be a little bit of a wider gap right now for both these teams to actually push through as well. It was 48 points at the start here coming from Reckoning Esports, and now they've only got 1 point from the previous Sanhok map. So Reckoning Esports, they are slowly slipping away as the game goes by, but they are still on game number 7 right now. It was 6 just now, but it is still possible for them to catch up, but they can no longer slack off.
Yeah.
That's going to be the problem right now.
It definitely is going to be a big problem. But problems, it seems like, are not going away for this team, Soul.
Interesting enough, the only 2 teams that really performed in the map of Sanhok just now was God's Reign and 4TRX Official. Everybody else got shut down, even Soul.
Yeah.
And funny enough, right after this game, guess what? Group of Destruction is going to play Sanhok again.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's going to be intense for sure, but again, Sanhok, I think, is the best opportunity for you to... Like, it's that one-off map that where, you know, everyone is uncomfortable, so you have an opportunity to shut down everyone from the middle pack to the top and just cut down the difference in the overall leaderboard. But let's see, I mean, Soul, things are looking quite dire, man. I mean, they're sitting on that 30th position right now. So there's a lot of questions, and I think at this point you just start to hope that either they recover within the matches that they have left or qualify for the finals from semifinals week 2.
Yep. Oh boy, Circle not going to be on main island here. Officially, we have the zone shift directly in towards Military Island. So no scam, no whatsoever.
Yeah.
But teams who are late to this party here is going to be expecting a lot of resistance, and that is going to be coming in the form of VOLCANO Esports from the east side. We have Jux playing the shorelines on the north side, while the west side, we have God's Reign on top of those mountains. So teams, they have to go prepared. Fortunately for some of the teams in the south side, we have God's OMEN, Alibaba Raiders, and also Wyld Fangs finding some sort of entry point for the south side. So that is going to be a little bit lesser traffic than the most. But Wyld Fangs only has 2 players, so it is going to be a very, very tricky situation. But I'm curious to see how 8-Bit is going to handle this right now, because 8-Bit, they have not had a good game at all today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they have been struggling. I mean, although the one big difference between 8-Bit and the other big names is 8-Bit is in a position where even a decent performance kind of keeps them in that top 8 bracket check. And that is where 8-Bit would like to be at the end of the day. But Reckoning Esports on our screens, it seems like with how Somi is positioning himself, wants to be clear, absolutely sure that there's no one on the other side. And maybe even has a little bit of information about the players of VOLCANO as well. They are still playing the bridge side. Psycho and Flash have fallen back though. So if Reckoning just commits to this fight, he will have an advantage, at least for the initial 15-20 seconds.
Now, based on the data on the right side just now, a majority of the teams that have more than 15 smokes are teams outside the zone right now. Teams that has made it has either been scarce of loot just because they were early into the zone. So the question here is, will they be able to stock up, especially for teams like VOLCANO Esports, which has been the gatekeepers on the east side. A lot of shots has been made, but everybody is dodging them as well. And Somi, with the pickup of this hovercraft, was able to traverse safely, but he actually did it himself. So they didn't want to put all their eggs in that basket here. So they are still on the bridge, and even Dion as well is trying to stall any potential teams that is going to be coming from the northeast corner. And that is going to delay them even more. And with this play, it actually might work, because 3 teams, including Hero Extreme Godlike, is still stuck on the northeast side of the zone. Right in front of them is going to be Soul. Right beside them is going to be Los Hermanos. 3 teams getting slowed down because Reckoning Esports has not moved away from that spot.
Yeah, I think Reckoning just have found themselves in a position where if they take the fights properly, they can rack up a decent number of eliminations at the very start of this match. But Soul legit. Oh no. Moving in from the rear, the players of Godlike, they're checking, making sure there's no bodies up front. And Soul, this could be a big fight in the blue zone as well, with stage 3 appearing now. And while everyone's going to be forced completely towards that military base, the 2 giants, they are all set to collide in the blue zone itself. Look at where they are, just a little bit north of Milta. And now both of them move west.
Oh no, this is going to be a tough one as well. Circle shifts right in the middle of nowhere as well. Military base still kind of open. We have the hills on top of NoNx. It is kind of open as well. We've got the radio tower where VOLCANO Psycho is the highest point. Is also kind of in play. So this is going to be a little bit tricky. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they have only one option right now. Fight fast or run. Because there's only two options. Push through Reckoning or go for a really, really long rotation from the west side. But they have to do it now because they do not have enough time. 15 seconds left, the circle is about to move, and stage 3 is gonna hurt the moment stage 4 makes a play. But seems like on the finish feed as well, we do see a little bit of an attack here coming from Reckoning Esports as they find the opening against VOLCANO to push through, while Soul and Godlike is still stuck outside on Milta.
Yeah, both these teams, I think even if they, after they move out, they're going to be stuck here for a bit. God's Omen on the other end, taking a beating inside of that military base. Wanted to go for map control, but can't really spot out the opponents. There's a cluster in the military base itself right now. TWOB off to a decent start of this as they find the opening against 40R. And it's going to be an interesting fight as well, because it seems like TWOB are taking on two opponents at the same time on this military bridge. There's Learn from Past as well, who have been left in the back lines, bleeding in the blue zone. And Kalyug along with Kana. That's a brilliant setup, man. This could be the end from Learn from Past from this game.
Yeah, they have to wrap things up as well. Stage 4 is about to break down as well. 1 more minute left before Stage 4 begins. And this cluster of teams on the Western Bridge is not helping anyone as well, because I count 4 teams still stuck on the Western Bridge, and 8-Bit is making sure that nobody gets in towards Military Island from this Western Bridge. And this is going to be a very, very tough one. East side is Godlike and Soul. Left side is Learn from Past, TWOB, 40RX Official, and 8-Bit. As Stage 4 is about to break down, 54 seconds left. They have to wrap things out. 40R gonna take the shots here. God actually missing a couple as TWOB actually sneaks by, and Kalioji from the back takes him out. TWOB, they make the entry point, but it is gonna be close here, Johnny. 35 seconds left before Stage 4 begins. Do they have enough mats to push through? And guess what? They actually find an entry point. They just might be able to make it in time.
Yeah, and they have the meds to work with as well. We see 4 on Kalyug, his teammates has 3. So that things check out for the side of TWOB. But time to check in with Do or Die. They have lost 1 man to the side of God's Omen. But this time it's going to be God's Rain moving in one after the other. They are losing players, but the trades come through. Avnish is fighting for his life. Has brought the numbers from the side of God's Rain in check. But does he actually win this battle as well? It's an important one. He has 3 finishes on the board to work with. Molly up front stops this man in his track. And his teammate has closed in from the back line. But here comes the backup from God's Rain. Out into the open. Destro looking for a knock. And he finds it as well. And that's the end for Do or Die. Destro, Delta, both of them survive along with Justin. It's just Neo that's been lost in this conflict.
Yep, just a little bit unfortunate of play here, but at the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're still sitting this out. They're tanking Stage 4. They let Soul through, but do they have enough first aids? Because look at this. 2 first aids on Punk. He just might be able to bleed out. Oh no, it hurts. I think Punk is done for. He just might bleed out in the last tick. Or does he survive is going to be the question here.
But for Soul, man, Reckoning is waiting for them on the other side. 1 man spotted out Dayon. I'm pretty sure he's going to check his back as well. Make sure that this team moving in are not going to feel comfortable. This is too close. Goblin, his buggy could be spotted out, and Soul, they do not want to stop longer than necessary, just on the move constantly and putting on those first aids.
Oh my goodness, they're just afraid to fight because look at this. They all do not have any more meds here. Soul, they're afraid to fight, and now with the circle pushing in, they might hurt even more as well. Goblin almost got his life ticked off. They need to find meds. They need to go on the hunt as Soul barely makes entry point. Even Hero Extreme Godlike was able to survive this somehow. But Mets is on an all-time low. Punk down towards the last first aid. 2 bandages left and Stage 4 on play. They barely make it into zone here, Johnny.
Yeah, barely pushing through, but hey, at least they are here.
Oh boy.
And I think for Godlike, that is the one thing that keeps them going. But Reckoning Esports, Soul spotted out. Some, this hovercraft is such a big opportunity for them to engage with. But Soul, with how they are moving away from the players of Reckoning, it seems like they aren't really willing to be a part of conflict right now. They realize how critical their situation on the overall leaderboard is. But on the finish feed, look at that. Godlike now. It seems like an awkward run in a clash against the players of Los Hermanos, and 1 player has been knocked out.
Oh boy, teams outside the zone are scrambling. Soul, they don't really want to fight, and Reckoning says, you know what, they're weak, and finds the pick, and now Viper finishes off Knuckled, and now Manya going to be taking some shots as well. He doesn't have meds, so they don't really want to fight. They need somebody to help them, but Reckoning Esports says nobody is going to be here to help you as they try to take them out. As the zone slowly closes in, gunshots are being heard from only Reckoning Esports here. iQOO came to take a look, was spotted out, almost gets shot as well. Almost finds some sort of connection as Reckoning Esports is going to go for the play. Dion now looking for a fight, but Manya, he's there stopping. Look at this, Soul. They have no intention to stop just because if they stop, they are dead. Soul disengages from this fight and they are going to look to reposition. They're looking to try some sort of third party accident being made from Goblin, but no one has picked them yet. So how are they still alive? And now Legit finally gets picked off from Jugs. So they're still running on the go. They need to find space. They need to find sanctuary and finally pushes through into a military base. Manya says, drive through the cracks, Goblin. We gotta hide. We gotta run. Soul somehow sneaks in, and guess what? Manya, no! He thought the tunnel was saving, but Hyderabad Hydras was already there. And so they have no more place to run, and they will be shut down.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate exit. One fight after another. Nowhere left to hide. And this late entry, it pays, makes them pay in a brutal manner. Soul eliminated from this game with no points on the board, but Godlike still in this fight. They have a decent dip to work with. Punk lose a big chunk of his HP, but it's the same threat as before. There's Los Hermanos on the flank, Jux up front with the threat of Reckoning Esports moving in for this spot at any given second. But Godlike, I think this is a good idea. Get a little bit of breathing room to work with. Although they need to find a few crates here and there looking for those first aids.
Yeah, here Extreme got like same situation as Soul. They don't want to fight just because they do not have meds. That's why Soul was just on the run, but unfortunately they had no more space to go. A little bit sad for Soul. Hopefully things will be for the better for Hero Extreme Godlike, as they need somebody to give them some meds. But on screen now we do see 8-Bit, one of the dominators coming from the west side of the bridge. They do have 4 finishers and they finally make their mark inside the zone and inside military base as this zone slowly shifts around the nuclear plant. And Alibaba Raiders has one of the best spot possible inside the tunnels of the secret base. But on screen now, Reckoning, Jonathan, they finally get the revenge. Reckoning were the gatekeepers for the longest of time, and now this mistake from Reckoning might cost them. Sawme holding down the fort, he's going for the bomb and weave. Jonathan still holding on. Sawme trying their best to hold on, but here Extreme Godlike, they get completely flushed because the third party comes in. Jux also trying to take this fight, but Reckoning Esports, they somehow need to defend this. Jux with the perfect timing, perfect opportunity. Sawme wants to hang on, but Jux with the flank takes him out. Dion almost clutches it, but Jux was able to take him out. Now a 4th party, Johnny!
I mean, there was already another team involved before. There's Volcano Esports also having a line of fire from the backlines. Were the ones who caused unnecessary harm to the side of Godlike. But now Los Hermanos, they show up for an easy cleanup. Jux down to the last man, amazing, trying to fall back, should be able to survive as he gets himself away from the line of fire of Volcano and gets a little bit of distance between him and Los Hermanos. But no, my apologies, Volcano still had the line of fire. It was Flash who found the last shot connection onto Amazing, and Jux are also outside of this game. Stage 5 down to top 9 teams, 30 players still alive in this game. And of course, I think with the circle just again towards the southeastern section of that military island, every single team that took control of that military base is going to be under pressure. Exit options now going to be limited, and Los Hermanos, I think, prime spot to go big in this match.
Well, it might be the case. Learn from past, also looking for a little bit of bounce back here as they come in from the west side. But as of yet, finally, some breathing room. Every single team finally has some sort of space now inside the zone. But the question here is, which team has enough mats? TWOB, they were one of the latest coming from the western side, but for some reason, they were able to find an easy access from the west side, whereas teams like, in this case, Hero Extreme Godlike and Soul and Reckoning could not find the space that they need. Was it a masterful play from Los Hermanos? Yes, absolutely. Because Los Hermanos capitalized it on the best timing possible here. Able to wipe out 4 teams from northeast side. That was just insane coming from Los Hermanos.
I mean, it was, but a lot of questionable moves by almost everyone who went after Godlike over there, because everyone was aware of the threats. Everyone knew Jux was there, Los Hermanos was there. Soul getting picked off the way that it didn't make sense because they went in blind. Godlike was holding a position, Reckoning moved in, and then after that, everyone just kept coming in. I think the biggest advantage taken from that particular fight was by Reckoning, because they walked away with like 7 eliminations. And the second was for VOLCANO Esports. They found 4 free finishes, man, for absolutely nothing.
Exactly, absolutely worth it for them. Meanwhile, on screen here, 8-bit, they finally had a little bit ordeal from the west side. They are going to try and push into the zone. As the zone is about to close in, VOLCANO take a couple shots in, no connection. And 8-bit, it seems like they are going to be in a little bit of a scuffle here. Return fire to try and stop them in his drag. It seems like it is going to work out, but Raiden actually gets picked off on the side as Los Hermanos was able to get a couple shots in. 8-bit forced to dock on the outskirts of the fence once more. Som is down, only Equinox and Toy remains, but they are not exactly in zone yet, but inside the zone now on the northwest corner. We do see Godstrain trying to smoke up to reposition, learn from passes, looking to intercept. Even NoNx as well is trying to go through the cracks in the buildings, but the moment they finish all these rotations and finish this fight, it is going to be no man's land out in the open.
Oh, it will be, for sure. But NON, big sign of concern, stuck on towards that northwestern edge. And now is the time to go for the cleanups, because if you do not get these finishes, then points are going to be quite critical towards the end of the game. Oh, knock secured by Levi. Equinox hits the floor. And even Los Hermanos taking a beating in the backlines means that there is decent opportunity for NON to rack up the finish numbers. One last man left alive from 8-bit, and his position compromise means survival is going to be dire. Toy can't really do much from here on out, but Surya, now this is...
No way.
It's very awkward. How is he there?
How did he manage to sneak in without NoNx actually realizing it as well? Full prone all the way, made no step, and NoNx, they haven't heard him yet.
Oh, now
but they are going to try and check. Now Surya goes for the pick, and guess what? NoNx, they're panicking. There's someone, but it doesn't matter because GodX, he's there. I'm here. Guess what? I've got you guys covered. Job's done. Snake's dead. Now 5 teams left.
That was very awkward. That man being there, and NOX, I think perfect timing of checking their corners. Do find that 1 extra finish in the bag. 80 points total tally for NON right now. And now the important fight of the game. This one can actually decide if they have an opportunity to fight for the chicken dinner or no, as God's Reign has NON's back compromise. 3 against 4. NON still has numbers to work with, but 8 seconds, 7 seconds before the blue zone collapses and you transition and start thinking about stage 7. Oh, this is a brilliant, brilliant sight for that nade lob. Should find contact, and it does. Lavish knocked out. 3 players still there as GodX has put on his first aid and is in a fighting position, but as soon as God's Reign moves out, NON will have, or should have had, an easier time to shoot them, but this is a very brutal line of fire, and Spy is just waiting for the perfect time to strike.
2 options for NoNx. Run into Los Hermanos, run into God's Reign. Pick your poison. Either way, you're not getting out alive. And here you come, the spray from Spy. Trying to find some sort of connections here. NoNx, they're stuck. Deny the points or die fighting here. They're running out in the smoke. They're making a gamble against God's Reign. Sprays has been made. Spy gets a couple connections in. But NoNx, they're rushing through. Guess what? They somehow still survive. They're not exactly dead. Levi gets dropped. But God's Reign's getting completely rushed. But the successful push from NoNx actually takes God's Reign. They're still alive. They're still alive. They're still hanging on. And they are going to be able to take the point away from God's Reign. But what little time have? The circle comes in. They don't have time. NoNx, they are going to bleed out. No, NoNx, they're done for. They picked their poison. They're able to get some points. But the zone just does not allow you to survive this situation.
But hey, I mean, look at who has still made it. It is TWOB, Los Hermanos, and Alibaba Raiders with all 4 players as well. This team has been struggling in the overall leaderboard for the first 2 days, but in this particular game, an opportunity has presented itself, and Alibaba Raiders, they need to raid it with arms spread wide open. Finishes need to come in this game, but TWB will be a big challenge for them to fight through. Los Hermanos, though, let's talk about them. I think this game might just come to an end. Escaping that bunker position, it's going to be close to impossible, especially with just 2 players remaining.
It is going to be tough here. The entire firing squad from TWB and also Alibaba Raiders has got them completely pinned. But look at Cali OG. down towards the last 18 bullets. They don't really have a lot of ammunition. Los Hermanos, they are trying to make an attempt here, but first aid comes in. Kalan, why did he walk out? Oh, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He is going to get picked off, and that is going to be it for Los Hermanos as Kelly Yuji finds the last pick. Takes a couple of ammunition for his teammates, but now we're down towards the final two teams. 4 versus 4. Alibaba Raiders, 3 right below them and 1 across. And TWOB, they cannot push down. And Alibaba Raiders has the line of sight, and they are going to slowly push out to deny TWOB those vision here. Chris here is going to be the biggest spoiler for TWOB. And if Chris gets taken down, Alibaba Raiders just might lose this fight.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be the main frontliner, even though he's at the opposite end of the zone right now. But TWOB, the question is, do they actually engage in the fight? They are at the edge of the circle. Alibaba Raiders have full control of this game already in Stage 8 itself. So TWOB, they have to be cautious. Chris moving in.
Oh.
How much utility do Alibaba Raiders have?
Well, seems like a lot as well, because it seems like Alibaba Raiders, they realize that it is a 4-man squad right beneath them. There's no reason to check the north side already, as they are going to commit to the full defense against TWOB. And right now, TWOB, they're really low on meds and also ammunition. Rapido looking for an off angle outside there, as Alibaba Raiders hasn't exactly peaked yet. So they are waiting some sort of mistakes here coming from each other. And of course, Alibaba Raiders has a little bit more movements to work with, but Rapido, he needs to reposition soon. Wanted actually scout him out. This is not good here. He saws the pixel. And if Wanted takes it out, he's going to be done for as well. Rapido sprays comes through, but Rapido! What a shot! That's the opening for TWOB. Alibaba Raiders now 3 versus 4. Chris looking for the nades, looking to try and even things out here. White Tiger was able to get the Molotov, and that is going to be a 3 versus 3. Can they get the reset here? They are able to pick up Wanted, as TWOB hasn't made their resurrection yet on Kanha.
Well, let's see. Opportunity is still there, though. And now finally the rest comes through. Alibaba Raiders waiting for, I don't know what, because this would have been the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Now they are going to start to run out of util. All the pressure on Chris, the man that's warmed up. TWOB having saved a lot from the start of the game, and that southern side cleanup gave them a lot of crates to work with as well. Finally started to close in. Stage 9 collapse. It's going to force TWOB out of the cover. But that slight high ground advantage, if they can make it work to lob utility and catch the players of Alibaba Raiders off guard, then they might have an opening opportunity in this fight. But all of these smokes being lobbed, intention is clear. Both the sides want to cause confusion. They want that chaos. And in the last 4v4, it just seems like it's going to be a gamble between both these two opposing sides.
Oh my god, the Molotov has been expanded as well. They're trying to deny a couple zones. Kanha down towards a few more utilities left. TWOB options pretty much done and dusted. Circle closing in. They need to find some sort of pick. They need to group up. Alibaba Raiders just not making it easy for them as well. They're doing a fantastic job kiting as well, but they are going to try and deny vision as they slowly inch up to find a pick. But eventually, White Tiger on the outskirts, he doesn't have an off angle, but Alibaba Raiders, they're conceding high ground. They know there is no reason to challenge them on top of their game. They are going to force them out in the open. TWOB gets some position, Kanha on top as well. They need to find someone to pick. And the Molotov, great denial coming from Rapido. Alibaba Raiders fragger, he cannot refrag. This might be the opening. Sprays has been made. Rapido finds White Tiger. 3v4 now. And Alibaba Raiders are dropping like fly. They lose another one. And here comes the rush. TWOB. What a tactical victory in this fight.
I mean, it was tactical, but Alibaba Raiders, this loss is theirs. They made mistake. 2 players for absolutely no reason ran into those maulers, overcommitting into that fight. And TWOB, just that patience that they had, handed them this chicken dinner. 9 finishes, 19 points from this game. So TWOB, they were, I think, in the middle pack at the start of the day as well. So this just kind of solidifies their qualification stance. On the other side, Alibaba Raiders desperately needed those placement points as well. They were not doing that well in the overall leaderboard. Previous game was kind of an okayish performance. This match as well, I think, had they gotten those 4 extra eliminations towards the end and the chicken dinner, then we could have seen them within the top 16 at the end of the day, but now I don't know.
Well, fair enough, but all things considered here, the Group of Destruction definitely has given us a little bit of an insight here as well. TWE with the chicken dinner, but so far in this match, ever since Group D has begun, has been very, very difficult. Same can be said for Group A as well. Well done to them, because the two games, in previous game of Sanhok and also here in Erangel, has been just absolute cinema. The circle is just so difficult to play. Teams like Hero Extreme Godlike was struggling. Wyld Fangs was struggling as well. We see so many pocket strategies, and even Reckoning Esports. What is this angle? Wiper? Wow. That's how VOLCANO Esports actually lost control of the Eastern Bridge. What a flank from Viper.
I mean, it is the Viper, you know, you are going to get RKO'd one time or the next. But Reckoning Esports, I think overall a brilliant game. They were able to rack up a decent number of eliminations, and Reckoning Esports has kind of maintained a very nice momentum throughout their journey in the semifinals so far, considering they have 2 more matches left. With this sort of play style, I think they should be able to find themselves in the top 8 at the end of the game. But this was the one of my favorite moments from this particular match. Reckoning pushing on Godlike, Jux pushing on Reckoning, Los Hermanos pushing on Reckoning as well. And while these 4 teams are engaged in their conflict, there was VOLCANO Esports sitting in the back line, just taking a few shots every now and then, getting those finishes.
Exactly, but even here as well, God's Rain played the command center the best as they could as well. But NoNx here was a fantastic rush there. If you don't really have much options, pick a poison and then just go in for the fight. And the odds say that the closer to them is going to be God's Rain, and it seems like that's the best option possible. They just went for it. So very, very good fight as well, because even though they know they were going to die, they still made the best out of it. But TWOB in this final moments was also a brilliant play as well, because the way they entered the zone was a very, very difficult entry point as well, considering that they are the furthest away from the zone. For all the way North George, waited outside of the zone for at least 2 to 3 circles until the Western Bridge to actually cross. So TWOB, that was, I would say, an insane performance.
It was an insane performance indeed. And again, TWOB, I think this time in this realme BMPS 25, this team has looked very strong. We saw the rebuild of the team happen recently as well, and these players have adjusted quite nicely to their new settings, in fact. But again, I mean, 2 more matches left. As you mentioned during the game, next is going to be Sanhok. What are we expecting from the likes of Soul, from the likes of Godlike, teams from Group D, basically? Because even God's Reign, I expected a bigger performance than this, but
well,
yeah, that wasn't the case.
As of now, the chase continues for Group D itself here, because when we talk about the 3 teams that was closest to the top 8 here, Hero Extreme Godlike was already in the top 8. The next would be Reckoning Esports and then TWOB. But with this performance coming from TWOB, they should be able to break into the top 8 and also join Hero Extreme Godlike in the top 8 by the end of the day. But again, it's still too early. There's still more games to go. Let's talk about the MVP of the match. Equinox coming from 8-bit. And interestingly enough, he was the MVP. He's got 4 finishes. So that means a lot of teams, or in this case, the finish points has been spread out evenly between every single team, because it was just an absolute scramble of a fight throughout the entire map itself.
It was. And Equinox overall today for 8-bit has done quite a lot. But moving on to the list of top 5 players, we have Delta from God's Reign, we have Viper from Reckoning Esports, Flash from VOLCANO Esports, and Rapido from the side of TWOB. And again, all 4 teams had a pretty decent performance inside of this match. In fact, 8-bit as well. But TWOB, that was an exceptional win for them. VOLCANO Esports, I think positional advantage. I want to see how many points they have off of it. Just 5 finishes. I mean, could have gotten a few placements, but yeah, this team has been struggling, so I think this is how they build confidence for that second week. But TWOB, 19 points, impressive run. NON, they've been very consistent today, I see.
NoNx is just by far the most consistent team out of this entire 2 matches here coming in from them as well. So there was a very, very good game coming from them, and I really like how this consistency has matched as well. Sanhok, top 2 finish. In this game, not really a top 2 finish, but still gets themselves 11 points, so that is a big win. But all things considered, they are currently sitting on the number 1 spot, but that is because they have played 9 matches total. So they have overtaken Eggy with 2 points. So, well, I think Eggy can overtake that. Just 2-3 points is not that big of a deal, so that is a little bit small victories. But Hero Extreme Godlike in 2 games is still on top 5. They started with top 2 with 5 games, but after 2 games, they are kind of fumbling down to the top 5 here. So it's not looking good for Hero Extreme Godlike right now.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of difference between them and Reckoning Esports, or maybe them and Alibaba Raiders now. 13 points between Godlike and Alibaba Raiders. So Godlike needs to start stepping up. Also, after those 2 matches, TWOB, Reckoning Esports, these 2 teams, in particular 8-bit as well, just find themselves on the barrier of entering into the top 8. Next few matches will decide if they get to push through. God's Reign, they've made a big leap. 17th now in the overall leaderboard, but Seoul heading in a very weird direction. Just 20 points from the 7 games they've played.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit awkward spot as well, considering how Seoul was just struggling to find some sort of space with Seoul. So unfortunate for Seoul, it is slowly getting further away from the top 8. But God's Reign, with that performance, I would say one more decent game like that should put them in the running to make a potential comeback tomorrow. So basically 2 more games for them means that if they do well in these next 2 games, tomorrow they will have a decent chance to try and break into the top 8.
I mean, if they can get 20 points in the next 2 matches, that also gives them a safety cushion to work with. Then tomorrow you just got to do like 4 or 5 points per game to protect your spot. And opportunity is there. The door is wide open, as we mentioned. Team sitting on the 5th versus teams sitting on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th position. Between those 6 brackets, 13 points is what separates the team. 20 points is going to be a decent safety cushion to work with.
Anything can happen in this scenario as well. It is going to be very, very difficult. But let's take a look at the MVP rankings that are going to be taken in consideration here in week 1 itself. Who is going to be on top right now? Fierce finally being overtaken. It is going to be Levi right now in the MVP ranking for NoNx Esports with 49 finishes. He is going to be number 1. Fierce is going to be number 2. WizGod with 42, followed by Gods coming from Insane with 42, and Sev on 38 here. He was also part of the number 1 as well. So seems like the realme MVP ranking is starting to give a little bit of a difference here in week 1 itself.
And of course, you got to be afraid of the Ackerman as well, sitting on the 1st position. 1 more finish and he hits 50, half century right there. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait before that happens because he does not have matches left today.
Oh boy, feels bad for him. But all things considered here, that was a very, very interesting match here coming from Group A as well as Group D. But this next upcoming match is going to be between Group C and D. And like we said, the Group of Destruction is not over yet. You've seen 2 matches. Guess what? 2 more to go. If you guys are enjoying yourself, put it down in a comment. Are you guys enjoying the Group of Destruction? I certainly am. I don't know about you, but I'm telling you, it was fun. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit of short break, and right after this break, we'll be back with the next match.
Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 semi-finals, week 1, day number 3. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixers alongside with me. And of course, Group D, few big names still fighting for their survival. A few of them have gotten themselves right in front of that gate of the top 8.
They have, but they need to even dig in a little bit more. Of course, one more extra game they have to play. And yes, Group D, we've seen a couple of teams do well, but still the big name that's on our mind, Team Seoul, they have been struggling massively, Johnny.
I mean, they have been struggling, but if you want to deal with your struggles with BGMI, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme GT7. 120 FPS, stable BGMI performance for up to 6 hours. And this has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, we keep talking about the iSense Graphene Rare Cover. When you're having your marathon gaming sessions, this iSense Graphene Rare Cover keeps the device 6 degrees cooler. There's the flagship MediaTek Dimensity 9400E processor as well. And it comes with a 7000 mAh battery along with a 120 watt charger.
does ensure that at least for 6 hours you're gonna play non-stop 120 FPS BGMI. What's more lovely? And have to say, moving on ahead, the next match is gonna be even more exciting. It's gonna be the Rainforest once again, a little bit of a switcheroo. We've got Group C coming in this one, so eyes definitely will be on Orangutan. This is a team that started off really well into this competition. Even in the semi-finals, day number 1 was amazing, but day 2 to day 3, we've seen that little slope slide down. So I think this is where they really need to find their footing, because even stats and figures suggest that OG have been quite strong at Sanhok.
Exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see, can someone shut them down, and will that someone be Soul, Reckoning, God's Reign, and TWOB? These teams are, well, they're fighting for survival. TWOB just coming off of that momentum from the chicken dinner on Erangel just now. But here are the groups, Group C versus Group D. Fixtures, as you mentioned, Orangutan, they have good momentum for themselves. Eggy is going to try that and take their first position back from NON, because that is what they lost in that previous game. 2OP official, they were having a pretty decent run, but that has been shut down. So they're going to look for the regain of that momentum as well. And then there's the two names over here, Team Forever and TMG Gaming Esports.
Yeah, even add Hyderabad Hydras into the mix, because this was a team that in the first day itself got 2 chicken dinners, and they have also been on a steep decline. So they also need to redeem themselves. Team Forever as well, we've got high expectations, but you know, there are other teams that we need to be more concerned about, and Sanhok has always been those uncharted lands where anything and everything is possible. So expecting a very explosive one in this one as well.
And with that being said, the clock runs out, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it is going to be our cue to take off and head towards Sanhok. Here we go. It's going to be the second last game of the day. Group C up against Group D.
All right, lo and behold, as the flight path trajectory this time around, folks, is all the way from Bantai, heading towards Tatmok, and now what we're really anticipating at is some heavy turbulence around that boot camp and Paradise Resort region. In this edition of BMPS, we've seen so many ludicrous circles, and me for this time also will be anticipating, hoping something happens around Cave. That would be monstrosity.
Yeah. I mean, Cave is going to be very awkward clash right off the bat, but look at that, Hyderabad Hydras in form. Miracle, a little bit of a run in towards northwest of Camp Charlie. One man from Jux also present in the similar spot. Now, is there going to be an early fight over there? It's going to be the big question. Godlike left alone towards boot camp this time. God's Reign, they have chosen to go for Paradise Resort, or not in fact directly for the compounds. They're dropping around it, just shooing away the rest of the competition. On the other side of things, Camp Alpha, like always, under control of Soul. TWOB moving towards Hatin, making a split play. But the biggest question, the circle. Soul hasn't been lucky circle-wise in this map so far, but well, the worst position in this game, it's going to be Reckoning Esports, because as soon as the game begins, within the first minute and a half, they lose out on Some, and the pick goes to OG.
Yeah, this was something that Reckoning did not really see coming. They should have, given the circumstances. They land right beside to each other, not a lot separating, and seems like they went for an early glide, as a result of which they had to take that early casualty. Even for Reckoning, still in a much better position, if you have to compare it with their counterparts in Group D. But today hasn't been one of those days where you do see those Reckoning plays coming in. But let's be honest, they've always been those late bloomers. I feel like they still have one more game to go after this. They can get a chicken dinner. But for OG, this time the resurgence has to be there. They need to bounce back.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think they are picking up momentum slowly and steadily. So not a lot to worry about for OG, apart from their positioning inside of this game itself. And the circle, though. I mean, as soon as you look at the zone, unless it moves towards that northwest, Soul could be in a bit of a problem. You see the players of TMG Gaming Esports posting themselves towards the bridge, waiting for someone to cross over. Jux, again, this is a name in the recent days has done quite well. The individuals are kind of popping off amazing in an incredible form from that previous round. Rebu and Niku picking up the pace in the semi-finals, and Jax has also been a stable player for this team, but Jax still kind of low in the overall leaderboard.
No, they have made substantial improvement, But if you again draw parallels between them being one of the dark horses alongside NoNx,
yeah,
I think you can clearly see that stark difference.
And it's not just NoNx, right? It's Eggy as well.
Yeah, even Team Eggy. But again, you know, Team Eggy does house a few of the very well-known players. You've got Eggy, who's been a veteran in the scene. We've got TMG Gaming coming from GenX FM. So they've got that perfect mixture of new and old players. But taking a look at the circle for Miracle Esports, this is a very interesting game. But look at this. Sketch caught in the middle of nowhere. And suddenly, Liability has him cornered. Just one rock separating the two, a grenade flung out, but Sketch survives the wrath. And now Liability in a real good position. He hasn't really pressed upon the matter. He is calling for some support. And there you go. Aim hacks, gets the deed done, and Mysterious 4. They had a decent run so far. And having an early casualty, this is going to hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, plus all of this commotion is going to draw the attention of the players of OG towards them as well. There you have it, Atanki moving towards that high ground. If OG succeeds in finding even a single finish from here, I think everyone from that team is going to just regroup. First fight Mysterious 4 and then hope for another fight against the side of 2OP. I think OG, with the aggression they've displayed in the last few matches, it's working out too well, and I think they also realize like this is the front to play from.
Fragger is just lying down, one with the nature. Like you said, OG, they've certainly changed gears, and this time they're running after the players of 2OP. Atanki finds a valuable knock, but the big question is, do they close in on the distance? They've got that information. They also know that Mysterious 4 is certainly around. Exactly where, we don't know, they don't know. So of course, OG not really pressing the matter as of now. As for 2OP official, Amax, he lives to fight another day.
Well, he's going to be happy about that. His teammates were there for a swift recovery. But 2OP official now, I think... oh, alright. They figured he's alone. They want to make this bounce, but it is AKOP. Wow. And even when he's alone, he's a big threat. Takes down one on the other side. WizGod waiting for them. And 2OP official, well, their powers have been drained in a split second as OG finds two nice frags for themselves.
OG certainly men on mission right now. They've realized they need to gain those points back. And they know that playing aggressive is the way to go. More fearlessness being showcased by these players, and this is what's needed. But OG also needs to calm down at this point. They also have to deal with the likes of Mysterious 4. So hence, they're aware that Mysterious 4 is somewhere around in the vicinity. Still haven't really snuffed them out yet as they make their movement inside the circle. 2OP still survived by bot fire, as even bot fire finds himself in a little bit of a pickle. But look at this. Hyderabad Hydras, a very important game nonetheless. They've got Chucks on the lower grounds. And suddenly everybody is out in the open. What's going on?
I have no idea. I think it's because of the zone itself, because that southwestern quadrant itself is quite open. You have these cities along the shorelines, nothing smack middle, except for a few hills and those shacks. I think that is why a majority of the teams are already on the move, finding whatever cover they can. And the circle is well split between the main island and the southwestern island. Kind of is playing with the heads of the IGL, but Hyderabad Hydras, without Ninja's positioning over here next to the window, it seems like Jux has been spotted out.
At this point, Niku, maybe he's kind of in a dilemma right now if the players of Hyderabad Hydras are actually on the hunt, because I cannot see any movements being made by the other players of Team Jux. It's all of them just scattered across the map, and all of them just lying down. I'm starting to ponder if they have enough resources on them. As 2OP officials, they make a move inside the zone. You've got Shady and Botfire. Not a lot of loot on them either. Not even a single med, and suddenly they are running into Reckoning. And look at this. Niku caught off guard, and Ninja does not even break a sweat. Instantly knocks him and takes him out of the server.
Nice little lock and finish secured by Hyderabad Hydras, but this is not going to cut it. They need a few more. But I think no priority given to fights. They are quite away from the conflicts. 2OP official though, find themselves in the middle of Painan. Very impressive that they make it through, but there's more trouble waiting for them in the form of 4 Miracle. And of course, moving in from the rear, it's going to be the side of Reckoning Esports as well. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want no problems in your gameplay, check out the Realme GT7, out and available on Amazon.in.
Yeah, of course, and the iSense graphene rear cover just makes things so cool. 6 degrees Celsius cooler. But at this point, 2 OP officials are really starting to feel the heat. As of now, even Reckoning in the nearby fray. They've got to pick their battles wisely. And look at this cluster forming around Painan. On the certain hills of Bootcamp, you've got Hero Extreme, Godlike right beside them. You've got Reckoning, and we know they share such a bloody rivalry. Something for the social media, those banters, we all love that, don't you?
I mean, of course we do. And, I mean, you look at the names that are present. Reckoning, Godlike, God's Reign, OG. That cluster towards that eastern side.
Let's not forget, GDR is also there.
Yeah, I did mention God's Reign.
And even Mysterious Pro.
Mysterious Pro. To TWOB, I think they are going to be the ones avoiding this conflict. But all of these big orgs going up against each other towards the eastern side of Painan, that is the fight that I want to see. We leave 4 Miracle out of this. They are on the western front. They should avoid this conflict ideally. There's no incentive for 4 Miracle to get involved in these fights right now. They have the best position. If they can hold on to the spot towards the late stages, I mean, those finishes are going to come their way on their own.
I don't know, Johnny. I kind of have a feeling that the circle is going down towards where Alibaba Raiders are. And just southeast of Painan is where they're situated. It's going to be such a tough time for teams to cruise around, but not for you guys watching the stream. As we do have a huge shout out to our sponsors, the Kia Soros. It's got such amazing futuristic technology. Do check it out. Starting from 9,49,000. As of now, coming back, we've got GDR. Now they've started to get a little feisty. Going after the players of Reckoning, one of them falling down. And this could really trickle a nice equation going on over there. So many teams, it's gonna somehow amass to a bloodbath in the next moments.
It can, and right now though, I think Soul, as you mentioned, moving in, shooting past the players of Eggy. Now the backs can be compromised at any moment, but Eggy, they have their own problems to deal with. How do they find an entry inside of the circle? Going around Ruins seems like a great idea. No team playing the eastern side of Ruins. But the next shift of the zone, that is the one that will dictate the pace. 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And, well, we take a shift towards the eastern side. Majority of the teams are playing that western island. So, as you said, Fixes, now is when the bloodbath begins. Only a few opportunities or openings left to cross towards that eastern island. Once that Bootcamp Bridge, Painan Bridge is going to be there. Then the Camp Charlie Bridge. Problem is there are teams already set up with their camps.
Too many bridges inside the circle. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be burning in no time. From the western side, you've got the likes of Team Soul and Eggy. And we know, as a matter of fact, that Eggy, they have got their shackles removed. Of course, a little sad about the fact, or rather enraged about the fact that they've lost that top spot. Surely should be hoping on reclaiming that, but for Team Soul, they need at least 20 points out of this one. But look at GDR, coiled, ready to strike, and so are the players of Hyderabad Hydras and Team Forever, going up against each other. Ashai and Mafia pushing in tandem with each other, getting those knocks secured. Ninju has his position compromised against his former comrades. He has to pick this fight and eventually will fall. It's going to be Mafia who gets the deed done, but Hyderabad Hydras, they still want to swing back, get into fighting feet, and now Sarvit from the sidelines lobs those grenades. Mafia on his hit list, but seems like nothing seems to connect, and there you go. Snuffed out. Team Forever having no trouble eliminating Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate exit for Hyderabad Hydras over there. And Mafia, I think, again, an absolute Mafia indeed. 3 finishes secured from that fight. That nade as well towards Sarvit for the cleanup. But here we have them. Eggy, a few moments ago, we saw them struggling to find their way around the side of Team Soul, but they found their way into the city of Painan out of all places. And having found this cover for themselves, I think they realize, or maybe have spotted out like an individual from the side of 4 Miracle, because Eggy is looking right towards Poco.
I think Eggy, they have done their homework.
Where did that head marker come from? Did I see it? did you see it as well?
Could be a visual glitch because, you know, for Eggy, it's right to anticipate, but this is something that Team Soul definitely have not seen coming from miles afar. Again, caught astray. This is disaster after disaster engulfing Team Soul. And seems like they found no remedy to fix this hemorrhage. At this point again, Goblin legit put down on the ground. Hydra already securing one finish as Mayday strikes, and Team Soul again in a world of trouble as they are being run apart, torn through. No signs of respite, no answers.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing they can do about this. And what are we witnessing is, like, I believe what all of our viewers are thinking right now. TMG Esports toying with the likes of Soul, as Legend is the last man surviving for the team. Mane is also still there. My apologies. Legend is knocked out. Mane is the last survivor. But considering it's a late game situation, there's no opportunity or even hope to go for a revive right now. And Mane, he just runs for his life into the arms of Alibaba Raiders. Gets taken out, and Soul takes an exit on the 15th position. Heartbreak after heartbreak. That first Sanhok, not a lot of points in the last two games. Well, no points at all.
It feels like Team Soul are so lost in all the maps that they've been playing. You could clearly see that discord between those teammates, and things aren't really working out for them. Seems like they're tending to overthink, and really nothing's working out for them at this point. As for God's Reign, did gain a decent amount of points in the previous games. Did certainly take a climb, but look at this. Chucks, the intent on pushing on towards OG. It's going to be Aru. A DBS god by all means. Sharks, they've lost out on one of their players early on. Hyderabad Hydras did the job, but now Aru not having the best of HPs. But look at this, support comes in. iQOO catches Rebu off guard, and suddenly Wizgod, he's gonna get that finish.
Yeah, but they forget about checking their backs, and that's where the third party, the threat comes from. Alibaba Raiders, they find a knock against the side of OG. Breathing room gained by Jux. They're gonna be happy with that. But again, how do you deal with that player loss, especially stuck on the southeastern edge of the zone? No escape. Team Forever as well closing in. You see them on the radar. So that's additional pressure for both these teams to deal with. Now OG getting a reset. Aru barely helped over there at the last second. He's been brought back. Oh no, iQOO though gets caught off guard, and Jux, they find the trade they were looking for. Jax finds the finish as well. But instant retaliation as their backs were compromised, and Team Forever, they chime in at the last second. Knock secured, and the finish will be there as well.
It's pandemonium across the map. Fights happening on all corners. Even Reckoning, they've taken some beating, and Gravity has fallen down. Even Godlike get themselves in the midst of the action. And like said, TWOB, the winners of previous game, and suddenly they find themselves in a heap of trouble. Anonymous, one of the final surviving members, as Godlike, they decide to push through. And look at this, his power, he's got that S12K on him. He spotted Anonymous, but from the sideline, he gets picked off. And suddenly, piece by piece, even Godlike, they're being torn apart. And now, Bonk seems like he's the only surviving member. What does he do?
I think just pray, I guess. Stuck towards the edge of the circle, can't really do much. One man left alive in front of him. Godlike, not really the exit we were expecting, but the one that's been handed to them. On the other side, OG could also be forced to an early exit in this game now. Team Forever closed in on their compounds. Knock secured, they're looking for those frags. And Aru's position, oh, compromise. Cheyenne, the shots through the window give away the info. And Aru forced to fight it out with his counterpart from the side of Team Forever. Always putting in a lot of pressure. Man, this is so brutal. Finally, the knock comes through. And Cheyenne, he goes in for those finishes. 7 eliminations secured by Team Forever. And they find themselves in the top 4 of the overall leaderboard. OG, though, struggling to get inside the top 8. If Wizgod falls, the dream is over for today, at least.
Yeah, valiant effort, but does not matter. Wizgod and OG, they fall apart. And now Reckoning, they get to say the last laugh. And now, there you have it. Godlike, they have been eliminated. A day that Godlike and their fans would want to forget. Of course, they still hold on to that nice little cushion. But today has been quite daunting for them, as even for Reckoning, Viper out in the middle of nowhere. he gets picked off. And this time, Pain is Life does not need to rely on any security outpost. Around that little compound, he's getting his deed done. And now Eggy, they decide to go up against for Miracle.
Eggy is going to go after everyone until they get that first position back from NON.
Sure.
They are upset about this, and they just have one more game to pull it off. After the push comes through, Poco finds the opener, but instantly gets traded out. For Miracle, under some pressure, Beard Baba as well is going to be knocked out. Dragon lost player left alive, and Eggy finish him off. So no player lost, 3 finishes gained. They close the door, go for the revive and break, and find themselves into the top 6. But
over.
2 OP official. It's a 2v3, man, and it's Eggy. I think it is over.
I mean, let's not really rule them out yet. We've seen 2 OP officials sometimes surprising us. Could it be one of those times? They've got a lot of grenades to work with.
Yeah.
And if one connects, but no, exposing their sidelines. And Troita Millions make quick work of them. And suddenly Eggy, they've gotten back to their senses. They realize now they can make things happen. And there you go. Shady just blows himself apart. He's like,
man.
I do not want to survive. It's a merciless world.
Listen, there are times in life where you will get beaten up, right? The question is, do you get knocked out on the terms of your opponent, or do you just punch yourself in the face and knock yourself out? There's some dignity in that, I guess.
Dignity, sure, Johnny. Why not? But now, getting back to the fight as the dust seemingly does not seem to settle at all. Eggy. Oh my god. They are rats of nature at this point. Fights after fights. These fearless warriors are on trying to reclaim that top position, and Team Forever. Look at them going after the players of 4TR. Knocks after knocks, 8 finishes secured, all 4 players alive. They certainly are having quite a ball.
Yeah, I think Team Forever right now on the verge of getting those double digits in this match. Unfortunately, 1 finish point just now was stolen by Alibaba Raiders. But Alibaba Raiders, we need to talk about them as well, Fixes. That position, those houses are the prime spot. And I think they have an opportunity to make a big play, find themselves in the top 8 as well, because now they will have placement points as well. 4TR, game coming to an end as Morty gets finished off by the blue zone itself. We're down to the top 4, 15 players still alive.
Yeah.
And it is going to be 4 players from the side of Eggy, 4 from Team Forever, 4 from Alibaba Raiders, and 3 remaining from the side of TMG Esports, who actually have a decent spot in the circle. So I think top 3 finish can be there for TMG in this game.
It certainly can. And it feels like it's my told you moment. The circle really favoring Alibaba Raiders. They've made such a crazy comeback. But now look at this. Team Forever, they've got their numbers up, and now they want to go after Alibaba Raiders. They need to heavily rely on those utilities. The sticky bombs have been deployed. At this point, let's see. Chris has got a grenade pin. Can he find a knock? Instead, Thunder gets one opening. And suddenly they decide to go in for the push. And now it's all upon Wanted and Chris. And Chris is taking some heavy smacking. Pro P finds that opener, and Thunder gets another. Piece by piece, Alibaba Raiders, they somehow are trying to make it happen. As now Thunder, he's made himself inside that compound. Mafia alongside him. And now they want to instigate this push. And they have indeed succeeded in doing so. As Alibaba Raiders, they're being torn apart.
They are being torn apart, and I think it might be done and dusted. Alibaba Raiders down to their last man. Not a lot they can do over here. In the meanwhile, you noticed Eggy against the side of Team TMG Esports was also happening. Eggy trying to third party, but they lost a lot of bodies. But White Tiger fighting for his life. He knows that one man on the other side is damaged. That needed overshot outside the door. Doesn't matter. Through the window, they take out the main threat. And TMG Esports, 7 eliminations, find themselves in the top 2 position from the players of Team Forever, also compromised. And Mafia is going to be re-knocked to his knees. Owace, the last man left alive, can't really do much. It's a 1 versus 3 situation, and he has no HP to work with. So I think this was the game of comebacks. We saw Team Forever make a big leap for themselves. There was Alibaba Raiders with a top 3 finish in this match, shutting down Team Eggy. And of course, TMG Esports, as they close out this last fight, they also close out this match and end the game with a nice little chicken dinner. Not a little one, actually, a decent one. Double digits on the board. I believe 17 to 18 points from this game will help Troy Tamilian Esports reached those late 40s, reached those early 50s, and now they're in a fighting position for the Grand Finals tomorrow.
You know, this was needed, a much needed chicken dinner coming in from Troy Tamilians, being the opportunistic ones, letting all of these teams fight it out, clearing their backlines that earned them such a nice position to get that chicken dinner. They let all these teams fight it out. All they had to do was just patiently watch. They waited for that right opportunistic moment. The moment Alibaba Raiders got picked off that one grenade, and that is where I think Team Forever's fate was sealed, right? And they could not do pretty much anything, but still a very good game coming from Team Forever. They showed nice courage, they displayed bravery, as a result of which nice points also for Team Forever.
They did, and it was an incredible performance from all of these teams. I think everyone inside of that top 4 actually played pretty well. Because Alibaba Raiders, alright, they had the circle, but again, every time you take a fight from those compounds outside of Painan, you know you're drawing that attention, and we saw the way the collapse happened upon them and survived it multiple times. Team Forever in the thick of it all since the start of the game till the very end. This team was hell-bent on just going for those fights, getting those points one way or the other, and they had to do it as well, man. They were very desperate for survival.
And you talk about being desperate, even Orangutan looked quite desperate in this one. We saw early signs where they were looking quite aggressive, but eventually they fell prey to Team Forever and their heroics. Because you could see, right, Team Forever playing like a cohesive unit. They have been communicating really well. They've got everything right. Whilst OG, they were constantly picking fights on a lot of multiple fronts, and that became eventually their bane of existence. So, yeah, Team Forever this time, I think they were one of my favorites team to watch out for alongside Team Eggy. Had they not really been pincered down in that little spot, you know, this could have also been a game where Team Eggy could have gotten another chicken.
I mean, yeah, you know what? I actually wanted to see that happen. But I think Eggy, the moment they were like, oh, are we #1 again? We are over NoNx. They're like, yeah, we're done. It's fine. We'll see tomorrow now. But Troy Tamilian Esports, we have the stats on our screens. 3 finishes for Ranveer, 4 for Hydro, Inferno getting 2, and then Mac not really able to get any finishes in this game. He was taken out a little bit early. But I think for Troy Tamilian Esports, Ranveer and Hydro actually have been key players for a long time, and they've kept the team in a very nice position as well, even in this particular match.
Yeah, I mean, for Troy Tamilians, this was much needed.
This was much needed for them, but we haven't talked about the elephant in the room fixes.
Again, Team Soul, yes, we need to talk about them. And I've been constantly trying to harp on the fact that they look lost. Not just in this game, even in the previous Sanhok they played, the visual awareness has been missing. They're not sending out a single player to scout out. And even if they're doing, they're not aware of the enemies around them. They need to understand it's a very slow game that's going on. Circles are so slow. You have to anticipate enemies in all corners.
I mean, and it happened twice, the same thing. First, we thought, oh, Eggy against Soul, maybe this is where they collapse, but Eggy just let them go. Eggy's like, all right, we're going to go along our merry way. You guys mind your own business. Then there was that run-in. Again, it was a different team, but the second time they just got wiped out. But different conversation. MVP of the match, Cheyenne from Team Forever. 3 finishes, gets him the MVP. What
a journey Cheyenne has had. I mean, yeah, look at those damage numbers, right?
Oh,
787 points and 6 knockouts, a lot of finishes stolen. So, as a result of which, he's not going to be happy, but Hydro would also be, because he's one of those unusual suspects that has come up. Anonymous. TWOB, they've been playing fairly well, right? Even in the previous game, got the chicken dinner in Sanhok. They performed quite decent, as a result of which the match rankings in front of us. 19 points for Troy Tamilians. Team Forever with a valuable 17, and Alibaba Raiders, they've also been quite consistent.
Yeah, Alibaba Raiders, I think, especially in the last few matches, have picked up the pace. The last one and this one. And, of course, as we move to the second page of the leaderboard, I think this is where signs of concern are clear, because God's Reign is there. Reckoning Esports is there as well. They just found themselves a stable footing after that previous game. Soul is there on the last position. 2 matches, no points. 2 matches, no points.
And even in the matches where they got points, were in single digits of 1, 2, and 3. So really, things not looking good for Team Soul as the overall standings come up. Eggy now happy that, yes, they're sitting at 93. 9 games done and dusted. They can rest easy. I'm pretty sure 93 is enough to see them through into the Grand Finals. But when you look at those bounce backs, look at Team Forever. 76, very close to our cutoff.
I mean, that 70s is still safe, but now signs of concern for Los Hermanos, godlike being there, anyone in the 60s, because the difference between the teams on the 6th, 7th, and 8th position and the team sitting on the 15th, 14th position, it's not a lot, it's 10, 15 points. So godlike from being safe are highly unsafe now, but as we move to the last page of our leaderboard, Seoul, 20 points. They got to cover up 40 points in one game. I mean, we have seen 38, but can we see 40 in the last Erangel?
I think we'll have to be hoping for some sort of miracle to happen for everything to align for Team Soul. They need the circle, they need the perfect position, and they for sure need all their players to start hitting.
I think it's the exact opposite. When things are not going against them for some reason, that is when they do well. The record second match of Realme BGIS 2025 was when Seoul, in a game of Miramar, instead of dropping for Crater Fields, went Tore Amuda for some reason. They started off the game in truck stop fighting 8-bit and then had 28 finishes and the chicken dinner by the end of it. So again, if your playbook is not working, steal someone else's playbook.
Or tear the playbook apart and do whatever that's needed, but make a freaking comeback. And certainly we'll be heading for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
5 matches done and dusted, and we are down to our final game of the evening as Group D is still in play. We'll be joined by Group B, and I'm joined along with Icy, who's a selfish man. All he cares about getting his predictions right.
Hey, man.
Hi.
All things considered, let's talk about what actually happened. TWOB is my prediction. Yes, you're right. Who is the closest right now to the top 8? TWOB is on 9th position. So yes, if they make it to the top 8,
You gonna do a dance? Something for TWOB?
No, I'm just gonna say yes. I did my homework.
You know, he's a confused man right now, so we're going to let him gather his thoughts. But we have got something very exciting for you guys, and this is, of course, the realme GT7. We've been talking about those features. We have been talking about you also trying your hands at esports, and this is your gateway, right? We'll take you right at the tippity top. It has been co-tasted, approved by Crafton, and also from all of the talents. I've been lucky that I've squeezed one out of Necro, had a couple of games in BGMI. I was successful at that. How's the experience so far with it, I see?
Well, it is very, very nice as well. And of course, you guys can check it out on Amazon if you guys want to find out for more. But meanwhile, let's talk about the schedule right now.
Yeah.
It is going to be Group B going up against Group D. And so far, Group D has not had a single break thus far. And now, towards the final games, this is going to be their last stretch here before we officially see who is the solid Group 9 here. Because almost every single team would have played at least 9 matches after this match.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the group standings here. We do see BO7S making a little bit of recovery here. Jelly is going to be back as well, True Rippers. We have Genesis, we have K9 also going to be in play as well. They are also a team that is looking to try and push in towards the top 8. So it is going to be very, very close. But as of yet, the cutoff is expected to be somewhere in the 70s. Some say it's going to be higher as well. I believe I saw some in the comment section somewhere around 85 as well. It could be the potential cutoff by the end of tomorrow.
You know, I believe it's going to be somewhere around 85 and 90. And please give us a quick reminder. What do you guys think the cutoff will be? Is it going past 90, somewhere on the lower stages? Because the way things have been amping up, it is going to be the entire hell breaking loose as the final game of this evening, folks, begins now.
Well, this is going to be the interesting one as well. Group of Destruction in play once more. This is their 4th game today, but Group B this time will be going up against them. And this is going to be the flight path starting off coming in from the west side of Georgopol. As you can see, the plane is going to be appearing from the west side of Georgopol and then heading into the direction of the southeast corner of the map, traversing past towards the ending of Novo itself. So it is a southwestern shift. Fortunately for teams like TWOB, they're going to be very, very happy if they head into his Georgopol. But considering the amount of mix-up that has kind of happened as well, we might see a lot of adaptations. Shockwave going to be heading towards North George. We do have TWOB. We have 4TR also heading towards that direction. I believe 4TR is playing Zarki, so it's nothing out of ordinary for them. It is going to be a pretty okay one. Hiroshima Godlike going to be making a little bit of departure down south themselves. Reckoning also taking an early exit as well. So we do see a lot of different drop spots, especially coming from the main teams themselves.
You know, a very important game for Genesis. They've got a golden chance to, close it down if they can breach past 80. Even we saw K9, they did get a chicken dinner earlier. So, of course, a little bit of break in between that. So, I hope they've not lost enough steam. So, really anticipating the circle to be a generic one. What about you?
Hold that thought for now. I thought for a second TWOB is going to play North George, but seems like they definitely have done their homework, considering that there is 3 teams in the Georgopol vicinity. We have Genesis, we have 4TR, and also Shockwave. TWOB actually conceding their home ground, considering that they have played North George a majority of the times, even coming from BGIS itself. So this is a first for me, but the circle shifts comes in, and it is going to push everyone to the north side. So no military circle for Group D this time. They are going to be tested on the north side, and this is where things get a little bit tricky as well. Is this the south side of the river, or is this on the north side where shooting range is? We've seen a lot of shooting range this season in BMPS. And interesting enough, for BGIS, it was mostly Ruins and Everest, but earlier today, we saw one in Everest.
And this is the thing, right? I see we've seen, these sort of circles kind of trying to get those repeated zones. So Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, you know, I had a thought that this is a very good game where K9 can actually get another chicken dinner. Because if you remember the first game of where they played in Erangel, they dropped down around those southeastern corners. So this time getting back to their own home ground, especially coming back from a chicken dinner, they stand a very good chance. But BO7s, man, they've not been having a great time in these semis.
Yeah, BO7s, their results coming from round 3 itself was that they had one of the biggest comebacks in the final 2 days of the round 3 stages, which allowed them entry into the semi-finals, right? They got over 51 points in 2 games, but here in the third day of the semi-finals itself, BO7s has not had a great game at all. So in terms of in the running to try and make the top 8, chances for BO7s pretty much needs to be a massive performance, and that is going to be in this final game for today itself. So they need the chicken, and they do need at least 10 to 12 finishes in order to stand a chance for tomorrow in terms of comebacks. But for Seoul, on the other hand, well, their comeback stories for the top 8 seems to be nearly impossible now.
You know, we started this day off anticipating that maybe averaging around 12 points per game should suffice for Team Seoul. And now I think that average might have increased par 20. Nothing less than 20 points is going to seal Team Seoul's fate inside of the Grand Finals from week 1. Of course, they've got another chance after this. And the way they've been playing, I see, you know, this again goes back to the same old problems that Team Seoul was facing in the past. Now that discord between the players, clearly visible, lack of awareness, hurting them, bleeding them, and now they look lost.
Well, are they lost? I can't really say they're actually lost as well, considering that the 2 circles that they played initially today, especially in both Sanhok and Erangel, was such a difficult circle to play with. And not just them, including Hiroshi Godlike, including 8-Bit, including OG as well, really, really strong. Sorry, not OG, Reckoning Esports. All 4 of the major teams who had a LAN appearance in BGIS was struggling in the zone as well. So I would say, was it luck? Was it skill? A little bit of both. I feel like the luck factor was a little bit skewed away from Hiroshi Godlike as well, so which resulted in a situation where now it's, well, mathematically still possible for Seoul.
Yeah.
But again, the current record from BGIS was 28 finishes and a chicken dinner, which is 38 points in total, acquired by Seoul. But obviously a little bit of a different roster. But the current highest as of yet was done by Ape City, which is 20 finishes and a chicken dinner, which is 30 points in the current realme BMPS 2025. So mathematically, if Seoul gets 230 points, they should be able to qualify.
I mean, they need a lot of big games, but talking about those rotations, Genesis, God of God, it's going to be Shockwave's Extrovert getting the first finish in the game, and Zap, he's got his heads cut off. And, you know, this is where I want to delve into this whole conversation a little bit, because this is where the counter-argument does come in, right? We've seen Seoul in the past. They've always played well when the odds were stacked against them. They've always made those entries into those tough circles. They've fought their way through. And this is something that has been missing from their side. That ability to fight their way through has not been there from Team Seoul.
Well, all things considered, the gap between them and Reckoning is about only 39 points. So in this case, Seoul, if they get a 30-pointer game in this game, tomorrow they're still in the run.
Yeah.
So it has to be now or never.
But they've got a circle also that favors them.
Fair enough.
This time.
Fair enough. They are kind of in zone here. But let's take a look at the Alibaba Raiders. They are currently in 7th position. Today has been a phenomenal, consistent run coming from Alibaba Raiders. No one expected Alibaba Raiders to do this well, but out of nowhere today, every single game coming from Alibaba Raiders has been spot on. And you have to give credit to his Chris as well. That solo, I would say, final moments just now, almost making a Joker play from last year's BMPS. Was so close, but was able to give themselves some points.
Yeah, that was absolutely mental from his side. And even if you want to make plays like Chris, or if you want to go all out aggressive, do check out the realme GT7. Does have the Ice Sense graphene rear cover. Make sure that you are absolutely cool in your gaming sessions. And of course, does houses that 7000 mAh battery, which means 6 hours of non-stop 120 FPS gaming. It is live on Amazon. Go check this device out. As K9, they've made some early rotations, I see, and seems like they could be locking horns against Team Aryan.
Well, he might be the case as well. Seems like he is going to try and make a dop as well. Slug actually baits him out. Aryan actually takes a pit stop, and now he's going to get shot. And this might be the opportunity for K9 to actually make the jump as well, because Aryan has no choice but to take a hard stop here. As K9 Esports, do they want to fight this is going to be the question. Seems like they are able to get slugged out, so the disengagement comes true. But Aryan, they're pretty much stuck in those compounds for now. Well, K9 Esports is going to try and oversee the things that is happening around them. It is still too early to force a fight, considering that it is still Circle 1.
Hey, we're talking about K9, right? Let's not forget, fighting is in their DNA. And they kind of tend to go overboard every single time, right? All they need to do is spot bodies. The only thing that restricted them from engaging in this fight was, of course, they did not have the numbers. And now they want a rendezvous and maybe then make a move.
Well, K9 has one of the best performances in Erangel, coming from both in BGIS and BMPS as well. Yeah. The amount of finishes and also chicken dinners K9 Esports has gotten is always coming from Erangel. So hopefully things are going to do better here. Let's just see how this stage of the zone is going to be happening as well. We see a majority of teams already having a little bit of center control. I think almost more than 60% is on the northern section, whereas the other 40% is on the south side. Circles can still shift either way. 2 more seconds left. Where is it going to go? Are we going to see the big migration? And no, it's still a split, but it is going to be in between shooting range as well as Georgiapol. So this is going to be an open season on the north side. We might see a lot of teams trying to hug the shorelines. We might see a lot of urban fights as well, but Georgiapol still in play.
Look at Godlike and God's Reign, right? Godlike again, those redonkulous rotations, and this time they've got that western bridge all to themselves. Now even God's Reign, the only blessing in disguise, they've got their backlines clear, but this is a fight that Soul needs to engage in, and this is much needed. Goblin gets one, can he get another as the fall comes in, and this time he wins his fight. Beautiful two-piece coming in from Goblin, as now Team Soul has something to latch upon. Will instantly patch himself up, and Reckoning, they are caught astray with Dionysus, the final surviving member.
Oh boy, Reckoning just completely wasn't expecting a setup like this. Nicely done coming from Goblin. As Soul, they've realized they have to go frag heavy. They are sending out a lot of roadblocks. And now, after getting 2 confirmations, they are going to be looking for the hunt. It seems like Soul, they've decided to go for blood. And in this case, are they going to go for placements? It's going to be a completely separate matter here. But Soul, they are going to be very happy. They found themselves some decent amount of goods. But the question here is, are they going to move that vehicle on the bridge? Because as of yet, they want to have that element of surprise that if anybody drives by again, they are going to be picked off.
Kind of gives you that OCD feeling, right? Just get this vehicle out of here. And this is what I was talking about, I see. Godl getting through from the western bridge.
Yeah, they're going to be fine here. Seems like this rotation has given them the free access just because of the fact that a lot of teams has played center control. And the only team that was picked off here was Genesis. But even then, Shockwave already repositioned out of Georgiapol. So this is a very, very good read coming from Hero Stream Godlike, just because of the fact that, number 1, there's no one in Georgiapol. Number 2, free access, free entry point. They get to dodge the entire skirmish down to the southeast corner, where a lot of teams are pretty much stuck right there. But at the same time here, Hero Stream Godlike, are they going to be able to wait things out for stage 3? Because as of yet, this is the first time in today itself, except for the previous Sanhok, where Hero Extreme Godlike is able to make it into stage 2 of the zone this early, considering how the circle has shifted today here for the group of destruction.
And we witnessed the same thing yesterday also in that game of Erangel. It was a big game coming in from Godlike. They had those ridiculous rotations, and you know, they've been looking so complete as an entire roster in this BMPS 2025. But today I see, you know, they have really not been in their element, if I'll have to be honest. But when you take a look at Team True Rippers, look at Jelly. He's got 12 finishes. It's of course in the semis, but even True Rippers, I feel like your Lamau, Ninze and the others, in fact even Sam, they really need to get their A game up if True Rippers dreams on getting into the Grand Finals, squeeze their way through. But look at this, trouble awaits them. It's Jonathan, Jelly's former teammate. It is going to be an interesting affair. Does Jonathan know that True Rippers are on their tails?
Well, it might be the case as well, but as of now, they don't really have time to actually worry about this, because stage 3 shifts, it is going to be shifting on towards the crash site right south on shooting range as well. So it is going to be open seasons. It's not exactly safe. Georgiapol not in play. Everything from the northern section is going to be not in play. So it is going to be a very, very difficult circle. So the shelter area outside of shooting range is not in play as well. So everyone is going to be forced out in the open. and it is going to be a battle of potentially a dogfighting here. A lot of dogfighting is about to happen.
You know, it's going to be so scrappy. But I'm really loving these positions that BO7s are holding, right? A little bit safer towards the bunker, maybe get a couple of finishes here and there. But look at that. Apollo opening things up against Reckoning, the final player, almost being dealt with. And hold on, what just happened? Dion and Viper, they single-handedly pulled off a beautiful clutch. And Genesis, they still remain to save the day. And suddenly Reckoning, they're also out of the picture. A lot of fights going on, a lot of third parties also happening.
I know, right? It's just so unfortunate as well, but on screen now, we do see Soul on the hunt. We do see PDMWI. They were the ones that actually shut down both Reckoning as well as Genesis. A little bit of unfortunate scrappy run there, but Soul, they are definitely looking to go for those kind of third parties, but now BO7S also losing a player as K9 was able to find Ghostface in the vicinity. The Roki is out. BO7S pretty much down towards the last two players themselves. Oh wait, the Roki's still around there. He's on the side. He's making some sort of play, but seems like a new switch comes into play as well. Soul still on the hunt. BO7S, they're not getting out alive because it seems like Team Soul, they've switched up the strategy this game.
Yeah, they've definitely switched up their gears. And once again, they're on the hunt. Seems like they've spotted somebody out of Rising Inferno. And Rising Inferno had a great start to the evening. Did get an early chicken dinner. But now they're up against a Team Soul that is injured. And right now they're enraged. At this point, even K9, they're having a go at the players of BO7s. Dusty being dealt with. Finally, the first finish gets secured. But look at this, Team Insane still have that central ground to themselves. A little bit of a nice spread. They need some cover to play around with. For Godlike, when you look at them, again, a long rotation. This time from the northern side, they've got their backlines cleared.
You can see so much dogfighting on screen, right? We see Soul just kiting around. We see Rising Inferno Esports, even Godlike as well. And BO7S, they just got completely outclassed in all these three major skirmishes. And because of that, they just got picked off. But K9 now still looking to try and set up a couple fights here. Rising Inferno Esports still kiting their way, trying to find some sort of space to actually survive this. And this is where bandages will play a major role here in trying sustaining all these skirmishes. But Jatin is forced to take a pit stop here to get first aid kits. K9 looking to try and jab at them, but Goten finds the opening. Disengage immediately coming from Beast. As they say, K9 is not with fighting right now. As Inferno Rising actually scares him off in this fight.
Yeah, and Niskadoodles his way out of there, but look at Team Soul. They are getting knocks after knocks this time. Securing a knock onto Goblin from the backlines. He's got his eyes on PMWI IGL. It is fights happening left, right, and center. Absolute pandemonium taking over the greener pastures as Team Soul now a fight against God's Reign. This is going to be so close. It's going to be so sticky, but look at this. Destro already being brought down as Goblin spitting fire as God's Reign. They cannot do anything about it, but some response coming from their side. But eventually it is going to be Team Soul will take down Team God's Reign. 7 finishes secured already.
What a clutch coming in from both Goblin and Legit here. Just as they are about to disengage, Goblin looked behind, found 2 picks, and God's Reign just completely fall like dominoes. What a performance coming from Soul. This might be the comeback that we are going to be expecting of all.
Yeah.
Is this possible? Is Soul going to try and replicate history? Can they remake history of what they did in BGIS? Will we see the 28 finishes? Well, we only have time to tell because as of yet, they've got 7 finishes. They are looking very confident. And now Goblin with another nade finds Ninja Boy. It seems like Soul, they don't care what's up. They're picking fights after fights. But now a finish has been stolen away from Jatin. 1 versus 1. Goblin got in on pin. And the Goblin wins the trade once more. Soul, 9 finishes, 10 teams still alive, and what is this domination coming from Soul?
They are men on mission. They are Grim Reapers let loose. We have been seeking for them. We've been asking where they are. But right now, getting back into this. Shockwave against TWOB. Kalyuk taking a fight against Shockwave. Shockwave smacks him back. And there you go, TWOB, one after the other, get dismantled. Shockwave holding on to these higher grounds. Gives themselves that advantage, but still not out of the woods yet. This is what I was talking about. True Rippers from the backlines will get a knock or maybe another.
Well, it is going to be a tough game here. True Reapers making a little bit of pounds back themselves. 39 to top 8 means this is going to be a 23 point gap as of yet. They need a massive game. It needs to be now. But Jelly hasn't exactly made their way into the game yet. On screen, we do hear Extreme Godlike here. Going to be looking and overseeing onto a crash side. Punk actually gets knocked by Insane as Adi finds the opening. And Mino has a very nice off angle. But even Jonathan got naded by Adi. This is not looking good. And Mino looking for the refrag. Lazy knocking in the wrong direction. And Mino picks him apart. Can he get another one? What? Yes, he will. Now it comes towards a 1 versus 1. But he was out of ammunition. Hero Extreme Godlike also bowing out on 9 plays. But Team Insane, they hold down the fort. But guess what? K9 Esports, they heard the commotion. Here comes the nade. They're going to try and take him out. Insane, they're so weak. They need the reset. Slug is right on top of them as well. They get one pick. Slug, he finds the opening and now finds another one. And just like that, Team Insane, they lose out on the fight despite the defense coming through.
Yeah, the notorious crew strike back once again. This time being opportunistic, taking advantage of the fight. And had been a valiant effort, but eventually Godlike even have to bow out. A day they would not want to remember, as K9 Esports, 3 men strong. Team Soul still inside the lobby, 9 finishes, and they're doing pretty well. Even the Circle taking an eastern shift. Team Aryan and Team Alibaba Raiders in nice contention, but look at this. True Rippers very close to K9. That could also be a fight, as even Team Soul, they'll have to figure avenues on making an entry inside the circle. Given the fact that they've been creating so much noise, I see, I'm pretty sure Alibaba Raiders and Team Aryan know that they are going to inject themselves from the northeastern side.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. It is so close for top 8. Alibaba Raiders might be able to inject in as well because of position points. They should be top 8, TWB on 9. But for Seoul, they need a massive performance in order to stand a chance. It's now or never. They've got 9 finishes. Shockwave with 5. A little bit far off for the top 8, but still very, very possible here. Every single team all the way to 28 still has some sort of chance. But that chance is slowly slipping away as the game progresses. High finish volumes is needed for every single team in the bottom 22. But right now, Jelly finds an opening. That's going to be Madman down from the side of Shockwave. And the hunt continues for True Rippers. As they go in for the push, they're outside the zone. Extra wood out in the open, and that's going to be the confirmation for True Rippers. Another point in the back. But wow, he got that finish there as well. Jelly, he was out of gas. He is forced to stop, and he's going to get picked off for K9. And now Jelly gets confirmed. How unfortunate for him as True Rippers loses the IGL.
Yeah, moments of desperation kicking in, and True Rippers still trying their level best. But look at this, I see. They're in no man's land, and now K9 Esports, they also have their number. Subtly just rattling down all those bullets. Still trying to get a play down, and Slug, what was this? Get his device check, somebody. The way he managed to secure that knock, that was absolutely out of this world. But look at this, even 40R. They finally find an angle, and suddenly, piece after piece, True Rippers, they are getting reaped apart. And now K9 Esports, they somehow reduce the distance. And now those grenades already pinned, already thrown. Will it hit its mark? That's the big ask. As Slug will eventually reposition himself. K9 doing fairly well. These shrouded smokes keeping TR alive for a little bit longer. But Sam, he's got his position compromised, and Beast just tapping his way out, still not finding success.
That is insane. Beast has just got the line of sight as well. But while this is happening, even though they were just laying low, guess what? 4TR is going to be paying his life. That comes in to clean the last member of True Rippers. Pain is life, pain is real, and pain is how you learn how to improve. No pain, no gain. 4TR official. What a bounce back today. What a performance coming from them. And they are in the running. They're finally in towards the top 5. And it seems like Alibaba Raiders also being part of the picture as well. We're down towards the final 5 teams. And as of yet, Seoul has control on the north side. West side is going to be K9, furthest away from the zone. But on screen now we have Aryan smack middle of the zone. Aryan x TMG Gaming. Prime position to take the chicken dinner. But finishes, not exactly a lot though. As they haven't been able to find any teams out in the open. There's just so much dog fighting. As you can see, even Seoul still in a small little scuffle with K9. And will they be able to find any picks? Nope, they will not.
They've got a very nice setup there. A 3-1 split, legit playing a little aloof from his squad, and all of it was done for K9. They wanted K9 to take the bait and eventually take them down, but eventually it's going to be Team Aryan. And Manya, suddenly their IGL, he's down. This is quite alarming for Team Soul, but they've got no time to breathe. Need to take him along with him on his car inside the zone, get that revive, and get back into action. It is happening. The Batman himself is getting his captain alive. But for now, as things stands, as dust settle, Alibaba Raiders and 40 are very close to each other, but Team Soul, they've got their numbers back up.
Well, they're still in zone. No reason to actually commit to this here. Biggest threat is going to be Aryan from the compound. So every single team on the edges is trying to creep in. But while they're creeping in, there are teams right on the side. So it is all about a game of chance and third parties. As you can see, the dogfighting beginning. 4TR going to be driving around to go for the point and switch, but right behind them is going to be K9 looking behind as well. Slug trying to go for third party. 4TR not able to commit to this fight against Alibaba Raiders, and K9 actually finds pain in his life. A huge opening there, but the push up coming from Harsh gets a retrig, and Slug gets taken down. And it's going to be a fight between 4TR and K9, while Alibaba Raiders, they're sitting this out. They're just waiting. Well, guess what? Wait no more. They find an opening, but Aryan have got an off angle, catches him off guard, punishes them for their greed. This Southern fight is just all about timings right now.
You know, 4TR, they've been catching everybody with their pants down. Looked down by many, they refuse to bow down. And now look at this. Aryan have got, he's got just that one stun grenade to work with. Maybe if he had a couple of nades, things could have been absolutely different. But now giving his position away, and now he's quite exposed. Instantly seeks cover, still alive. As now, even K9 in action. They're in rage, not really happy about what happened to Slug, would want to seek revenge. But 4TR officials, they've been always under the radar against Alibaba Raiders, who've got their numbers up. Look at Chris, he's got his attention diverted, and now everybody is suddenly starting to take 4TR quite seriously.
It's all about chance. And this Southern team here, especially for Alibaba Raiders as well as 4TR, is not going to go out any soon as well. With the zone coming in play, 4 seconds left, they are going to go for the hard crash. It seems like it is going to happen. And here he comes, Alibaba Raiders versus 4TR, and just right outside the zone. Fragger misses his spray, but it doesn't matter. Alibaba Raiders, they cleaned them out very quickly.
Look at K9.
But K9, they heard the commotions. They are going to look to try and pounce this as well. But they can't seem to find those angles. So K9 actually disengages, knowing that they don't have the numbers. They don't have the zone. Two of them still finding some sort of space. And they just might run into his Nicole on the sides as well. Because again, the biggest annoying team to deal with is going to be Aryan, who has the perfect compound in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Aryan, it's all aligning for them. It's their game to lose. But for Team Soul, still out in the open. Those tiny little rocks and that vehicle keeping them alive. Look at Goblin's position. He's outside the zone, I see.
Dude, look at this. Soul has 28 grenades. And if they are able to get close into his Aryan, Aryan will not be coming out very, very safely in this regards. And the only way this happens is that they are distracted, because the moment Soul starts to sync it up with those tandem nades, they're not surviving this. But only if they get close. So Aryan, they need to be a little bit careful here. They need to make sure that Soul is not in play. But on the screen now, we do see K9 still having this scuffle with Alibaba Raiders. Wanted is knocked. And they want to try and find those confirmation, but the explosion of those vehicles will secure Beast that finish. So that's another point in the hands of K9. They themselves get 8 points.
Yeah, K9 have been such a threat, even for the likes of everybody right now in the server. As Chris, he's going to answer back. Omega falls down, and suddenly Goblin wants to capitalize, but seems like he's been spotted out on his own.
Wow.
And now his head, he's taken quite some damage there. Alibaba Raiders, they've got the numbers of the players of Team Soul as they gather upon, and now the smoke trying to save them, trying to keep them alive. As for now, K9, they need to retreat. Somehow, they need to get Omega alive, and Beast is got to do all of that heavy hitting.
Oh no, the nades are coming in. This is what's happening as well. They find the confirmation. Omega is on, but the rest of the nades, you can see everyone from the side of K9, or in this case, only Beast remains, immediately makes a run for it as well. Mad Dash coming through, But Fragger finds the knock onto his Goblin. Soul is going to be in trouble. But Beast, look at this. He's dodging every single thing. And he's somehow still alive with a pixel of health. Alibaba Raiders making sure that Soul is not going to have an easy takedown. They themselves get knocked.
Look at Legit. Look at that mini-map. He's aloof from his squad. He's got a beautiful flank angle. And nobody is aware of his position. As Alibaba Raiders, they've got the other 3 players of Team Soul pinned down. Let's see what movements do they make. They have been exceptional in Erangel. Even in the previous Erangel did play quite well. But things still looking solid for Team Aryan. They've got their covers. They've got everything going in their favor.
Now, they've just realized, despite all this scuffle on the side, now with the circle shifting on towards Team Aryan, TMG, they've realized that the biggest threat is actually the teams inside the compound. They have to find a way to work together to take them down. And as soon as I say this, Chris finds the opening. This might be the opening they need because everybody's going to be coming in as well. And that is going to be Fragger. Tries to make an attempt, but he was shut down by Devotee. But they do get the reset on Cyrex as well. But with this small little opening, Alibaba Raiders is able to sneak in. And Chris now going to be lobbing those nades here. Can he lob in the small pixel? He looks good. Does he find the confirmation? No, it does not. It's going to be a little bit unfortunate as well. Devotee outside the zone. He's going to try and clean him out. But Chris is going to be the solo warrior once more for Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But now seems like he's done his job right. Floodgates, even for Team Soul, have also opened up. Of course, Team Aryan, they've managed to get the numbers intact, but this is where they've got to make a push. They have to wipe out Chris, the solo warrior.
Oh my God.
Inside that little washroom, he has to come out. He has to go swinging. A stun grenade on his face, has himself completely blinded. Just tapping through that DBS is not going to be enough. And now Chris, he's holding on for how long? He decides to fight, but it's going to be Hitler who gets the final finish. And Team Aryan decide to fight back.
They just don't have time, but for some reason, Beast is still alive. The solo warrior from K9, right at the edge. He needs to make a move. He needs to make a run as well. He's out of meds, and he's going to try and make an attempt, but he gets spotted out. It's going to be Hitler that takes him out. We are now finally down towards the last 2 teams. It is a 4 versus 4. Aryan x TMG Gaming versus Soul. And it seems like Soul, they've done their job. They waited for the right moment. And guess what? Finally, Aryan needs to get out in the open, and Soul is trying to get center control. Sprays has been made. We're looking for a couple of flushes as well. Soul taking some serious damage as Aryan continues to pummel through the smokes. Legit prone out in the open, not spotted out yet, but they are trying to predictively find someone. But Legit actually gets scattered from the sides, and now Cyrex with the nade finds Goblin. 4 versus 2. Manya falls, and just like that, Aryan gets the chicken dinner as Soul gets completely shut down in this flank from Aryan.
Yeah, Aryan getting that inevitable chicken dinner no matter how much Team Soul tried to pull through. It was them and their heroics towards the end, especially those 2 knocks on the players of Team Soul. Imagine them leaving the compound, making sure they had their smokes at the right direction, knowing where the players of Team Soul were. I really felt like towards the end, Team Soul should have responded a little faster. Whilst Alibaba Raiders made that push on Team Aryan, they should have also slammed in, should have been a part of that chaos. That could have gotten them the chicken dinner, but what it is worth, folks, is that Team Aryan, another chicken dinner to their name. And they've also been such a revelation in this BMPS 2025 as well.
Oh boy, today, Day 3 itself, we have seen a lot of comebacks. We've seen a lot of progression. And of course, Aryan TMG making a little bit bounce back. But Alibaba Raiders definitely the team that is the most consistent today itself out of all their performance thus far. Yeah. So I'm curious to see whether or not are they able to sneak themselves enough points to qualify in the top 8. But as of yet, these are the top 5 players from that game itself. We have Goblin at number 1 with 4 finishes. We have Slug with 4. We have Nicole with 4. We have Cyrex from Aryan x TMG with 3, and we also have Admino with 3 finishes in the back. So these are your top 5 players in this game. But let's take a look at how much points has been gained from each and every single team on screen right now. Aryan x TMG with the chicken dinner and 9 finishes gives themselves 19 points. But Soul, a huge bounce back with this game with 16 points.
Absolutely. And same goes with K9. A very good day, right? 1 chicken dinner, another one with 13 points. Surely find themselves comfortable in the top 8. Even for Alibaba Raiders, they've been my favorite team of the day, barring a couple few. But Reckoning not the best of the days. Same goes with Godlike. Even God's Reign could not amass a lot of points in this one. And TWOBIC just 2 points out of Erangel.
Yeah, you just have to bring it up, huh?
Of
But
course.
all things considered here, the top teams with very, very good performance in the past 2 days here. Hiroshima got like TWOB, Reckoning Esports not having a great game. Even Genesis and also God's Reign takes a huge tumble today itself. But with that being said, this is the overall standings after every single game. Almost every team has played 9 games thus far. Eggy still reigns on top with 93 points, followed by NoNx with 86 points. Genesis retains the 4th position with 74 points. K9 makes a little bit of recovery here with 73 points on top 5. Alibaba Raiders sneaks into the top 6 with 70 points. Hiroshi Godlike drops down towards the 7th position with 68 points. But Aryan, with that chicken dinner, pushes themselves in towards the top 8 with 67 points. Los Hermanos kicked down to 9th place with 66 points, only a 1-point difference.
Look at the difference. It's barely none. When you look at Aryan, 67, and then you suddenly take a look at the likes of LEFP, 51. Just one good game, and anybody could bounce their way back in. Reckoning, they have slipped a lot of spots, even for 8-bit. Decent recovery, but not enough. OG, they have been falling down hard, I see.
This is not a great day here from OG, but again, like you said, it is very close here, between 10 points difference, so anyone still has a chance to make a comeback. So every single team has played 9 matches so far, and even on the second half of the screen as well, Jelly with 45 points, God's Reign with 45, Mysterious 44, it just comes down towards the wire, all the way down to actually qualify in the top 8. But again, need I remind you, for you guys watching at home, every single team that is watching on screen right now is not eliminated from the tournament yet. Only the top 8 will advance directly into the Grand Finals. It is a fight for the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be a gigantic task for the likes of all these teams. They will have to do something special tomorrow if they have to earn the qualifications, especially at least the ones who have crossed that 40 points marker. Yeah, 4 games, they should be averaging around 10 points every single game if they have to go all out. But they do not have that much, unfortunately. Just 3 more games remaining. And I think the average is certainly increased. But for the ones on the latter half, they'll have to get those big games. I'm talking about the likes of Miracle. I'm talking about the likes of Team Soul, DOD. There's so many teams that we've got such high expectations from.
Exactly, but at the same time, so the cutoff is currently somewhere around the 60 ballpark here, but by the end of tomorrow, the expected cutoff should be somewhere around 75 to 80, maybe even 90 points max.
Exactly.
But I feel like it is somewhere around the 70 to 80 points so far. But let's take a look at the realme MVP ranking so far. NoNx actually sneaks up with Levi still on number 1 here with 49 finishes, followed by Fierce with 48, WizGod from Orangutan with 44, Gods with 42, and Seth with 38 points.
You know, kind of Levi gives you the feeling that Scary Jot did in the Grand Finals,
right?
Realme BGS. You know, this is why I love BGMI, right? Every single time you see a young lad making his dreams true, and he's been working hard, finally gets to be where he's at right now. And I really hope that even in the Grand Finals, they do not lose their calm, because I'm pretty sure they might have qualified, right? They've reached past the bare minimum.
Like, agreed. But at the same time as well, it is still it is still anyone's game as of now in terms of the overall ranking so far. Of course, Eggy is still remaining on number 1 top here alongside with NoNx. They still have a safety cushion, but tomorrow is a different day. Tomorrow is a new day. We still have 3 more matches at least coming from each and every single team so far. Well, it's going to be very, very close here. Who makes it, who doesn't? We shall see. Tomorrow, you guys got to find out.
So out of the 8 spots, I think it's safe to say that 2 have been locked in.
Kind of locked in.
6 more spots still up for grabs, and we've got 30 teams fighting for it. So it is going to be down the wire. It's going to be gruesome. It's going to be intense. It's going to be tiring. It's going to be exhausting, but at the same time, exhilarating as well. But today has been one of those days where we saw so much chaos and comebacks at the same time, especially from the lesser-known teams.
Exactly. It was just a day of comebacks as well. Alibaba Raiders also out of nowhere coming into the top 8 as well. This is just a mind-blowing performance. Aryan also suddenly, this is the performance that we saw them since their debut from round 1 itself. But again, did they do well? Well, let's take a look at our predictions so far. It seems like every single one of us on stream, all the casters, has kind of fumbled on their predictions. I think I am the closest to top 8 because TW is in top 9. BO7 is in last. Soul make a little bit comeback. I'll give it to Spiro. Wyld Fangs is somewhere there. God's Reign is all the way in the second half.
You're like that only good apple out of a rotten
Yeah.
apple basket, so I'm going to give you that. But, when you take a look at the day summary, of course, we began swinging in with Rising Inferno, getting a big chicken dinner. Then, of course, it was K9 gaining some steam back, then followed by NoNx, who've been so extraordinary as TWOB gets a chicken dinner, gets IC that smile on his face. Troy Millions also really surprised us, and towards the end, it was Team Aryan that sealed this game, got a chicken dinner, earned their spot inside of top 8, still not confirmed what's going to happen tomorrow.
They're still going to be the gatekeepers as well, because the difference between top 8 and top 9 is only 1 point. So tomorrow's final day itself is going to decide and also figure out which 8 teams will be the first to qualify directly into the grand finals of BMPS. So that's going to be a very, very important day here. So be sure to come back tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be D-Day for each and every single team to finalize their slots into its top 8.
Yeah, I mean, whenever it's D-Day, right? Action gets out of the roof. Everything just explodes, because top 8 is what is on the line. And then we'll have the semi-finals week 2 also. So nobody's really out of the competition from here on, but everybody would want to qualify from week 1. The battle is intense. It is also gruesome. It is going to be really, really exciting. But that being said, folks, we're finally done with the matches for today. We're going to be bidding adieu. This is me, Fixes, along with IC. See you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Have a good night.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार? रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
till then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in color and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear all my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but still well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, singing what you want. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. but you're saying it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but so well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sitting, watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can